DJ Juicy J's greatest hits is on through. We got Project Pat featured on this joint. DJ Power Lord Infamous. Yeah, Skinny Pimp, Lyrical Dope. That's it. What's up, the AOC Lynch? Yeah, you're in this jump, my nigga.
What I find a little weird, Davey, is that your assumption that AOC supports Hamas. Of course, we know Schumer wouldn't support Hamas, but you seem to be, wow, AOC doesn't support Hamas? That's so strange. Is it? Welcome back in this motherfucker, female eunuchs. Davey, number one of the chat. Strategy member will not be pleased. Nice hat and blazer. It's my news coat. I'm doing serious news today. I'm a serious newsman. Didn't you know that? Super duper serious up in here. Got my news coat. Technically, actually, number one in the chat was a kick bot. I don't even know why I bothered. I tried. I reconnected. It's already doing the thing. I mean, I think this is how Kick shadow bans people. They don't technically ban, but they make your connection fucky or something. Yeah, I mean, to some dummy leftists, to some tanky leftists, sure, Davey, yeah. But once again, your assumption that most people who support Palestine support Hamas, and of course you can find examples of that. I was watching a Aaron Bastani interview with Norman Finkelstein, and he's still doubling down on his "I refuse to condemn Hamas," and and he goes from the angle of legitimate. He's like, well, they're legitimate resistance. But no mention of how incompetent they are, how counterproductive they are, how tyrannical they are to the Palestinians. So yeah, I mean, the tanky leftists once again. I mean, how many times do I have to call this out? But tanky leftists once again, kind of helping the tyrannical elements. You always got the good ones, female eunuchs. But tanky leftists, the anarchists, these communists that think it's somehow helping the argument to try and make some kind of intellectual, almost semantic argument. Well, Hamas is technically resistance. Well, there's technically a lot of resistance movements in Palestine. Why are we intentionally ignoring Hamas's tyrannical ways, their theocratic ways? Why are we intentionally ignoring all these things that, I mean, we see spontaneous protests against Hamas, before they send in some of their goons, executing Palestinians in the middle of a genocide. I don't really buy the whole. It's hard to buy the them hoarding food arguments when you have Israel intentionally hiring ISIS to go up in there and do that. I'm sure they're doing it. I'm sure they're doing some of it, but Israel has made that hard. But yeah, I mean, it's just so frustrating. Smarmy communists with their actuallys hurting the resistance movement. Okay, because it's like, okay, you want to make that argument that they're legitimate resistance. Okay, can we also call them out for incompetence, for being counterproductive, for being tyrannical, for being theocratic? We got communists over here defending theocracies. What? Right? It literally doesn't make a fucking lick of sense. But I need to stress this, those counterproductive and ignorant tankies, commies and anarchists that try to make those arguments, they do not represent the whole left. Zoran Mamdani had no fucking problem condemning Hamas. Doesn't get bogged down in that one bit. Do you condemn Hamas? Yes. Now let's talk about the country that's perpetuating a genocide. Right? It's you pivot if you want to be smart about it. But yeah, it doesn't surprise me. It really doesn't surprise me at all. That I hate that he's holding the L. Can you find a better one? Female eunuchs, you're driving me crazy. Zoran Mamdani does not hold L's. I know it's supposed to be him handing an L, but every time I see that, it's like he's holding the L. No, he's not. He's holding the dubs. Tell Goose Text to update it. What, you mean Gust X? Is that what you're talking about? The Gust guy? He's a cool dude. Certainly has good taste in streamers. I'll say that. Oh, that was from his stream. I see. That's his thing. That's right. Gotta find one of Mamdani holding the dub, because that motherfucker holds so many dubs, they're falling out of his hands. I got so much shit. I don't know. I've spent the last 10 minutes babbling here about Hamas. So let's get to it. I'm just, we're just gonna. It's like I didn't arrange anything, right? We just bop straight from the fucking Discord. Unfortunately, you got strategy member here posting something about Big Pharma. I don't think we're gonna have time for Big Pharma today, even though they are disgusting. There's so many. It's like Donald Trump is doing a great job at providing cover for all the other criminals, criminal enterprises, grifters, scammers, and massive corporations that want to fuck us over. Because it's like, how do we even, we don't have time. So of course here we have the protests. I think what I'll do here is we'll just go and just make this a permanent element of the stream until they're done. This is exactly what I talk about. Holy fuck. Hold on. Holy fuck. Well, this is exactly what I talk about. This is what we got to be doing. There's major protests happening actually across the nation right now. Wish I had time to cover all of them. What the hell is this? Come on with this. Come on, fix your shit. Your shit is all fucked. Shit fucked. No. What the hell is this? What is this? A protest for ants? Yeah, I'm funny. I quoted a movie. It's pretty funny. Funny stuff. What, you don't think so? Fine, we'll do it this way. Fine. Shut up. Okay, hold on. What is this? A building for ants? That's such a funny movie. Zoolander. That's a funny one. I think you're pretty funny. Oh, yeah, what? Okay, let's see here. Oh, God. Hot dog.
I'm a rainbow wherever I go. Yeah, I'd like extra relish on my hot dog. Oh, can I get an extra hot dog for the road? Thank you. Get 2 hot dogs. Oh, I got a tactical vest so I can put my extra hot dog in my tactical vest. Oh, I got my extra hot dog on the go next to my magazines filled with high-powered ammo-piercing ammo.
Ammo-piercing ammo? Yeah, I really nailed that one. Okay, now I have to remute all my Twitch. There we go. Yeah, I really knocked that one out of the park there. Ammo piercing ammo, huh? This is interesting. Donald Trump with the communist hammer and sickle. That's interesting. He does act like Stalin quite a bit, actually. The image, yeah. Got my hot dogs. Remember when millennials had pizza satchels? Remember that? Remember millennials were being funky with the slice of pizza on their belt? Remember these? The pizza belt holder thing? No, come on. It was like leather, man. They look good. There's like these little leather things for holding pizza. Because we were just having fun. We're whimsical. Millennials were whimsical until the world died. We certainly weren't political when we should have been. Very selfish in that way. All right, so we got that up. We'll keep that up. Like I said, it's just going to be random stuff. We're going to be talking about ICE. We're going to be talking about Trump. We're going to be talking about economy. Just as I pick from the Discord here, I don't have time to go through the Discord and plot everything out and then spend 5 hours on one subject and then don't have enough time. So we're just going to, get to as much as we can here. So we got fucking Citronella, or whatever the fuck his name is here. blowing his fucking load over. See, maybe I put this down here. 1 second. 1 second. So he's blowing his load over here over trade deficits, you know, and you know, happily repeating the doctored fake numbers coming out of the administration. So I just thought I'd show this here really quick.
Go up. This is unreal. The movement in this number. Minus 29.4 billion. We cut it basically in half.
And that's supposed to be. Oh, he's talking about jobless claims, or is he talking about the trade deficit?
We cut it in half. Just consider this. In March, it was 136 billion. Right now, it's a whisker under 30.
Yeah, he's talking about the trade deficit, but they're showing different stats here. But we're supposed to believe that lowering the trade deficit is inherently good for people, when actually it's an indicator that less business is happening in the United States. Less businesses and less people are importing things and buying things from other countries, and I'm sure that leads to less exports. It's not like we're increasing exports exponentially.
Billion. We haven't been that small in a long time. I don't have enough records here to go back that far, but you're going back a ways. And here's the news on why it moved lower.
Right. And like I said, that's supposed to be inherently good, you know, because that's what Donald Trump thinks. Is Donald Trump's delusion brought forth in this man. It's really something else, you know, because it's they turn on a dime. Even if it's counterproductive, just as long as they can implement their tyrannical fascism, they don't care. Because it used to be business, 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 and oh, you know, we're doing great business, we're selling lots of stuff, and now it's like, we're selling less stuff, we're buying less stuff. That's great, because that's what Donald Trump said. Because that makes Donald Trump happy. There's an end to this. You know, what the hell is this? Thank you, Davey. Exactly, there he is, forever holding the dub. And then Davey over here posting this. All right, thank you, Davey. That's not going to make your fellow Nick Fuentes fans very happy. You know, they consider Zoran Mamdani to be a second-class citizen who doesn't deserve to govern. And in fact, that was kind of your argument. The reason why you were banned is because you think Zoran Mamdani doesn't deserve to be president. Foreign guy, he shouldn't be ruling over us. Oh, you do, huh? Well, thank you so much for telling me that. Oh, feels good. Feels so good. Appreciate you letting me know. Thanks. Welcome back, Ribbons. Yeah, so U.S. trade deficit fell to lowest level since 2009 in October. So fucking Citronella there doesn't even know. He's like, I can't even find the data. And it's like, well, you could have looked a couple years back. I mean, 10 was it? Oh, my God. Over almost 15 years? Jesus Christ. But 2009, I couldn't even find the data. You mean ChatGPT couldn't find the data because you're the only one working there now. They fired all my interns and replaced it with a computer. The monthly trade deficit continued to shrink after President Trump imposed sweeping tariffs on foreign imports. And remember, this is supposed to be a good thing. This is supposed to be a good thing. U.S. trade deficit in goods and services shrank to $29.4 billion in October, down from $48.1 billion. Wow, that's so terrible. It was so terrible that so many successful businesses were importing all these goods, you know, because they would import the goods and then they would hoard it, right? It's not like they were importing goods from other countries and then selling them to Americans. Oh, no, they were just hoarding it. Just motherfuckers out here with warehouses filled with, I don't know, what do you import? Coffee? You know, just it's all mine. All the beans. Prior month, as Trump administration's tariffs continue to weigh on trade, data from the Commerce Department showed on Thursday the figure was the lowest monthly trade deficit recorded since June 2009. Imports in October fell 3.2% to $331.4 billion from the previous month, while exports rose 2.6% to $302 billion. So it went up a little bit. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much, Davey, for reminding us that you're, a part-time piece of shit. I appreciate that. Because exports grew more than imports, the U.S. trade deficit shrank in line with President Trump's goals. Elaney, welcome back. By the way, I missed you there. Had to get this piece of shit off my fucking screen. Trade flows have fluctuated wildly this year because of Mr. Trump's tariffs. The president announced sweeping global tariffs in April before pausing them for several months to carry out trade negotiations. Those tariffs went back in effect on October 7th. On October 29th, the Trump administration also ended the de minimis exemption, which, of course, is wrecking small businesses all across the nation. The de minimis exemption, which allowed for foreign shipments valued at less than $800 to come to the United States tariff-free. So, a direct attack on small business. Direct attack. Administration has also imposed a variety of tariffs on products and sectors it deemed important to national security, including steel, copper, and upholstered furniture. As of November, the U.S. effective tariff rate has climbed to more than 16%, the highest level since 1935, according to the Budget Lab at Yale, making it significantly more expensive for importers to bring goods to the country. And that's supposed to be a good thing if you're going to listen to corporate financial news. Remember, this is financial news where you're supposed to be, listening to experts telling you about how to make more money. And here they're trying to gaslight you into thinking that this is somehow going to benefit us. Yeah, ribbons. It's not a tax. No, because we're getting it back. We're getting it back. He's going to send us that check any day now. You get your check? I'm waiting for mine. I know I'm going to get it because I believe in Trump. Trump administration has pointed to the lower monthly trade deficits in recent months as evidence that its trade policies were working. So it's literally gaslighting us. No. Look, the knives that I keep shoving into your back, it's beneficial. They're called speed holes. I saw a documentary. It was a cartoon. Saw a documentary. There was a fat yellow man who was using a pickaxe to put speed holes into his car. And I thought, well, what if we did that to human beings? But economists have said trade patterns have been distorted by business efforts to avoid paying tariffs. Oh, it's not Trump's fault. It's these nasty little businesses that are trying to avoid unnecessary taxation on their enterprise. Very capitalist. This is all very capitalist stuff, guys. You just don't know. You don't know capitalism. And caution against throwing too many conclusions from a few months of data. Companies stockpiled large amounts of inventory earlier this year before tariffs went into effect. Why would they do that? Why would they do that if tariffs are inherently good and they should just embrace them? Why would they do everything in their power to avoid lowering their prices? I just don't get it. They must hate America. Then subsequently reduce their purchases. What? Why would they do that? The question for economists now is whether trade will return to more normal levels as company stockpiles go down, or if tariffs will continue to depress imports. Spoiler alert, it will continue to drive business down. I was going to post it, but I decided not to in the Discord, but someone was, ordering McDonald's and the fucking hash brown was $4.50. $4.50 for a goddamn gaggle of greasy potatoes. $4.50 for something that should cost 99 cents or less. 50 cents should be the fucking hash brown price. $4.50 for some deep fried potatoes. How can people say that? Look, we got to accept that. We have to listen to Sartre. We just have to keep going back to Jean-Paul Sartre's quote. I'm going to be bringing this up quite a bit. We're gonna We're just gonna keep talking about this, but never believe that anti-Semites are completely unaware of the absurdity of their replies, etc., etc., etc. They're just playing games. They're hammers looking for nails. They have preconceived conclusions. So we're just gonna keep that up because that's gonna come up a bunch of times today. But the only, and I'm gonna show you what it's like to try to have a sensible conversation with these people. It's impossible. They make it impossible. It's intentionally impossible. They have no interest whatsoever in having anything that even resembles a good faith argument. And that leaves us with only one choice. It actually makes it incredibly easy for us. Like, a lot of leftists, they want to throw their hands up in frustration. No. Makes it incredibly easy because the only solution is to fight. The only solution is to defeat them politically, until they push us into a corner, which is what they want that as well. But they want this. They don't want a discussion. Their minds are not going to be changed. They want this. And we need to bring it to them, but we got to be smart about how we bring it to them. The only solution is activism. That's it. That's it. For the year, though, for the year through October, the trade deficit in goods and services is up more than 7.7% from the same period in 2024. So the deficit's still going up. That's amazing. The trade deficit, I mean. The data, which was compiled by the Census Bureau, showed exports are up 6.3% annually, while imports have risen 6.6% so far this year. Tariffs could undergo more changes in the weeks to come. The Supreme Court is set to rule soon. They've delayed this ruling on the legality of many of the tariffs that Mr. Trump issued during using a 1970s emergency law, because it's a big emergency, folks. But Trump officials have said that if those tariffs were struck down, they would just use other authorities to impose new duties. So, come hell or high water, they're going to wreck this economy. And you know what? Go for it, man. Just fucking go for it, dude. Fuck this bitch up. Fuck the economy up. It really seems like that's the only thing that's going to get them to change their behavior. Outside of direct, nonviolent direct political action. But and like they're not going to change it for the better, but they might slow down with their hammer swinging. I thought this year was going to be okay. Then Trump invaded Venezuela. Eleni, come on. I don't know if you were the one that said, we're going to have a new year, and I was like, no, we're not going to have a new year. But I don't. Cynics like me, I'm sick and tired of being correct. Okay, I don't like being correct with my cynicism. But no, it's what we're going to see is actually escalation until they hit some kind of wall. Until playtime phase is over, and that's the economy. That's the wall. I just thought it was going to be normal. Come on, Eleni. Come on. That's what you wanted. You want, because you're a sensible person and you want good things for people, even if you don't know them, even if they're people of different colors or cultures, because you're a good person. That's not what we have. We have a fascist dictatorship who will, driving us off a cliff. And there's, the only way to stop it is to participate in nonviolent direct political action. So, if you feel frustrated, that's the direction you need to go in, right? Where do I go? What do I do? You start here. Big list of protests. Bop. Look at that. Full to the brim. I'm kind of curious if there's one in Vancouver, nationwide, because I was thinking of going to one tomorrow if there is one in Vancouver. So I need to look that up. But, your frustration is understandable. You're a good person. You want good things for people. These are all understandable things. If you truly want that, you got to knuckle up and fight. Anyway, there you go. Chair of Austria's NATO Enlargement Committee warns if President Trump takes Greenland, Europe will seize U.S. bases. So, welcome back, Blase. Good to see you. So, yeah, I mean, he's like, with this, Venezuela is one thing, right? Because Maduro was a certified piece of shit, certified dictator, denying elections, stealing elections, kidnapping people, disappearing people, including children, I've heard. Piece of shit, third world Latin America dictator, stuffing money in his pockets, enriching himself and his sycophants, that kind of thing. Yeah, the ICE thing was inevitable because that's what they want. They want to go harder. Bovino's like, go harder, go harder. I'm sure he was patting the guy on the back. What's his nuts? Shot Rachel Good. I'm sure he was patting the guy on the back. Did a good job. You did a good thing. You were just defending yourself. This is what they want. Bovino was told specifically by Miller and Hooman and Trump, go harder, go harder. And it does seem like it's an intentional escalation to, to justify shutting down the elections, right? Martial law, all that. No more elections because you people are standing up against my tyranny. This is the tyrant's playbook. It's not the first time. It's interesting to me how Donald Trump, who's not a student of history, he's not an academic in any way, and he follows the same as if he's like literally reading from a playbook. And the reason why it happens again and again and again is because this is just the natural inclination of tyrants and dictators. You don't have to be a smart person. You just have to be narcissistic. No, this isn't about human rights. Yeah. No, they don't. Yeah, they're hypocrites. Back to Sartre, right? Never believe the anti-Semites are completely unaware of the absurdity of their replies. It's all about Sartre. It's always been about what Sartre said. Always. Let me just get this quote over here instead of the Reddit one. But it's all about your boy Sartre. It always goes back to Sartre when it comes to these people. They're hypocrites. They know it, and some don't know it, but it doesn't really matter, right? Whether they're aware of it or not, right? These eloquent plaque Trump helped write about the previous president. Yeah, we covered the plaques, no doubt about it. What shocked me is the silence coming from the Democratic Party. They're too afraid. Right. Davey, one more from you, and you're banned for the rest of the day, bud. One more from you, and you're banned for the rest of the day. All of a sudden, we have a problem with violating the Constitution, huh? Yeah. All of a sudden, we got a big problem with that. Yeah, natural born. I don't care anymore. Zoran Mamdani for president. I don't care. I simply don't care. I mean, I do. I do care. I do care about the Constitution. I love it very much. And we should obviously follow the Constitution. The way that I would do it is, Mamdani for like the highest position possible that doesn't violate the Constitution. But the person who is running for president should be like, no, we're going to change the Constitution, constitutional amendment, or hell, executive order, because we can do the executive orders, right? So let me be clear. I timed him out, but I do agree with Davey. We do need to be following the Constitution as much as it hurts. But that's how I would handle it strategically. Zoran should be running for, I don't know, like I said, the highest that he could possibly run for. But the person who's actually running for president should be like, yeah, no, because, we want this. We want to change this part of the Constitution to allow Zoran Mamdani. And like I said, I mean, Trump is flouting the Constitution through executive orders. Why not? Why not flout the Constitution to do something worth a damn? Of course, this could easily backfire very easily if we do it right. Somebody from Russia, somebody from China, right? That they'll immediately start trying to take advantage of that. So it's a two-way road. It's a two-way road. So unfortunately, I do have to agree with Davey. But he's not, his disagreement is not constitutional. It's racial. Davey. He doesn't believe anybody other than a white man should be president. It has nothing for Davey. It has nothing to do with the Constitution. It has everything to do with race, right? So anyway, back to NATO, back to Greenland. I mean, so if you haven't heard, Greenland has told their troops, shoot on sight. This isn't Venezuela. We're not going to let Chinook helicopters, fly 100 feet in the air unimpeded. We're not going to let CIA goons run around our country uninterrupted. If you see American troops, shoot them on sight. And of course, we're seeing Austria, Germany, other countries coming out and saying directly, if he does this, it's a violation of the NATO of so many treaties. It's a violation, and we're going to start the process of de-Americanizing our removing bases from our countries, de-Americanizing any kind of cooperation with the government. So here's this quote here from Chair of Austria's NATO Enlargement Committee. Warns if President Trump takes Greenland, Europe will seize U.S. bases. This makes perfect sense to me.
If you take it,
Wow, nice, incredibly loud. Well, yeah, hybrid. Does that mean NATO needs to be firing missiles right now? No, but NATO. I mean, it's a tough. They're in a tough spot though, right? Because America is obviously one of the most important members of NATO, so it's a tough spot, and apparently a lot of the money for NATO comes from the United States as well. But that you got to make these decisions. You got to do it.
take every single. If you take it, we take every single base of the Americans from Aviano to Ramstein, from Romania to all the other military bases will be confiscated, and you will lose it. And the whole position of American power since World War II, if you take Greenland, you have to leave. It's very simple.
Yeah, I mean, Eleni, you're going to see people who don't know geopolitics, who think, international law and all this stuff is totally pointless. You're going to see them cheering this on until the moment World War III breaks out, and all of a sudden, where's NATO? How come we're not working with what I thought were our allies? A lot of ignorant people. They need to be serious. Trying to influence the what they don't want to do. Well, I mean, right now, Twitch-terbait. Ugh. Well, right now, he basically made a mafia threat and said, either you take my bribes, either you let me buy you out, or you're not going to like what happens. It's almost literally that's what he said. You can do it the nice way, you can do it the hard way, basically. Yeah, Putin is absolutely salivating. So is Xi Jinping. Yeah, exactly. Hybrid, right? I'll give you 2 weeks to accept my bribe. And by the way, this is like our money. This is like billions of dollars just out of our pocket to bribe Greenlanders to capitulate to our conquering of them. Thanks, but no thanks. And by the way, good majority of Greenlanders are not interested in that. And 100K is a lot of money. But, I mean, we all know Taco Trump. Motherfucker's not going to come through on any of that shit. I'll give you $100,000 in Zimbabwean dollars. I got a lot of Venezuelan money. I got some Venezuelan money. I'll give you $100,000 in Venezuelan money. I'm sure American tax money's gone. Yeah. We've literally put it on pallets and gave it to, pedophile warlords in Iraq and Afghanistan. So, but that's really besides the point. But like a lot of people, doesn't have. Yeah, Eleni, definitely. I'll give you $1 million in Trump coin. Welcome back, Fragwitz and Photos Printed. Good to see you. That's your ACA dollars at work. Exactly. Yeah, that's the money that was going to go to, helping sick, poor people get medical care. Fuck that. What's up with Guy's lapel? I just noticed this. What are you doing, man? What are you, a Christmas tree? Holy shit. Okay, anyway.
Mrs. Miller, This is the leverage we have. You need the spaces for global power projection. You won't have it. And we can defend ourselves very well, and we will do that without the US nuclear shield, without the US troops in Europe, without the American bases. We will simply run these bases ourselves, and we run your boys home into Chicago. Yeah, and goodbye. You go extreme, we go extreme as well. Be sure about it.
Yeah, and that's the right response. That's the right kind of fucking response right there from Mr. Christmas Tree. I totally agree with that. Couldn't agree harder with that one. Let's keep it moving here. Like I said, it's just going to be random stuff throughout the day, so I apologize that there's not much order. But you know, I don't have time, and we got to get to it. So here's Elon Musk. I wanted to point this out. You know, banning the centrist AfD, Germany's most popular party, would be an extreme attack on democracy. So if anyone who doesn't know, the AfD is basically the Nazi Party 2.0 from Germany. It's as bad as it sounds. That person was no, that person wasn't just some schmuck. That was the chair of Austria's NATO Enlargement Committee. So from Austria, working for NATO, in the committee that's actually enlargement. I assume the Enlargement Committee is about how they want, the goal to expand NATO. But anyway, back over here. So AfD is basically Nazi Party 2.0. Yeah, based. Welcome back, Infected Ghost. Basically, whatever Elon says does the opposite. Your world will prosper, indeed. But I just want to point this out. You know, he makes it a point to call it a centrist party. It's intentional. Elon Musk is a crypto fascist. He is, hiding. This is actively hiding his power level. This is what actively hiding your power level is about. Let's not forget who Elon Musk is. Right? This is Elon Musk. He's a Nazi. He's a fascist. And when he does something like this, says centrist AfD party, he knows what he's doing. He's spreading lies and propaganda. And then the rest of the conversation here is the asking Grok, is AfD a centrist party? No, just one word. No. No. And then, here comes the Elon Musk sycophants. When did he say that? When did he say that? No, they're not even reading. It's very possible that Mr. Chillin' Dylan here is either a robot or someone from a foreign country. Get off Twitter. There's no point in being there. If you really want to see what's going on Twitter, follow Kyle Kulinski, who's a Twitter filter, basically. He's like me with Reddit. He's, getting a good chunk of his shit from Twitter. So if you want to actually know what's going on with Twitter, follow Kyle Kulinski, and that's all you need. Turn off your account, get away from this Nazi website. It's garbage. It doesn't even really need to be said, but it's garbage. Keeping it moving here. It doesn't matter, Infected Ghost. It doesn't matter because of what Jean-Paul Sartre says. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they are knowingly fascistic or if they know they're fascist, if they're knowingly fascistic or unknowingly fascistic. The goal is the same. The goal is the same. The only thing you can change is you. And what do we do in response to this? Do we give up? Do we throw our hands up and say it's all too hard? No, we fight. That is our only choice. They have put us in a corner. There's no other way out of this. There's no debating. There's no reasoning with someone who got themselves in a position that reason didn't bring them to. The only solution is nonviolent direct political action. That's it. It's a pain in the ass. It's hard work. It's going to cost you money and time. You could be jerking off and playing video games instead, but it's either that or slavery, serfdom. It's either that or chains around your neck, and in some cases, literally. So don't waste your time going, education, blah, 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 blah. No. Waste your time going, okay, how do I fight? What am I comfortable with? Where's my lane? Okay? Nobody but me is going to come down and say, I need you. I'm the only one who's going to say that to you. But you got to lead yourself. And that's why it's so hard to keep democracy. I feel called out. Put your dick away, blase. Trump announces 1 year 10% cap on credit card interest rates. Oh, wow, based. That's what the kids say, right? Based off fascist or something. Sleepy Palpatine. So I just want to point this out. You know, Davey was pointing this out in the Discord. He's not going to do this. He's not going to do this. There's billion-dollar banking credit card companies that will, you know, Trump, help us out. Do us a favor. You don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. We'll give you a bribe. We'll give you another $100 million on your, on your ballroom. You know, so he says like in 2 weeks or whatever. He said, I think, the end of January is when he said he's going to do this. I don't buy it. I don't believe it. He's not sending out the checks. When will he do this? Effective 20th of January. So in 10 days. I don't believe it. In 2 weeks, almost literally in 2 weeks. Yeah, almost literally 2 weeks from now. He's not going to do it. I'm not going to waste time talking about it. I'm not going to read this fucking article. He's not going to fucking do it. This is the same president that like week one or like month one, and I don't know how presidents are able to do this. I guess this was, maybe this was, I don't know how this works. Maybe it was an executive order. That's how. But he removed the cap, the 5% cap. I think the first comment right here. Oh no, the first comment's about how this is very communist. But no, this is the guy that he like removed the it was like the 5% cap on fees or something, making it easier for credit card companies to fuck over poor people. That was like a week, month one priority. We're supposed to say, oh, he's gonna give us a hand. Exactly, source code, exactly. Well, he can, hybrid heathen. He apparently can. He does. He wants people to spend. I mean, there. That's a good point, female eunuchs. That there might be a chance that he wants to do this. There might be a chance that he wants to do this just to get people to spend more money. Oh, God, I just need to turn off Kick. They're not even letting me stream. They're not even letting me stream over here. I just need to turn this fucking website off. Please be informed that we will no longer let the American public be ripped off by credit card companies. Sure, okay. Sleepy Joe Biden. We're still talking about Joe Biden. We're still talking about Joe fucking Biden over here. Are you kidding me? Now, it's true, Joe Biden, as a corporatist, neoliberal Democrat, he wasn't stopping the credit card companies. Yeah, there he is. I'm a jackass. But he, the neoliberals, deserve to be called out for their corporatism. So yeah, he wasn't interested in the little things around the edges, right? Little things are, it's like Obama with Obamacare, the ACA was like, well, it's okay for insurance companies to drive you into bankruptcy, but if you get into a fucking car crash, pre-existing conditions and things like that. I mean, it's you can let the bills just run completely out of control. They can gouge you to bejesus and back. That's all okay, but they have to take you as a customer. They can't just reject you. Oh, thank you so much, Obama. Thank you. And of course, will Obama ever have to lie in a hospital bed, calling an insurance company? What, wrong one. There it is.
Obama.
Obama will never have to. Joe Biden will never have to worry about insurance companies. The neoliberal Democrats will never have to worry about, gouging insurance companies. Oh no, we're not going to cover that surgery. I mean, we're talking about people who are like getting prepped for surgery, and then the insurance company says, "There it is," and then the insurance company says, "No, you try some aspirin." Have you tried aspirin? we're not going to pay for this until you've tried some aspirin for a year and then die. Oh, well, I guess that didn't work. And, you know, when Obama was debating health care, you know, he got in saying single-payer health care, talking about single-payer health care, hinting at single-payer health care. First thing he does is fills his cabinet with a bunch of fucking oligarchs. And the ACA debate immediately, and I remember this, takes it off the table. Single-payer. We're not even going to debate it. We're not even going to have a debate between private and public health care. It's all going to be private. You're welcome, billionaires. That was Obama. Then he dropped some bombs on some people for like 8 fucking years. And by the way, also the deporter in chief. Technically deporting more people than Donald Trump. Now, he doesn't know what he's doing. Infected ghost. He doesn't know what he's doing. Wanted to show you this video here because this is important. It's a tearjerker, right? This is the death of the American dream. You know, we got Donald Trump talking about we're going to bring jobs back to America. You know, it's all about America. America first. Ignore that America first is now the new Zeke Heil. I love how the government's repeating America first, which is literally Nick Fuentes' Nazi slogan for an all-white Christian America that would kick his ass out the second they take power. Oh, yeah, aren't you a Mexican? Oh, yeah, you don't belong here. Bye-bye, Nick Fuentes. Wait, but I love you. What? I did everything I could for you. Yeah, we don't care. It's all about white purity, right? Yeah, I love Hitler. Well, Hitler would be the first one to say you got to go. Nick, you know who Nick Fuentes' primary audience is? Black guys who hate themselves. Look it up. Look up the demographics. It's not just a bunch of pathetic people like Davey. It's black dudes who hate themselves. It's unbelievable. Anyway, this is the death of the American dream. They're lying to us. The goal, and Donald Trump doesn't even know this, but the goal of the Jeff Bezos, the Mark Zuckerbergs, is complete monopoly, total consolidation. They want to eliminate the concept of small businesses. Every bit of commerce goes through them. They have no interest whatsoever in any kind of competition. Tokens will get spent. I hope we don't see the day that the Nick Fuentes token is spent, because that really is, the final, consolidation. Like, they're firmly in power, and they're just kind of cleaning up at that point. Vivek Ramaswamy and all the rest of them. But if we do see that day, it'll be interesting. I've been betrayed. I've been betrayed by the white people that I worship. God. All right. Let's watch this.
This is Wyatt Gorski.
I'm a color buffer. I'm one of 2 people who do tubas in the United States. I'm probably the only one who does tubas and sousaphones. I love this job.
He works at Con Selmer over in Eastlake, but his dream job is being snatched from him.
I am the single person that can make that horn look perfect for.
I mean, I love this guy. He's literally the American dream personified. But he clearly loves his job, which, look, follow your dreams, okay? Buffing brass instruments is not exactly my idea of a dream job, but for him it is. But I need to call this out because I'm the realest motherfucker on planet Earth. You're not the only one that can buff an instrument. I'm sorry. I'm going to be that asshole because that's exactly who I am. You're not the only one who can buff an instrument. With that said, I love him. He's a great guy. He's literally the American dream personified. His job should be protected. He should be able to buff instruments for the rest of his life if he wants, right? Whatever it is, man. And it's being stolen from him. But I just wanted to point it out that he might have a slightly inflated sense of the importance of his job. With that said, you know, I'll drink a beer with him any day, and he can call me an asshole to my face, and I'll deserve it.
Make that horn look perfect for the kid who's going to play it.
On Wednesday, right before union negotiations, the company announcing they're closing the site.
Every person should have the kind of pride in their work as this man.
And moving operations to China. Gorski and his 150 coworkers left speechless.
Oh, and I think when the story is...
Andrew Tate is the gayest motherfucker on planet Earth. Andrew Tate is more gay than a butt plug being inserted in a man's asshole. My wife just went, what?
Written about this place. In the end, it will not be one of financial failure, but rather a moral failure.
And I totally agree with this statement here. It's a moral failure. People deserve jobs. People deserve, you know, a purpose.
Conn-Selmer is the last USA-made brass instrument manufacturer and the largest manufacturer of band and orchestra instruments in the U.S.
Right. So the last, you know, gone. The last semblance of an American industry shipped off to China. One more time.
China?
And what is China trying to do? Literally destroy our country. Literally. They want to destroy our country. They want to destroy the dollar. They want to make us into third worlders. That's a fact.
Interesting choice to make at a time when politicians across the country, including the president, are calling out corporations to bring manufacturing back to the U.S.
Don't say that name in my fucking chat. Don't say Hassan's name in my fucking chat. I am so sick and fucking tired of Hassan. I'm not even going to go there.
U.S.
This shouldn't have happened. We had the talent to save this. We gave suggestions. We've had meetings. You name it. We've said it.
So now what? As they wait for answers, Gorski says goodbye.
I mean, look, I will say this. That's a good-looking tuba. That's a good-looking tuba. Look, hey, look, it's Andrew Tate's asshole. Look at that. Isn't that something? But no, I just will say this. This is, that's a good-looking tuba right there.
To what he loves as he works on his last few instruments. The company planning to close the doors by summer.
Damn. That sucks, man. That fucking sucks, dude. I got a beautiful saxophone sitting right here that I haven't played in a long time. I'd love to let this man buff my saxophone. Clip that shit. Clip that shit up. So that's, you know, American dream dies again. This is what they want. Okay, yeah. So let me talk about this story here. Hold on. We got several bits and pieces of it here. Yeah, here we go. So this is ICE related. ICE chase woman to stranger's house. She calls police to tell her she has to give her up. This is a DoorDasher that was chased by ICE to this woman's house, you know, ordering a burrito or something. Do you think she ate the food? She let this person in her house to protect her. Do you think she's eating the food? You don't want to get cold. She's going through quite a lot of trouble to get it to her. Do you eat it? Do you eat the food? Look, I know we're calling the cops and I'm protecting you, but can I eat I'm hungry. Can I eat my food? So she calls the police. So ICE chase her to the fucking. They chase her to the fucking door. She lets this DoorDasher in to protect her. She calls the cops. This is in Minneapolis, by the way, right? Tim Walz. You got the governor saying, ICE, get the fuck out. This is bullshit. And yeah, this piece of shit, Tim Walz. And yeah, he is a piece of shit. I don't care that he's got a nice demeanor, a big smile. He's got no control over the police, which is the case for a lot of these liberal areas. The police departments are little islands of stone cold authoritarian fascism. They agree with Donald Trump. They don't want body cams. They don't want any accountability. They want to shoot and kill anybody that they desire without any transparency whatsoever. That's a good majority of the police in America. And neoliberals haven't done anything about it except hand them more money. Oh, sorry. Yes, sir. No, sir. Yes, sir. No, sir. I don't want to seem like I'm against the law. Instead of reining them in. Right? Because we're talking about governors. We're talking about mayors. We're talking about people that, are supposed to have control over the how the police, do their job. And they don't. Oh, I don't want to be seen as light on crime. Here's another $1 million. Police department shooting black people in the back. This has been happening for decades. Ask a black person how they think police have been treating them. Through Joe Biden, through Barack Obama. So Tim Walz, who has no control over his police, she calls 911 and they're like, you have to give her up. You have to let federal agents without a warrant into your house. Yeah, we got clips from that. We'll show it. At last minute, she refuses, orders agents off her property, which is her right. She says, I'm Native American. This goes against everything I stand for. Right? Let the fucking Gestapo in to kidnap a woman. They shot a woman yesterday. This is a quote from her. They shot a woman yesterday, and you have a hand on your gun. Get off my yard. This is to ICE. These are ICE agents. These are not cops. The woman filming was at home with her partner, an 18-month-old baby. Oh, partner, huh? Well, she's gay, so there you go. Boom, got her. ICE, according to Asmund Mold, ICE should have been able to shoot her square in the face. Well, she's gay. That means she's not American. With 3 more children at school. Goddamn. Don't Republicans worry about the population? Aren't they like the birth counts are low? They're going after mothers. You know how much of a pain in the ass having one kid is? Not quadruple that. Yeah, send ICE. Kidnap those people. No problem, Strategy. Welcome back. Police told her she would be charged with harboring a fugitive, even though ICE agents had no warrant. So that's what the cops are telling citizens. This is Tim Walz's Minnesota. Sorry, St. Paul, Minnesota. This is Tim Walz's police department doing whatever the hell they want, working hand in hand with the federal government. And then what does he do? He ignores all that and goes in front of the cameras and grandstands and wags his finger and sends strongly worded letters to everybody but the cops. Oh, but the cops are heroes. Cops are heroes. So here's what the woman had to say here. It's a 3-minute video. I have a hard time watching these videos, these like social media videos. I don't know. It's just my natural assholeness, I guess. But suffer along with me on this one. What she has to say is very important. So we're going to give her 3 minutes of our time. At least I am. You can go ahead and get back to your video game, whatever the hell you're doing.
I'm going to try to update you guys the best I can right now. My brain is shot. I just want to answer some questions that I can think of. And then another time when I'm actually processed what the fuck.
Well, in fact, it goes, fugitive used to mean someone who commits a crime and is running from the cops. Now it means anybody who dissents against the fascist dictatorship, which is how it always works. That's how it always works. Go to Russia, go to China, and disagree with them. And see how quickly you're called a terrorist, a foreign agent, a fugitive of the law. It's just how tyrannies work. They always adopt the language of social justice, of justice in general. They turn justice on its head. This is how it works. This is how a tyranny works. We're seeing it in real time. We're getting an education now, to the millions of millennials who have ignored all this their entire life, just wanting to live a happy life, talking about heckin' puppers. Well, this is your history lesson now. You know, you're getting caught up real fucking quick about what tyranny looks like, because, you know, while we were, you know, wearing pizza satchels and mustache tattoos on our finger, this kind of shit was happening in other countries that we were ignoring.
Just happened. I'll talk about it more. So, first and foremost, the lady is safe. I know a lot of you guys were wondering. She's safe. That's all I'm going to say, due to her safety. You know.
That's great. Hey, she succeeded. Cops telling her, let the brown shirts in. No warrant. You're harboring a fugitive. And why? And for all we know, ICE literally just saw a brown person in a car. That's all they. That's what the Supreme Court says. Kavanaugh, stop. Brown person alert. Brown person alert. Get him. According to St. Paul, Minnesota, that's now a fugitive, because they had the audacity to have a higher melanin count.
Person that they pulled out of the car was her husband. I didn't see this at the time because I was putting my groceries inside and I was at my table. So when she had already ran in my house, that's when they were taking her husband. But I didn't see. So I just assumed that it was her kid, because when I'd seen them in the car, she kind of looked.
So that's a pretty common thing you see with Door Dashers and Uber drivers and stuff like that. You know, they often, you know, have their spouse. Heaven forbid they have a loving relationship with their spouse. I couldn't imagine. It's not for me. I love my wife. I love my family. I'm not sitting in the car while you deliver groceries. Okay, I got shit to do. Okay, but some people actually love their spouse even more than I do, I guess. And they have the audacity to want to spend time with him. Look at the fucking rock, by the way. God damn, someone loves her. Look at that. It's got the little diamonds on the side, too. The big old fat one in the middle. Damn. I didn't spend enough of my wife's wedding ring. Jesus Christ, I need to fucking upgrade that bitch. Look at that.
Smaller. Anyways, I'll explain this another time. There was a group of people out there helping me, and I want to say thank you so much to those bystanders that show up, because honestly, I don't know if I could have done it without them. That was a really scary situation, and all I could think about was, if I don't open this door, there's a 50-50 chance that they're going to barge in here and shoot me in front of my child.
And that's what they want. That's coming soon. Come hell or high water, ICE will be given the right to barge into people's homes without a warrant. It's coming. It's only a matter of time.
So ultimately, that's what made me not want to open the door. And then when you have officers threatening you, that just scares you. And yeah, it's insane.
I mean, they only just murdered a similar aged lesbian woman 48 hours prior. No biggie.
And I don't think anyone will really understand how anyone feels until you're put in that position.
True. Yeah, it's very intimidating.
Anyways, enough about me. Going back to the lady.
It's very frightening. Yeah.
Her husband's name is Brandon Stephen Saenz. His last name is spelled S-A-E-N-C. Brandon Stephen Saenz. Probably saying the last name wrong, but that's how it's spelled. I asked someone that was there that day, because some people have been in contact with her for her safety reasons. I didn't want to be, just in case the less information I have, the better. So
true.
I just asked the person, is there anything, she wants to say to you guys that have watched what has happened? And she said, we have never committed crimes and are good people.
No, it's
and
impossible.
I think that one right there
They're
just
brown.
really fucking hurt.
That's brown. I mean, they're brown. So there you go.
Like, what the fuck?
Disqualified.
I don't know. I'm still in a lot of shock. So I don't know if I'll be posting as much. Maybe I just gotta process a lot of shit, and yeah, I just wanted to update you guys.
So look, get your shit together, collect yourself, and prepare to fight back when you're ready. That's the only solution. That's the only thing I would say to this woman. is that, yeah, it's stressful. You got a taste for tyranny. It's not going to go away if it's ignored. You can't run from it. Fight it. Your time is better spent trying to figure out how best you can contribute to the movement.
On her. But if you guys can find any updates about her husband, that would be great. We sent her an immigration lawyer. So, yeah, we are in contact with her and trying to definitely help her.
Right. And it might not be a bad idea to stay off social media. It's the most important thing is this right here. Just being another body in the crowd. Participating in a general strike, if possible, if you can. It's hard, though. People will get fired in a general strike. And if there's no foundation to cover people's finances in a general strike, that's a quick way to destroy that general strike. So I guess it's that time of the month again. Trump over here calls Putin an obstacle to peace. He says he's tired of his games until Putin calls him up and reminds him that he's got, compromat and that he's his best bud. And, hey, remember the Hillary Clinton Russiagate scandal? Remember that? And Donald Trump's like, oh, yeah, you're my buddy. Yeah, infected ghost. I think I saw that one. He was telling him off. Right, they scanned his face and put his ass through fucking Palantir and all that. But no, apparently President Donald Trump's becoming increasingly frustrated, yeah, sure, buddy, with Russian leader Vladimir Putin, and now sees him as a bigger obstacle to peace in Ukraine than Vladimir Zelensky. So, Vladimir Zelensky has played this situation as well as possible. Pretending to go along with Donald Trump's ridiculous peace plan, 20-point peace plan, coming to the table with concessions, but knowing full well that Vladimir Putin doesn't want any concessions, nothing. He wants the whole shebang, and this whole we just want peace. This is an anti-fascist, anti-fascist program, to defascistize the Ukraine, and we're trying to bring peace and security to the Ukraine. It's all a lie. He wants the entirety of Ukraine, and he's gonna he's gonna continue to build up his military might to potentially take pieces of Poland, a little piece of Poland, a little piece of France. It's very clear. We'll never get the truth from Vladimir Putin, from the Russian government. All we can get is interpretations. And experts who have spent their entire life monitoring Russia, studying Russia, have said this guy has, he has the desire to be an emperor. He has a very specific and twisted version of history that he's going off of. He wants to restore what he thinks is, used to be the Great Russian Empire. Considers himself to be another, Alexander the Great. His demands are maximalist. He wants it all. He wants all of Ukraine. He's not going to stop at the Donbass. He's not going to stop at Crimea. And Vladimir Zelensky has been able to leverage that. He's too fucking stupid, Putin. He's too fucking stupid to just lie and say, okay, yeah, sure, okay, yeah, we'll just stop at the Donbass. We'll just stop at Crimea. We'll just stop, at the rest of the chunk down there, below the Dnieper River. Oh, we'll just stop. Because that's all he needs to do is lie, which is something he's really great at. But his ego won't let him. No, you're going to give me everything. You're going to give me everything, and you're going to give me a kiss on the cheek for it. Right? Not only are you going to give me everything, but you're going to put in your constitution that you'll never join NATO. Vladimir Zelensky needs to step down, turn himself in, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You're going to give me everything. All he really needs to do is lie, but Vladimir Zelensky knows he isn't, and he's been able to play Donald Trump like a fool, pretending to go along with this stupid fucking 20-point peace plan. But we've seen this. This is like the fifth time I think like at least fourth or fifth time we've seen this. Donald Trump, okay, Putin, I'll give you 2 weeks. I'll give you 2 weeks to come to the table. I'll give you 2 weeks. Well, 2 weeks goes by and Putin doesn't change a fucking thing. And then he throws a little tantrum. He throws a little tantrum and makes a statement like this. Then they have a phone call and Putin reminds him, like, I don't know about the compromise. Because, like, Donald Trump is such a vain fool. It might just be buttery words, right? Like, oh, come on, we're buddies. We got a history together. I had your back during the Russiagate scandal. Remember Vladimir Zelensky and tried to, or was it Vladimir Zelensky? I think it was Vladimir. It was like very early in his presidency with the Hunter Biden thing, right? They were trying to get some money for the election or something to get the Hunter Biden laptop information. Like Ukraine, I don't know, did Ukraine even have it? But they were like, no, no, we're not going to do that. So it might literally just be that. Just like, hey, we're buddies, and, I like you, and you're a really nice guy, and you don't smell like, it doesn't even smell like you wear a diaper. No way. And then he goes, oh, yeah, that's right. And then he calls in Zelensky for another, you got to do what Vladimir Putin says. Remember the last one? We covered it live. Donald Trump over here talking about Putin wants the best for Ukraine. He just wants the best for Ukraine. Even, Zelensky couldn't help himself, like, smiling, like, what the fuck? Yeah, thank you, Infected Ghost. Yeah, he just wants Ukraine to succeed. And he believes that shit. Trump believes that shit. Because he's a fucking moron. So anyway, I don't suspect this is going to, because if he really meant any of this, he would order Elon to cut off Starlink for the Russians, which would be huge. He would be doubling down on sanctions instead of lifting sanctions. He'd be actually punishing some of Russia's allies instead of just doing some rhetoric against Turkey, et cetera, et cetera. He's not going to do any. And of course, he'd be sending more weapons and support, which he doesn't want to do either, to Ukraine. He doesn't mean any of this. It's just rhetoric. It's just literally a toddler having a fucking, blowing hot air. In Chinese, it's fap hey hey. So anytime my child is having like a tantrum, we say, oh, he's having a fap hey hey. That's exactly what Donald Trump is doing. He's just fap hey heying over here, blowing hot air. So we're going to keep this moving here. This is great. The on-the-ground journalist from Status Quo, I don't know his name. Sorry, I don't know your name. You're pretty awesome. Hard-ass motherfucker with a big set of nuts coming from Status Quo over here. But he had some things to say about how, what's happening on the ground versus how corporate media is going to be covering this. So I thought I'd play it for you.
I worked in corporate news for a while. I worked as a corporate local journalist. And I can tell you right now what the coverage of this event will look like on the evening news tonight. It'll be 45 seconds. It'll be an anchor just reading over that there were...
And by the way, what these protesters are doing, they heard that ICE is staying at this hotel, so that's why they're making a big noise and nuisance throughout the whole night. That's what we're seeing here.
Some people who made noise outside of a Hilton. It'll feature one soundbite from somebody in this crowd, and it'll feature one soundbite from someone who says that they didn't like the noise, or it'll feature a quick blurb, some of the Trump administration's propaganda to make it, quote-unquote, both sides. Yep. As if these hundreds and thousands of voices are in any way equal to just what one person in the White House has to say.
By the way, if you're just joining, you too can participate in these protests right here. They're happening, massive protests organized by Indivisible, the same people that organized the America's largest protests in history, the No Kings protest. So you can join in. It's a pretty safe mainstream protest here. You can join in on this today or tomorrow, happening throughout the entire weekend. You can join if you're interested. Check out the blob, or just type that shit into Google. Okay, this is happening everywhere across the nation. You can get in this. You can have fun. If you're a single guy, okay, this is where you need to be. Okay, this is where you need to be. Look at this guy. Even this guy with his fruity jacket is going to get laid tonight. Everyone gets laid at these things. I'm telling you, it's a big orgy.
As if to suggest that is a bit that this.
He's got ridiculous hair and an even more ridiculous coat, and the guy's going to get his dick wet. Okay, it's just how things work, folks. We're liberal heathens, and we just have crazy sloppy sex. Get your ass out there.
What is happening here is a 50-50 position. I hope it comes across through the camera.
I'm just going to lie to you.
The power of this collective group of voices are expressing right now the energy that is in the air. And not only do we try and center the voices of people and people-powered movements here at Status Quo, we don't take corporate funding. None. We are sustained thanks to individual donations. It's individual people giving us a few dollars here, a few dollars there, $5 a month to sustain the efforts that our small but mighty team is able to do here at Status Quo.
Right. So make sure you check out Status Quo. Real motherfuckers, okay, doing real journalism. You're not going to see Anderson Cooper out here. In fact, you see MSNBC and CNN and all the rest of them, buying footage from these guys because they're the only ones that are actually on the ground. You'll see, I saw CNN and MS Now, they get out there for 5 minutes, asking people, hey, are you going to riot? Is there a riot happening? Is this a riot? Are you doing a riot? Are you going to do a riot? And then they go back to their fucking, studio.
And I would put our journalism up against any other outlet with what we're able to do with that people-built power.
Right. They're doing a great job, Status Quo. And if you want, where do I donate? How do I, who do I support? I don't want to support the Red Cross because of politics and blah 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 blah. Put your money towards Status Quo. It's a great place to put your money. We're going to keep that one up too. We got the blop. The motherfucking blop. The blip blop. So this was just funny. I think this is like an Onion thing or something. NRA accidentally forgets to rise up against tyrannical government. An embarrassed National Rifle Association says it totally forgot to do the one thing it's been saying for years. It's solely there to do. Right? So, I mean, these guys, they wouldn't shut up about it. Tyranny, tyranny, tyranny. That's why your kids got to have to die in a school shooting, so that I can protect myself from a tyrannical government. And then tyrannical government shows up and they're like, oh, hell yeah, that's great. Hell yeah, brother. I love tyranny. It was never about liberty. It was never about it's the only thing it's about their version of tyranny. It's about implementing a white nationalist Christian theocracy. Christopher Hitchens talked about this all the time. These people are hypocrites. They're pedophiles. They're deviants. They lie to themselves just as much as they lie to others. It was never about protecting the Constitution, the rule of law. It was always about embracing their extremely specific form of tyranny that they intentionally misidentify as freedom. So remember that next time a school shooting happens. Might be one happening right now. Remember that next time one of these chumps with a little gun collection starts talking about tyranny. Remember who they are, what they actually support when it came down to it. It's the weekend? Oh, yeah. Good point. Wait till Monday for your next school shooting, and then the next conservative at the fucking Waffle House at the Denny's wants to talk about Well, I need my guns to protect myself from tyranny. Oh, I need my guns. I need my guns. Remind them who they are. And then they'll shoot you. Yeah, no, and they're going to call our resistance. They call this tyranny. They call this authoritarianism. It goes right back to Sartre. Yeah, exactly, crawling thing. But it goes right back to Sartre. They know they're misinterpreting language. They know that they're hypocritical. They know all these things. They don't care. They do not care. Okay? And that, in a way, and I've said this before, you'll be hearing me say it throughout the day, in a way that makes things very easy for us. They're going to call us terrorists, domestic terrorists, right? That's what they called Rachel Good. Before they even knew the story, she was a domestic terrorist. So it makes things very easy for us. Now, does that mean we fall into the trap of violence? Does that mean we just embrace anarchy and go completely nuts? And not you know what I mean by anarchy, not the you know what I mean. I should find a different word. But they're gonna call us these things anyway. They called the BLM protests riots. Less than 10% of the protests turned into something that you could consider a riot. That doesn't matter. They called January 6th, a tourist event. They don't care. They don't care, and that makes things very, very easy for us. Because there's only one direction to go in. That's against them. There's no debate to be had here. There's no discussion to be had. You're not violating their free speech by shutting them down and giving them the flush, okay? They need to be defeated politically, and that's our only choice. Because sensible people would rather have a discussion, agree to disagree, and then let democracy figure it out. They're not interested in that. They're not. They want to strip us of our democracy. We see Republicans wholeheartedly full support of gerrymandering and electioneering, stealing, injecting partisan politics into our Justice Department. They're not interested in democracy. That makes it even easier for us. There's no debate to be had, only discussion about how to defeat them. That's the only thing you should be spending time on. Next time someone, one of these right-wingers comes up and starts, asking you for the definition of fascism, leave the conversation and have a conversation with somebody about, okay, how are we going to organize around them? How are we going to defeat them? How long is it going to, how do we participate in a general strike? Okay. They get a sexual kink. They get sexual pleasure out of hearing you beg for reason, out of hearing you demand sanity. They get sexual sadistic pleasure out of hearing you beg for common sense. That's how sick these people are. And if you don't believe me, go watch Asmund Goldstream. He's getting off on this. He's getting off on liberals screaming for sanity. Thinks it's really funny when we beg for reason and democracy. They think it's really fucking funny. As they crush us under their foot, they think our cries and screams of agony are hilarious. That's who we're dealing with. And that makes it really easy for us. It really does. Yeah, crawling thing. I mean, it's, I'm not advocating for throwing rocks and whatnot, but it is interesting, the mentality, because police in the UK, well, when they're not arresting people for holding up a Palestine action sign and implementing a digital ID system. And by the way, Keir Starmer signing a contract with Palantir. So, but the UK, the police have been, from the ground up, trained in a completely different way. De-escalate, maintain order. But don't you worry, Crawling. It's coming to you. You're not safe because you're in the UK. It's coming to you. Keir Starmer just signed a massive contract with Palantir. Where's the protests? Huh? Couple people outside of Downing Street? Right? Your prime minister just signed a contract with fascistic, straight up fascistic techno, what do they call themselves? Techno nationalist or some shit like that? People who firmly believe we are scum, that we deserve to be chipped like cattle, literally. And Keir Starmer signed a contract with that company to monitor you. That's what a Labor Party does now. Works with American fascists to implement their fascistic software to further subvert your ability to have an opinion. That's what's happening in the UK. So don't think you're above it. Don't think you're protected from it. It's coming to a motherfucking, pub near you. You're absolutely wrong. You're absolutely wrong. If you've already been defeated. If that's what you think, you're already defeated, and the empire cheers on your apathy. If that's what you believe, you're already dead. There's a simple 3-step program to get us out of this problem. It's called nonviolent direct political action. Step 1, we inform ourselves, which is what we're doing right now. Step 2, we sign up and show up to protest, which are happening right now. And then step 3, we make this a lifestyle. We put in the work. We ask ourselves every single day, every single week, every single month, what am I doing for the movement? How am I helping? Because if people were to agree with you, then they've already won. And they're already slaves. Makes things pretty easy, doesn't it? These oligarchs have made things really easy for us. Fight or die. It's just that simple. So this is Reddit once again censoring, but the headline's still up here. ICE is deployed to Jonathan Ross's house to help him move out. His sister exposed his white supremacy on Facebook. So this was actually filled with a bunch of pictures of various evidence of ICE assisting Jonathan Ross to move. Now, I guess, he's been doxxed. They think somehow we're not going to be able to find out where he lives. Not that it really matters, because it's not like we're ICE and we're going to kick down his door, burn his house down or whatever. We would just probably do some protests outside of his house, right? But they're, covering all this up. There's probably a bunch of evidence. They're probably the main goal of this is to cover up all the evidence that it was basically premeditated murder. So it's just part of the cover up, and it's like, okay, they're going to continue to kill and shoot people. Are they going to be able? Do they have the resources to do this for every single murderer? No, it's eventually going to get out of hand. Well, Crawling thing, so you got a taste for it. Are you a tourist or are you an activist? It's a lifestyle. It's not a hobby. So what do you say, Crawling thing? Are you a tourist or are you an activist? Which is it? Are you dead or do you strive for liberty and freedom? Which one is it? I'm glad that you've gotten a taste for it. Is that enough? It is not. This shit's a lifestyle. And it sucks. I'm not telling you it's easy. I'm not telling you it's fun sometimes. Do you think these people don't have better things to do with their lives? This is the fight they have brought us. And if we refuse to take on this challenge, We have already lost. And it gets way worse. It gets way worse. The freak that owns Palantir literally wants to chip us. They don't need to put a chain around your collar, literally. They put a fucking computer chip in you. You know what China has started doing to people? Extracting money directly from their bank accounts if they participate in wrongthink. Oh, you're not being patriotic enough. Money. It does not stop until your any autonomy whatsoever, any liberty has been stripped. It doesn't stop no matter how hard you call for common sense. If we have acquiesced, and the majority of us have acquiesced, it doesn't stop until they have complete and total control. I'm talking forced breeding. I'm talking you're not allowed to eat and drink certain things. You're not allowed to have vices. Everything for the benefit of the empire. You are a cog, and you need to embrace it. This is their attitude. This is Palantir's attitude. And the neoliberals, like the Labor Party, are far too weak to push back against it. They are the acquiescers. They are the ones who have given up. Welcome back, Seneca. Welcome back, Ponder Monkey. Moving on. So real quick, just want to show you this meme. Right? Renee Good, she should have complied. Big smirk. Ashley Babbitt, she's a victim. Most justified police shooting I've ever seen in my life. literally breaking into the fucking Capitol with the intention of kidnapping or potentially murdering U.S. politicians. Most justified shooting I've ever seen in my fucking life. And by the way, the amazing restraint of the police waiting until the absolute last second. She was breaking through the final barrier to get to these people. Renee Good over here. I'm not mad at you, bro. It's all good. I'm not mad at you. Clearly steering away from the guy. Fucking bitch. After he blasts her in the face. Psychopath chanting to hang Mike Pence and hang Nancy Pelosi with a fucking Trump flag wrapped around her neck. Shot in the neck at the last fucking second. She's the victim. She should have complied. It goes back to Sart. They know they're hypocrites. They know they're absurd. They are hammers looking for nails. Their conclusion is premeditated. No amount of debate, no amount of pleading changes their mind. They're heartless sociopaths, good chunk of the time. And like I said, some of them get a sexual kink out of your begging and pleading for common sense. They think it's really fucking funny. This is who we're dealing with. Welcome back, Chilinja. Gonna talk about this here. Donald Trump, Project 2025, and Russell Vogt have succeeded in killing PBS. For a long time, decades now. Rush Limbaugh talked about this. They've wanted to kill PBS, the right-wing fascists, the right-wing authoritarians. They've wanted to kill PBS, and they have succeeded. And, I've talked about this. They don't need to pass a law. They don't need a constitutional amendment, right? Because, Congress is, all this stuff is supposed to be funded by Congress. Just real quick on Crawling's, comments about reform. Yes, people don't know what they want. And this is the goal of the activist, right? This is why Zoran Mamdani has been so successful. He said, I'm going to make positive change. And he said, well, and he was asked, how come you're a terrorist communist? And he said, I want to make positive change. Over and over and over and over and over again. I want to make positive change. It's the left needs to understand populism. The left needs to embrace populism. Couldn't be more clear than it ever was that Labor Party and the neoliberals who reject populism in favor of status quo corporatism do not have the answers, do not have the right language to reach out to the people who are supporting reform, right? To use the right language to get them on board. What is Keir Starmer's solution? Just embrace racism. Embrace the anti-immigrant rhetoric that we've seen from reform. Crawling think he's going to vote for reform. He's going to vote for reform. He's not going to be voting Labor. And, if you're lucky, he'll have enough sense to vote for the Greens. But there's a good chance he's going to vote for reform. Now, I recall asking you a question earlier, Crawling. Are you a tourist or are you an activist? Changing your dad's mind, you might as well talk to a wall. Okay? And, God bless you for trying. And I don't think you should stop trying. You should let your dad know that supporting reform is going to destroy your future. It's like Brexit 2.0. This is that literally used to be called the Brexit Party. So go ahead, talk to your dad until your fucking throat gets sore. But are you a tourist or are you an activist? That's the only way forward. Show your dad through your actions that you mean business, that, you're going to die for this shit. This is the only way out of this. Let your dad know, I'm going to die for my freedom that you're trying to strip from me. You're killing me by voting for a tyrannical, fascistic organization that has proven itself to be racist and doesn't know a goddamn thing about economics. These are people that still defend Brexit to this day, spreading lies about how London has been taken over by brown people. Show him with your actions. If you don't like, oh, I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. You've already lost. That's the attitude of a loser. That's the attitude of someone who has been co-opted. Absorbed, subsumed by the empire, by the oligarchy. Anyway, back to PBS here. I have one more comment to make after we watch this, but this is PBS telling us, yep, they're out of money. The federal, Russell Vought cut their funds, nihilized. That's a good word. I like that. But this is PBS saying, oh, we lost. What happened to asking us for money, by the way? All right, the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, like they don't get any more federal money, and that's it. Boom, lock it up. We're done. They voted to dissolve themselves. You're not going to run from this, man. I'm trying to get, Canadian citizenship here. I'm not going to escape this. Motherfucker wants to invade Canada. I'm in Vancouver right now. That's like the number one city. No offense, Ottawa. Toronto. I'm not running from this. Nobody's running. This is global. This is a global fascistic movement. So are you a tourist or are you an activist? That's the only thing you need to ask yourself. Have I acquiesced? Am I already dead? Or do I want to see a better future for myself, my potential kids? Do I want to see, even though my dad's a fucking idiot, do I want to see him retire with, health care and everything that he needs to retire comfortably? Or do I want to see my dad in the fucking gutter? Because he had the audacity to not be a rich guy and can't afford his health care. These are the decisions that we make every single day. Every single day we make these decisions. Do we fight or do we die? Every single day we make that fucking decision with our actions. Anyway, here's PBS just giving up. They got a whole infrastructure for begging for money. No, we give up. We're done.
We want to note a change for us here at PBS News.
Due to federal budget cuts, we've had to make the difficult decision to rework our staffing and programming. And this Sunday, our PBS News Weekend team will sign off the air. PBS News Weekend anchor John Yang is here with us now. And John, we're going to miss you so much. Thank you. Doesn't even begin to cover it. You and the team have done incredible storytelling and covered major breaking news every weekend.
That's right. Weekend after weekend, you and the team brought such rigor and heart and care to the stories that you covered. You will be deeply missed, and we are deeply grateful for all of your work.
Jeff, thank you very much. And Jeff, you know what this is like. You sat in the chair I occupy now, the founding anchor of this program. This has been a lot of.
And what is, if you've heard the rhetoric from Reform, that's exactly their goal, Crawling, is to destroy the BBC. As pathetic and disgusting and fucking, riddled with problems as it is and biases as it is, they want to destroy it. Why? Because information is anthenema. I know I'm not saying that correctly, but information is the destruction of fascism. Information is the destruction of ignorance. So if you have a free and open source, somewhat free in the case of the BBC, but they want to go after it. They want to destroy it. They understand the power of information. They understand the power of journalism.
News on weekends. I can think back to the October 7th attacks in Israel, the first assassination attempt on President Trump, President Biden dropping out of the presidential race. And this is, as I like to call it, the small but mighty team that handled all these stories week in and week out. We're proud of the creativity, the dedication they brought to each and every segment week in and week out. I'll be leaving PBS News at the end of the month as I step back from full-time work, but I'm delighted to say that many members of this team will be sticking around. They'll be producing some exciting new programming that you'll be seeing in the coming days and coming weeks, and so we thank them and look forward to that.
Huge thank you to you and the team, John.
It's a remarkable crew.
So look, I got to. Okay, Jesus Christ. Okay, I got to point this out. Even in total defeat, these guys are still towing the status quo line. And this has been the problem with elements like BBC and PBS. Because they do have a bias. They have a corporate bias. They have a status quo bias. They have a nationalism bias. It's not fair to say BBC are like true unbiased journalists, and BBC as well. They had a status quo bias. I mean, you're talking about, look, you got David Brooks up here. David Brooks over here talking about how this motherfucker's in the Epstein files. And he goes, oh, yeah, well, a lot of people knew Epstein. Okay, moving on. And and PBS acquiesced. Their loyalty to neoliberalism has brought them nothing. Nothing. And this is what you get when you half-ass journalism. Motherfuckers like me and Christopher Hedgens and so many other, Amy Goodman have been talking about this. This is, your loyalty doesn't mean shit. And this is what you get for being soft on the empire, soft on the oligarchy, both sidesing, like it's a fucking religion, both sidesing. Oh, well, yeah, I know Donald Trump's a scary fascist, but, Obama wore a tan suit once. There's a reason why people are like, oh, that's sad, and then they move on when they hear about this. Because I've been, I've been saying this, ever since I've been watching news. Like, I mean, PBS, they'll cover stories, but they lie by omission. They have a corporate news bias. But I'm going to miss Sesame Street, But what did their allegiance to the status quo get them at the end of the day? What did their allegiance get them? Nothing. They wanted to destroy you all the same. That both sidesing that BBC and PBS did throughout their entire existence, what did it get them? The fucking axe. Because the only thing tyrants want to hear is their bubble. That's the only thing tyrants and authoritarians want to hear. Is their own version of reality. Anything less is tyranny. Anthanema? How do you say that? No. No. Yeah, okay. Anthenema? How do you say that properly?
Anathema.
Anathema. Anathema. Anathema. Anathema. Something or someone that one vehemently dislikes. Right. The truth is anathema to the right-wing conservative movement. God.
Anathema.
I swear to God, I'm sober. It's good, it's really good to know that I'm just an idiot. It has nothing to do with marijuana. I'm just a moron. It's good to know. I used to be able to blame marijuana for being an idiot. No, it's just me. That's good. Good to know. I don't believe you're sober. I'm sober as fuck, dude. Anathema. Anathema. Sober and hating it. If you say so, boss. Comments like that are going to make me want to smoke weed again. So you shut the hell up. Anathema. I am anathema to weed. Okay. We're going to watch something that's going to piss you off. Because I know it pissed me off. A little community note. I'm not a tourist. I'll keep going to protests with my press markers. I keep making powers. Excellent. Thank you, Crawling Live. Thank you. Whoops, wrong button. Wrong button. Thank you. Thank you.
China?
Thank you very much. Have a China on me. It's a lifestyle. It's a lifestyle. And tell your dad, hey, I'm going to this protest. You want to come with me? Yeah, we're going to protest against reform. We're going to try to vote, we're going to try to vote the Greens in instead of reform. You want to come with me? And let him know that his support of reform is what's destroying your future. Let him know that you think that supporting reform is equal to supporting the destruction of my future, his son. Right? Let him know that. Can I get a reverb fart? Yes, of course you can. Yeah, no, what the hell? They're not even going to let fart in the goddamn... What's the problem here? What? Come on, Jeff Bezos. I don't fart. I am Jeff Bezos and I don't fart. That's a dirty word. Okay. Jeff Bezos doesn't fart. He got some kind of surgery. All right. This is a clip from Destiny, and he does these. I don't know how he does this. He does these fucking debates. Look at these fucking losers. Look at these fucking losers that he does this debate with. Okay, what the fuck? But we got Enrico Tarrio here, January 6er, organizer for January 6. Yeah, no, you know, the Forsen comments that was actually really refreshing as well. This guy's mainly apolitical, but he does speak out, and it's nice to hear him speak out for common sense. So we will play this. I saw this as well in my morning news crawl. But we got all these fucking losers. And I wanted to show you this to point out how pointless it is, right? We go back, you know, like I said, this is the quote of the day. It's all about SART. Do not waste your time. The more you spend of your time talking to them, they consider that a victory. Because instead of you spending your time fighting against them, they're wasting your time, right? It's a distraction technique. It's a technique to further divide and conquer. And are a lot of them aware of that? Probably not. But that's what's happening here. They have weaponized themselves. They have turned themselves into weapons against free speech. And do you have a debate with a gun? Do you have a debate with a knife? Right? As it's being used against you? Do you plead for mercy from a gun as the bullet leaves its chamber? Is that going to work? No, it is not. It's the same thing here. You don't have a debate with a weapon. You try to defeat the weapon. You put your energy into defeating the weapon. You don't plead for mercy. You don't plead for sanity. You defeat the weapon. That's your only choice. And I just wanted to get you a little sample of what it's like to try and, you know, I'm not saying, you know, Destiny's like the most honest actor here, but I'm not, you know, but this is what it's like to try to have a conversation, you know, a sensible, open, somewhat open conversation, right? Trying to debate in the what is it, the realm of ideas or whatever they say. Because that's what they, you know, that's how they've weaponized themselves. And they've weaponized free speech. What, bro? I just want to have a debate, bro. What? Look at the left. The left doesn't want to have a debate with me. And then of course you either debate them and they claim victory, or you go, I'm not wasting my time with you, and they claim victory. There is no scenario ever, and this is what Sart was talking about. There is no scenario where through facts or context or even really, really good insults, do they walk away with their mind changed? Ever. In fact, the only argument that I've heard that makes any sense whatsoever to speak to these fucking freaks is to try to convince their audience. Okay? And, like, I guess somebody has to do this. Someone has to swim in the sewer with these fucking people. And Destiny, you know, he gets a kick out of this. He likes doing this. He's a deviant, truly. He likes this. So he's you know, someone's got to do this. So thank you to Destiny for showing us this. But that's the lesson we need to take from this. You don't have a debate with a weapon about how it's going to kill you.
Absolutely, and she was forced the entire way. I heard there were 3 Antifa people that carried her all the way to the front of that protest.
Talking about Ashley Babbitt and January 6th.
and they were all
Never
pushing
said
her through
that.
that
Red
window.
herring.
That's
Like,
crazy,
you
bro.
wanna
That's
attack the memory
insane.
and shit,
How many
you have to know the
Antifa?
full
It's so
story.
crazy that we've got thousands of different angles of video footage and everything else, and the best thing you could do is this Zach dude and Ray Epps. It's crazy how many instigators there were that just aren't on camera for some reason.
Right. So they're making the absurd claim that it was Antifa, that, you know, and we know it's absurd. It's just beyond absurd. They know it. Never believe that an anti-Semite are completely unaware of the absurdity of their replies. They know it. They have weaponized themselves. Absurdity comes with the fucking package. It's not a glitch. It's a feature. They know it.
That's fucking wild. It's crazy that Enrique Tarrio here never mentioned anything about an instigator forcing the Proud Boys to go there. Isn't that kind of weird? It's kind of crazy, huh?
We can address the Antifa thing. You can stop freaking out, and I can address the Antifa thing. Landon Copeland, an Antifa member, he actually gave a signed confession saying there were hundreds of Antifa there that he met with before.
Who?
Some schmuck signed a confession saying that there were hundreds of Antifa there. Ludicrous. Absurd. Absurd, and he knows it. He knows it.
No, who the fuck asked, retard? This has nothing to do with what we're talking about. She tried to climb through the window on her own. We can all see it on fucking video footage. Nobody's pushing her fat retarded fucking ass through the fucking window. You're retarded.
And you see that, and he just blah 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 blah. Right? Just in the same way that a gun makes noise, regardless of whether you ask it to be quiet. Blah 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 blah. He's not listening. La 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 la. I'm a weapon. I'm a weapon. I don't listen to reason. They call it a debate when really it's just a demand to acquiesce. It's a demand that you acquiesce to tyranny. It's an attempt to divide and conquer. Because, like I said, while we're having some meaningless debate, talking to a wall, we could be talking to each other about how to defeat them, about how to further unify instead of divide. And that's what they really don't want. They'll do anything in their power to prevent that.
Retarded. Sorry. Done. You're done. Sub 80 IQ. Mute him.
Was she more dangerous than the woman driving the car?
I want to give.
Is she more dangerous than the woman driving the car? You mean the woman who was crawling through the window with the desire to kidnap or kill a U.S. politician? Was she more dangerous than the woman who was steering away from ICE and saying, I'm not mad at you, bro? They know they're absurd. They know this. And if we fall into Destiny's trap here, and he's doing it for entertainment, he's doing it for the clicks. But if we all follow Destiny and his actions, it is the death of our movement. It is the death of our movement. And it's like someone from like 100 fucking years ago or whatever was doing the same thing. He was having the Destiny debates, his equivalent. And he was like, it's impossible. It's impossible to talk to these people. They're not interested in debate. They don't want to. The anti-Semites have a right to play. They even like to play with discourse. For by giving them ridiculous reasons, they discredit the seriousness of their interlocutors. They delight in acting in bad faith, since they seek not to persuade by sound argument, but to intimidate and disconcert. It is a divide and conquer tactic. It is not a debate. A debate leads to a conclusion. One person was right, one person was wrong. One viewpoint is right, one viewpoint is wrong. That's a debate. And if you press them too closely, they will abruptly fall silent, loftily indicating by some phrase that the time for argument is over. And that's what we just saw with the whatabouting Rachel Good. Oh, well, what about Rachel Good trying to kill the cops? There is never a good point or time. And if you have someone in your life who's one of these people, tell them, this is what I tell them. I'm going to do everything I can in my power to defeat you. And then goodbye. I'm going to do everything I can to defeat you politically. I'm going to do everything I can, man. You're not going to stop me. It didn't work. You're a weapon. You're not going to kill me. You're not going to silence me. You're not going to try to convince me that I'm somehow, gaslight me into thinking that my actions are somehow anti-American or terroristic. Okay. With that said, we need at least one Destiny to wade through the ocean of shit, to at the very least show us how pointless it is. And he's monetizing this. But if we all turn into a bunch of Destinies, we are defeated. Because this is what they want. Endlessly debating semantics, endlessly debating nonsense, absurdities. Absurdities. That's what they want the left to spend their time doing. We can't allow it to happen. Forsen is going to say something that's correct, but he's not taking the next step. He's going to go back to his little playland. He's going to go back to his little video games and forget about the rest of the world. He's a tourist, Forsen. Because this person, this arrested development man-child named Forsen, who is going to say something correct and I agree with, he's not going to turn activism into a lifestyle. He's not going to tell the tens of thousands of people that watch him to participate in activism. He's one of the, effort, I don't want to, that's lame. I don't want to embarrass myself by trying too hard. I'm just going to keep to myself. I'm just going to play my video games. Let the donos roll in. Okay, that's he's defeated. Forsen, what we're looking at with Forsen is a defeated man. He's willing to acknowledge reality, which is more than XQC and Asmongold and the rest of those fucks that we just saw. But he is ultimately defeated because he doesn't take it to the next level. He's got, check it out, he's got time, he's got clout, and he's got money. So you know what that means? He doesn't have an excuse to not fight back. He should be telling his audience of lazy gamers, enough is enough. Get in the fucking streets. Enough is enough. Figure out how you want to fight back. But he doesn't. He's going to sit here and he's going to acknowledge the reality that tyranny is happening right in front of him and then go back to his little video games. I'm not political. I'm not political. That is a defeated man. And that's exactly what the oligarchy wants. The oligarchy's okay. China's okay if you have an opinion that disagrees with them, right? And you make a little comment on social media that's immediately deleted. They're not too stressed about that. They're only worried about people that are movers and shakers. They're only worried about people that are actually going to create change. Forsen is a defeated man. He could be a champion. He could be a fighter. But he'd rather jerk off and play video games while acknowledging the reality of tyranny. Which, in my opinion, is almost as pathetic as these Nick Fuentes clones. To know that there's tyranny right outside your front door, but to intentionally ignore it and go back to your own little pleasures. Pretty fucking pathetic. I don't know why. I could not tell you why people enjoy this man's content. I've seen him. It makes me want to fucking go to sleep. It makes me want to take a little nappy. I don't get it at all. Like 30 minutes straight of silence as he's playing his little video game. Oh, bro, dono, donate to that, gonna donate to that. So I have no idea why people watch this man. I'll never understand it. But if you got money and you got time and you got, most importantly, clout, okay, you got people listening to you, then you have an obligation if you fucking care. And that's the thing, he doesn't. He cares enough to call this out for what it is, and thank you for doing that. It's not enough. Not in this time, not in this age, not now. It's not enough. How hard would it be for this fucking, pizza roll eating fucking virgin to burp into the mic, hey, maybe we should do something about this. Hey, if you're a fan of me, maybe, here's one organization you can donate to. Here's one organization. Yeah, okay. Hey, if you like me, if you respect me and respect my opinion, maybe support an organization that I support as well with my millions of dollars. Join me. How hard would that be? Then get back to your Arc Raiders stream. Your fucking 8-hour, 12-hour long Arc Raiders streams. Clicking away as the fucking world burns right outside your front fucking door. Yeah, that's a problem. I hope someone fixes it. So, thank you once again for saying the truth, Forsen here, but it's not a fucking enough. Not now.
Ramming or about to ram.
Stop watching left-wing propaganda version of this. There's a chest cam vid from the officer that shows him getting hit by the car.
He does get hit by the car because he walks in front of the car and leans forward trying to get the perfect kill shot on the woman. So he's done this before. Did you know that this was such a problem within the DHS, Department of Homeland Security, that this was such a problem where cops would intentionally put themselves in danger, that they had to change their rule book specifically to talk about it and specifically to tell them not to? And he's already done this as an ICE agent. He already did this. They intentionally put themselves in front of the vehicle, and then that gives them the legal right to execute. Right? It's literally the South Park meme about the animals, right? They're coming to get us. They're coming to get us. Watch out. They're coming to get us, right? And then they pull out the military weaponry and blow up Bambi. It's the same exact fucking thing. And the body cam footage, all that does is further confirm that she was turning her wheel all the way away from him.
It doesn't matter what camera you're showing. No one is getting hit by the car. And
which is, look, I'm seeing a lot of leftists saying this. He wasn't hit. He wasn't hit. He was hit. He was hit because he moved in front of the fucking vehicle and leaned forward, trying to get the perfect kill shot. Let's just keep it to reality, leftists, or, apathetic fucking mounds of oatmeal like Forsen. Let's keep it fucking real.
Even if you are in the way of the car.
Disagree, Aggie Time. Couldn't disagree more. That's not what MLK would say. That's not what Gandhi would say. We need to get violent. No, we need to get out there. We need to be present, and we need to double down on our nonviolence. We are not going to win this without the moral high ground. So you keep your fucking agitating. Fucking, what's the word? Provocateur. Keep your provocateuring to your fucking self. Because no, we don't need to get violent. We need to double down on nonviolence. But we need to be out there.
He's standing half a meter in front of it. Even if it was right in front of it, he survives easily, right? It takes less time to get the fuck out of the way than it is to shoot, aim, and fire, especially if you're thinking actively about.
I agree with being ready to defend yourself. And I'm going to show you a clip, if I can get to it, of the Black Panthers doing just that. I disagree with your previous statement that we need to get violent. Because there's a big difference between preparing to defend yourself and getting violent. And that difference is critical. That difference is so important. If we lose the moral high ground, we've already lost.
Getting the fuck out of the way.
Great, and now back to your fucking video game, you fucking loser. Back to your fucking video game. Back to your comfortable little life. How about you spend 45 fucking seconds to tell your loser audience to get out in the fucking streets, to embrace activism, to fight back. Look at this motherfucker. He's got all the time in the fucking world. Look at okay, these aren't even video games. These are literally just icons of his face. Okay, whatever. It's not enough to just acknowledge the reality of tyranny and then back to your little creature comforts. It's not enough. If you have money, if you have time, if you have clout, you do not have an excuse. Happy hobo. This is how he sees himself, huh? Just minding your own business. Just minding your own business. I don't fucking think so, dude. So thank you once again to Forsen for acknowledging reality. Now kick it up a notch. Take it to the next fucking level. Stop embracing apathy and teaching your audience that that's the right path through your actions. You got to show your audience through your actions that we can have a better world if we fucking fight for it. Oh, I don't want to. I'm not political. I don't want to. That's awkward. I don't want to be awkward. You know what's awkward? Letting Palantir chip your ass. Letting a tyrannical government, take money directly from your bank account. You know what's awkward? Fucking Keir Starmer implementing digital ID and arresting people for holding up a sign that says Palestine Action. That's pretty fucking awkward. Letting ICE kidnap and murder people in our streets. That's pretty fucking awkward. I'm so sick and tired of these fucking virgin incels and their religion of apathy. Oh, well, just keep to myself. Oh. Yeah, while the fucking fascists kill and enslave us, you keep to yourself. Like a good little dog. This is not how men act. Okay? It's not masculine. It's not alpha. This is cucked beta behavior. I'm okay being a cuck. Then you're a fucking pathetic whelp. And you make me sick. Thought I'd show this clip here. Sean Hannity from Fox News, desperate to vilify protesting, right? And they will do this regardless. They will do this regardless. This movement so far has been the epitome of peaceful. Not a single Wendy's burnt down. Not a single iTunes store broken into. And they're desperate to make this into a riot, into anti-American activity. They're going to do this regardless. Now, does that mean we embrace violence, as someone said in the chat before? No. We double down on nonviolence. We do have to prepare ourselves to defend ourselves, though, because they will take it to the next level. As we just saw. We just saw a federal agent who was trained for 5 seconds murder a woman, and then they have the audacity to call her a terrorist. They will continue to push us into a corner. They will continue to use violence against us. And they'll vilify us. They'll say we're anti-American. That's always the plan. And we have to break through. We have to know that what we are doing is morally correct. And but we have to be moral through this. We can't lower ourselves to the pedophiles level and start making excuses. We have to do everything that is humanly possible to keep the moral high ground. Only and until they are literally slaughtering us everywhere we go do we have the right to use violence to defend ourselves. It is an extremely high threshold. It has never, ever in the history of mankind ever been easy to push back against empire. They always use violence against us. It always requires sacrifice to defeat them. Always. There's no way to defeat these MAGA fascists without some of us getting hurt. That doesn't mean we have to like it. That doesn't mean, we have to acquiesce to it. But we have to be smart and strategic about what we do in response to it. We have to. They want us to start killing ICE agents. This is what they want. They want that excuse to just knock on you. Oh, you're a leftist. Knock on your door, you're arrested. They want Russia. Sean Hannity wants Russia in America. Any dissenters, anybody that disagrees with the fucking government, lock them up. Anti-American, lock them up. Black person, lock them up. And frankly, they will do it anyway. But it makes it all the more difficult if it's absurd when they do it. If we give them the fuel they need, it makes achieving our goals as a leftist movement all the more difficult. Aggie Time, yes. I literally call Zoran Mamdani the template. He is the template. Okay, where's my template? Right there. Zoran Mamdani is the template for the Democratic Socialist movement, for the progressive leftist movement. He is how we succeed. Who is Zoran Mamdani? He's patriotic. He loves his country and he loves his state. He's educated. He knows what he's talking about and he's confident in that. And the third, he's tenacious. He doesn't back down like your average neoliberal. He fights back knowing that what he is fighting for is true and righteous. Zoran Mamdani is the exactly who we need to be and exactly who we need to be emulating. Another fella that's pretty good, this Graham Chapman fella. I think that's his name. I hope he wins. Kat Abu Ghazala. Really giving me positive vibes from Kat Abu Ghazala. I tell you one thing that you don't do. You don't emulate a Forzen. That's not going to get us to victory. A high score in Arc Raiders isn't going to get us to a democratic liberation. We're not going to get regulation on Palantir unless we get in the fucking streets. The neoliberal organization, so-called Democrats, have fully embraced Palantir and surveillance. I remember Dianne Feinstein during the Obama era talking about how she was offended that intelligence agencies were looking at, her information, but voting for the police state, expanding the police state. It's okay for citizens. It's not okay for me, though. Can't use that against me. It's okay to use it against the plebs, though. That was supposedly a liberal advocating for that. And what do we see right now with Keir Starmer and fucking Mark Carney? Embrace the police state. Yeah, we got the Jesse Ventura clip coming up. He said some spooky whack-ass shit as well, but he makes a great point, as he often does. Jesse. If anyone used to watch this stream from way back when, we used to watch Jesse Ventura's show on Russia Today. It was the only thing that was worth a damn on Russia Today. Well, there was a few things that was worth a damn on Russia Today. But we always tuned in to Jesse. I couldn't get enough of him. He was a fucking, crackpot, but he was like our crackpot. I just couldn't get enough of him. Anyway, back to this clip here. As you can see, no matter how fucking moral we are, no matter how, much we adhere to Martin Luther King, they will do this against us. But that doesn't mean we lower ourselves to the pedophile defender Sean Hannity's level. But watch this. Watch this in real time as Sean Hannity tries desperately to turn this into something that needs to be vilified.
A lot, so I don't know if I'll hear perfectly, but I'm just here because I think it's absolutely disgusting what ICE is doing here. I think it's absolutely important that they're kidnapping people. I'm disgusted that they murdered an innocent human being. And yeah, the entire thing just absolutely.
Lot of common sense here, right? And what's great is that we get to hear Sean Hannity try as hard as possible to try and twist this into something that's a negative.
Absolutely abhors me. This has to stop immediately. What we're seeing right now is frankly an ethnic cleansing. It's disgusting.
Hey, Garrett.
And it needs to stop. And I'm glad that there's so many people out here trying to stop this because it's just abhorrent. And we need to stick together to stop this.
Does he have a concern that the woman was driving her car at an officer? Does it concern this individual?
See, it does not matter. They are hammers looking for nails. We don't lower ourselves to their level, but we have to understand that engaging with them in some kind of honest discussion is a complete waste of our time. And in fact, we are assisting with their divide and conquer of us if we really concern ourselves with it, if we start losing sleep over it, right? And like I said before, it's liberating. It makes our job all the easier. It just makes it all the easier because we know who they fucking are. We know what they represent. And we know in our heart of hearts that the only action that is moral and good is their defeat politically.
When you saw this video that is out, did you have any concern that it looked like this woman may have been driving her vehicle at the officer?
That's not what it looked like to me at all. And I mean, like, even if you did assume that was the case, which it absolutely is not, we are supposed to train officers to be responsible in these situations and judge the situation objectively, look at it reasonably. Like, there just absolutely is no justification for this. But again, looking at the video from both angles, I know that there was another clip that came out earlier today from like a different angle.
Right. That backs up our claims even harder.
You can very clearly tell that she is evacuating the scene. There is like absolutely no evidence that there's like any like attempt to drive the vehicle into the officers.
Garrett, last question. What should we do with people that don't obey our laws and come into the country illegally?
So a good majority of the people come into this country legally, but the intentionally slow system doesn't allow them to, complete their paperwork. We're talking about people that come in here with weak work visas and student visas and all this other stuff. And the system intentionally stymies all that, slows it all down. And, these bastards who, by the way, their companies, their oligarch buddies heavily depend on underpaid immigrant labor, have the fucking audacity to say that they're coming in here illegally. They're going to take our money and take our jobs and take our medical. And that's why my wife divorced me.
What do you think we should do with people that have come into the country illegally who are here, is the question.
I think they have the right to be here, frankly. I mean, that's just my opinion.
They have the constitutional right to due process. Okay? There's such a thing as cruel and unusual punishment, right? They do have the right to have a speedy process. A common sense, speedy process that says, okay, look, you came in here legally, you came in here under a work visa, you've proven yourself to be a model citizen, you want to take the next step towards citizenship, you want to learn, you want to learn all this, you want to, learn about our history, and then you want that citizenship, and you qualify for it. That's what they have the right to, constitutionally.
But I think they have the right to be here. I think that's just a basic human right is freedom of movement. We recognize that in the United Nations Charter.
So, I mean, look, he doesn't have all his facts straight. You don't have the right to just go into any country anytime you want and, move around what's enough. The freedom of movement that he's talking about obviously is intra-country through the states, which Republicans don't want anyway. But his heart's in the right place. And the basic gist is that, a grand majority of these people come in here legally, work to the fucking bone. They've proven themselves to be model citizens. I mean, more American than me, more American than a white, hot dog gobbling white guy. Okay, they want to have kids. They want to have property. I mean, it's as American as it gets. These folks, right? And that's the definition of the American dream. It's a goddamn melting pot. People, give me your tired, give me your poor, give me your sick. Come to the shining city on the hill. Right? They're more American than me. And I was born with a goddamn baseball bat in my hand and a hot dog in the other, fucking gobbling on apple pie.
That, in my opinion, is just a fundamental human right that all nations ought to recognize. And I'm glad that some people are standing up for that basic human right.
And what's your instrument of choice?
Instrument of choice? I just found a bell in a bag. Someone was handing out free stuff, so there we go.
And he's got a bit of a Tucker Carlson laugh, but whatever. His heart's in the right place. He doesn't have all his facts straight, but that's okay. It's not the citizen's obligation to know every little nuance, to know every little thing. His heart's in the right place, and goddamn it, I agree with him. Badass motherfucker. He didn't even know he was participating in an attempt at smearing. He was just being himself. He was just, hey man, I'm trying to help people out. And is it really so difficult for Forsen to say, hey, you should be more like this guy? Is it really so difficult? Can he find time? I mean, the guy does like 10 hours, 10 hours a day playing video games. You're a fucking certified loser. You don't have time to say, yeah, I mean, I feel bad because I really should be like him. It was fucking dick in one hand, mouse in the other. Click, 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 click. I know I'm dumping on Forsen a lot, but it's just like, it's not enough, man. It's just not enough anymore. You've probably seen this. The CEO, the murderer, CEO, the CEO of murder. I swear, I think Kick has shadow banned me. I think that's what's going on. But no, this is the guy's face. And wouldn't you know it, married a fucking immigrant, married a brown girl, Filipino. But this is what his actual face is. There was a lot of AI generation going around. Kick wants to give you $100. Yeah. Sure. What I would like to do is have a one-on-one discussion with Trainwrecks about the moral decay that his website is creating. But no, this man who is doing everything he can to create an environment that would get his wife deported. Yeah, no, they do. They do. I mean, we see it. If you've ever been to Pornhub watching, big booty Latinas or big booty black chicks, and I've never done that. But if you've done it, you've probably seen in the comments section incredibly racist things. I hate jerking off. This is my favorite video, and I hate jerking off to it. I would never. But Jesus fucking A Christ, what the? Hold on. Okay, that was for a weather warning. Okay, we're going mute on this. Thanks for telling me the weather, phone. Making it sound like a goddamn nuclear explosion's about to hit me. Has someone been kidnapped? Has someone been... Oh no, what's happening? Is my country getting bombed? Oh no, it's going to be cloudy later today. Okay, thank you, telephone. But no, this is right in line with who these people are. And it's like, well, he shot a black woman. He shot a white woman. He shot a white woman. He shot a white woman in the name of white supremacy. He literally is committing murder to create a country that would kick his wife out. Okay? Useful idiot, right? Useful idiot. Yeah, Eggy time. I think I know what kind of porno you're talking about. Oh, she's one of the good ones, right? Yeah. But anyway, this is what his actual idiot fucking face, murdering face looks like. Not the AI one. Kind of freaky how, like, the AI was kind of correct, right? It's kind of freaky, but it wasn't correct. And it's also disgusting that the left, along with the right, by the way, are using AI for their own politics. We knew it was going to happen. It's still disgusting to see it. The left should reject it at every opportunity. The left should never embrace using AI, even if it benefits them. But here's what his actual face looks like. And, you know, it didn't have to go down like this. It doesn't, this could have been a beautiful, thing. And this guy's stupidity and his hatred and his bigotry and his greed by taking the check from ICE has created this situation now where, now we have to look at his face and look at, pictures of his beautiful relationship and point out how much of a raging hypocrite he is. And he was employing a tactic that the DHS, people in the DHS were employing, intentionally putting themselves in danger to justify murdering people. Look it up. It was such a problem within the DHS, they had to specifically put in the rule book that said, "Hey, you're not allowed to do this." There's court cases that sided with the person in the vehicle that was either injured or murdered, that the cop was in the wrong. It's not an instant "I get to kill you" card. Even if you're driving towards the person, even if you're actually trying to hurt them, right? And there's a lot of common sense reasons why they tell their agents not to do that, right? It turns the vehicle into an uncontrolled battering ram. It escalates the situation, right? My God, leave me alone. Please leave me alone. Please leave me alone. I'm begging. I'm just going to have to turn off Kick once again. I'm just not going to waste my time. It continues to do the glitching thing. Yeah, exactly. Splendvania. Welcome back, by the way. I'm just going to have to make a new account. I'm just going to have to do that on Kick. I'm just going to make a new account. How many followers do I have on Kick? 3? How many do I have? Oh, 87 followers. Wow, look at me going. Moving on up to the east side. I'm going to catch up to Forsen one of these days. I got 87 followers on Kick, guys. That's how we do it. That's how we do this. All right, I just turned off Kick. We're done. We're done with Kick for the day. 67 followers, bro. 67. Let the kids have their fun. Let the kids have their fun. No, I just turned it off. No, and it wasn't working anyway. So it seems like if Kick doesn't like your politics, instead of just banning you, they make it glitch out. So what happens is that like it connects and streams for a minute and then disconnects, and then reconnects and connect, for like 30 seconds and then disconnects, and then So that's how they tell you we only want right-wing gambling deviants on our website. Yeah. I'm just going to assume this is about my politics. I have no proof whatsoever, but I'm just going to assume it. It's been we've gone a whole 2.5 hours without hearing Donald Trump's voice, except for this. Obama. So it's about time we get to some of his clips, and just he's a monster. He's a sociopathic, pedophilic fascist. And this is what he had to say about the footage that he saw of Renee Good's murder. So I'll just, in his own words.
But there was a woman screaming, "Shame, shame, shame, shame."
Shame! Shame!
Right.
Shame!
We're talking about a woman who was like in her house, okay? She's like a neighbor coming out and pushing back against this.
Shame! Shame!
She was a agitator, probably a paid agitator, but in my opinion,
he keeps saying this: paid agitators. There doesn't need to be proof in a fascist dictatorship. There doesn't need to be proof. To Vexler, a fascicized, hyper neoliberal monarchist. It's a good way to describe Donald Trump. Yeah, Soros, Harry, Soros. It was me. It was Forsen. He's secretly seeding all these activists, all these paid agitators, with his donation money. And like, hey, Forsen, send me my check, please. I'm dying. I'm dying over here. I'm so broke. I'm so broke. I want my George Soros money, please.
Opinion, she was an agitator, a very high-level agitator.
High-level agitator. Someone please explain to me what the fuck that even fucking means.
So professional.
So professional. She walked out of her house witnessing fascism happen on her street, started chanting shame, and now you're a professional. Right? Now, the reason why it's possible that he believes this, but of course the meta reason why you would do this is that you would say there's no real political, they're not disgusted. These aren't people that are disgusted, because why would you be disgusted with the great Trump and the great Trump agenda? Everything's great. Everything's doing so well. Why would you do that? And we see this in Russia. We see this in China. Any dissent, any opposition to what the government does, it's Western influence, it's terrorism, it's anti-country, it's people that are just working against our country because they have too much time on their hands, right? Commies and liberals with too much time on their hands. They would never in a million years ever acknowledge that it's people that are just at their wits' end and utterly and totally disgusted with their fascistic actions, obviously. But you're going to hear your fathers and your uncles and your, and the useful idiots in your life repeat this rhetoric. Right? And don't be sad, don't feel ashamed. Let them know how disgusting they are. You're never going to change their mind. The very least that you could do is make them feel bad for being useful idiots for fascism.
She wouldn't stop screaming. I said, this isn't a normal situation. This is a professional troublemaker.
Right, because, who would witness a murder and start screaming? Certainly not him. He apparently murdered an infant and tossed her in a fucking Michigan lake or something. So unprofessional. Can you believe people have a problem with this? Can you believe that? People have a problem with it. They say they witness a murder happening. They witness a woman murdered in the streets. They start screaming. I would never scream if I saw a murder. Yeah, it's nihilism, 100%.
Because you heard it and I had it. Now I will say this: the news sort of turned her off, because you're trying to watch. She was so loud and so crazy and just not normal. When somebody sees something like that, they don't go screaming and screaming.
When I committed murders, I wasn't screaming. I was real professional. I was real quiet. When I was shooting people, or ordering my agents to shoot people, you gotta keep it professional, folks. And do we think that if this woman was like, shame, you should be ashamed of yourself? I'm just a regular person who just came out here. I'm in my. She got rollers in her hair. She got her bathrobe on. I'm just a regular person. Definitely not professional. Definitely not a professional agitator. You should be ashamed of yourself. Do we think that he would react any differently? He'd call her a fucking Antifa terrorist.
And the same words. So, I guess you could say professional, but I didn't think she did a very good job. You have agitated.
I wouldn't hire her. Well, maybe I'd rape her, but I wouldn't hire her.
And we will always be protecting ICE, and we're always going to be protecting our Border Patrol.
Right, and it's his personal police force, so of course he's going to be saying that. By the way, new trend for the old man, for the delusional old man. He's now wearing a pin, and I assume he's going to start encouraging his sycophants, the maggots, all the Republican Congress people and senators to be wearing the same pin. It's a pin. He calls it. It's the Happy Trump. It's a little cartoon Trump on his lapel. Literally. Little cartoon Trump. It's it's almost like because like even Kim Jong-un or even Putin, even Xi Jinping, You know, you got the generals with the fucking full coat of medals. Not a single one of them thought, oh, put a picture of dear leader, a little cartoon of dear leader. That's too far even for them. Not for Trump. Here's a little pin of me. You're going to wear this. This indicates that you're my slave, that you're a sycophant. It's unbelievable. But it's like his, it's almost, it's like he's breaking new ground in terms of fascist dictators, right? He's like innovating in the realm of dictatorships. Because I don't think I've ever seen like Mussolini, Hitler, all of them. None of them made their little subordinates literally have like a picture of them on their body at all times. So it's like you got to give him credit that he's innovating. Got to talk about this. Iran. This is a crazy photo. This is a photo of a mosque getting burnt in Tehran. If you don't know what's happening. Yeah, exactly. Splenenvania, exactly. You know, we got these guys taking notes. Putin's like, oh, that's a great idea, man. Start making those pins. Make a Putin pin. But no, we over to Iran. There's a stone cold revolution happening right now in Iran. It's going well beyond just a smattering of protests. And like, hey, go figure. When a place no longer has working water, watch what happens. You know, there's that famous saying about how, riots are only like people are like 3 meals away from rioting, right? Well, this is what happens when a brutal authoritarian theocracy that has been suppressing their own people for decades. Well, when you run out of water. And they're squirreling away money. Apparently, the Ayatollah sent a bunch of gold to Russia. Good luck getting that back, you fucking idiots. Sent a bunch of their ill-gotten, stolen wealth over to Russia so that they can make sure they can hold on to it. If the revolution succeeds and they get deposed, that's the only thing that's important to them. Number one priority for these fucking bastards that were running Iran is to move their capital to a new place so that they can continue the illusion of their legitimacy. Fuck the many million people living in the capital of Tehran who don't have running water. Not a priority. Are they spending that gold to like buy water, right? To bring water in, to build some kind of pipeline to bring water in? Nope. Putting it all on a plane, shipping it off to Russia. They're never getting it back. Never. But they'll live in luxury, right? In Moscow, some Moscow hotel. Oh, I'll be okay. My kids will be okay. That's what matters. That's what all this is about. Stuffing money in my pockets. The great Ayatollah, huh? The voice of God. Ayatollah wearing $100,000 watches and driving in Bentleys. Because that's what God wants. Wants your stupid ass to be living in total luxury while your people can't even get drinking water. But this is really something else. This is a mosque getting burnt. Right? And this, weaponize your religion enough. Weaponize your religion against freedom enough. And, people they're not going to view your religion as one of peace and happiness. They're going to view it as a religion of oppression. So pretty wild stuff there. Going back to ICE. Accidental discharge. These guys, I keeps one in the chamber. Doesn't even know how to, switch the safety on his pistol. By the way, I saw a chart somewhere. ICE spending like $70 million on small arms. spending an unbelievable amount of money to make sure that all these untrained Proud Boys are equipped with pistols and real fucking bullets and real fucking weapons. Right? Not, they're spending money buying tear gas and pepper ball launchers, but they want to make sure every one of these guys is strapped with a fucking pistol, and this is how they act. Look at this. Watch this. Slips on some ice and discharges his weapon. Boom! Could have shot that guy in the fucking leg. Look at that. If you missed it, you can see the flash. Fat cosplayer doesn't even know how to use a sidearm. Shouldn't have been given it. And like to the cops, to the police, who have to, I mean, to have that privilege to carry a deadly weapon, the cops have to go through all kinds of training. And if they discharge it, they have to go through all kinds of paperwork. Right? You're not allowed to just fire a bullet in the air, right? And you gotta give justification for it. There's all kinds of stuff for it. Even right now, with the militarized police, there's still an extra layer of accountability because that's a deadly fucking weapon. These Proud Boys masquerading as cops, they just get handed deadly weapons like it's a movie. Here you go. You know what you're doing. You're a right-winger, so you know how to use this gun. Keeps one in the chamber and doesn't have the safety on. His ass slips on some ice because he's not fit. He's not fit. He's fit to sit in a McDonald's and gulp down a Big Mac. He's not fit to carry a deadly weapon. Slips on the ice and almost kills his fucking partner. They get 5 seconds of federal training. It's like 48 hours or something. And by the way, the standards, the exercise standards had to be reduced because most of these guys can't even do 10 push-ups. To be fair to the tyrannical, fascistic brown shirts, Trump's brown shirts, we're going to be fair to them? Really? They have to watch some fucking training video? They're not fit to even, jog three fucking feet, let alone half a mile? Can't even do 10 fucking push-ups? Keeps a bullet in the fucking chamber with no safety on, slips on ice like it's a fucking Marx Brothers movie. Almost blew the fucking leg off his little buddy over here. But to be fair, wish we had the audio instead of that stupid where's the accountability? Look at this guy. He broke his fucking hip. Look at this guy. Broke his fucking hip. He's not wearing the proper shoes. Last time I saw a cop accidentally discharge his weapon was that, viral video of him it's like some off-duty cop at like a wedding, and he's like getting down and dancing, and the guy he attempts to do a breakdance spin on his back and discharges his weapon. Thankfully, it doesn't hit anybody, even though there's a bunch of people around him. That was years ago. But what's disgusting to me is that these cops that have to go through a whole academy, hours and hours and hours of training, right? There's all this scrutiny, there's all this stuff, and they work with and take orders from these mediocre Proud Boys who cosplay as badasses while shooting women in the fucking face. And look at this guy; he can barely make it. Everything okay up there? Oh, okay. He can barely fucking make it. Look at this guy. Yeah, let's give him a gun. to be fair. Here's AOC. This is a link from Davey. But this is AOC calling out, welcome back, Dari, calling out the leftist tankies. No, they don't. Hold on. I want to ask the robot this. Cops, it's standard operating procedure for cops to keep a fucking bullet in the chamber. Yeah, you're more curious about the weapon? Yeah, I know exactly who you are, man. Oh, yes. Okay. All right. Well, stand corrected here. Short answer, yes. For on-duty patrol, it's standard practice in the U.S. for police officers to carry their duty handgun with a round chambered. Wow. Okay. All right. When you're right, Mr. Brewski. The robot said so. Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, Brewski over here asking if it's a P320, which I guess is a weapon that has issues. They shouldn't be given weapons. It's totally insane from a European perspective. Their cops don't even carry fucking guns. And they handle situation just fine, but they also live in a society that isn't completely inundated with guns. Mr. Brewski, I apologize for slandering you. Do you think ICE agents who have received, minimal amount of training should be allowed to carry chambered pistols? Do you think that's appropriate for federal agents who are not cops, who are not trained to de-escalate? Do you think it's appropriate for them to be carrying chambered pistols? We're talking 40, 50-year-old overweight racists who have received 3 fucking milliseconds of training. Do you think it's appropriate for them to be carrying loaded weapons? Especially after they literally murdered a woman in cold blood. She didn't deserve it, wasn't justified. Anyway, here's AOC shitting on useful idiot tankies. And you see this. You do see this. And what are they chanting? Say it loud. Say it clear. We support Hamas here. We support Hamas here. This is going to help our movement. This is supposed to help Palestinians. Sean Hannity grins from ear to ear when he sees shit like this. Disgusting. And anybody any leftist that, when I've been to protests where this is kind of shit happens. Someone, I was like protesting, I was holding my sign, and someone was holding up a sign that was advocating for extrajudicial murder next to me. And I looked up at it and I was like, I want nothing to do with you. Criminally underfunded. They've literally received more money than any police agency on planet Earth. They've literally received more money than some nations' armies. Underfunded. $170 billion is underfunded to you? Right. All right. Thank you so much, Sir Brewski, for your time. Appreciate it. Bye. Bootlickers. $170 billion isn't enough? Thank you for correcting me that our murderous police force walks around with fucking a bullet in the chamber. Dimitri, would any amount of time satisfy you? You clearly are here to defend ICE. How about just the equivalent of a cop? How about 8 weeks? Would that satisfy you? Or you're still going to support ICE, right? No matter what number I give you. Underfunded. They receive more money than most militaries, most countries' militaries. More money than any police agency across the nation combined in some cases. Welcome back. Right, don't play fair. Criminally underfunded. How much of my fucking money, how much of your fucking money do we got to give these fat slobs? What? 170 billion isn't enough. What? 270 billion? 370 billion? That's what they need? It is a police force that is only accountable to the fucking president. Eight weeks? I don't believe that. That's the robot. Hold on. I didn't hear that. 8 weeks? That sounds too much. Eight weeks. So this was what it used to be. 4 to 6 months. Recent changes. Under current administration, training for some ICE has reportedly been cut significantly to accelerate deployment. Reports indicate that ICE Deportation Officer Academy has been shortened to around 8 weeks. All right, well, second time in a row, man. Right wingers are coming in with their talking points. They're ready to go, baby. So 8 weeks of training, you're slipping on the ice and doing accidental discharges and shooting women in the fucking face. All right. It's not enough. I don't think any amount of training, though, would be enough because the whole organization exists to oppress us. The whole organization exists to it's not about immigration. It's about freedom. It's about dissent. It's about having a police force that's directly accountable to one man. It's not enough. No, it's not enough. We can't fix this organization. We can't fix this organization. We have to disband it, dissolve it. And by the way, that doesn't mean that we don't have immigration enforcement if ICE goes away. There was DHS before ICE came along, before George Bush, after 9/11, created the Department of Homeland Security and ICE. We had immigration enforcement before ICE. It's now morphed into an anti-freedom, anti-democracy enforcement operation. I can't spell, sorry. I'm embarrassing myself. So I just asked the robot, is it true that ICE has reduced the amount of physical requirements for ICE agents? Yes, there's credible reporting and debate suggesting that physical and other standards for new ICE agents have effectively been erased in practice as part of the agency's rapid hiring push. Though ICE and DHS officials publicly deny they've lowered requiring fitness standards themselves. Credible reporting, according to the robot. Physical fitness tests and medical screenings are still officially required for ICE recruits. The context for a massive hiring surge. So we don't know the full truth because they're never going to admit it. But I have heard people report that you don't even have to be able to do 10 push-ups. They've lowered the requirements for education as well. They don't have to know the laws. We've already seen ICE agents state laws, that do not apply to what they're doing. I think when it was like 111 So if 8 weeks of training gets us ICE agents that murder people and oppress us and disregard our rights, there's no, because like 8 weeks, 2 months, you make how much are cops? What's the average cop? What's the average cop training time? Is it 6 months? Yeah, 5 to 6 months. No amount of training is going to fix this organization. No amount of training. They need to go. They need to be disbanded. And once again, that's not a leftist saying we need to end immigration enforcement. Immigration enforcement should fall back to DHS, and DHS should continue. Should be. They should have strict transparency rules. Rules of engagement. They should have rules about when they're allowed to discharge their weapons, if they're even allowed to carry weapons. 8 weeks, 6 months, none of it is enough time. I saw an anecdotal, meme, but it was like, gosh, we haven't seen a lot of protests or a lot of gatherings from Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys and all these white supremacy groups. We haven't seen a lot of activity from them because they have been deputized by the government. That is who makes up a good majority of ICE agents. Racists and bigots. No amount of training is going to convince them to not hate black people, to not believe in the Great Replacement theory. They're all listening to Tucker Carlson and Sean Hannity and Nick Fuentes in their rented vans on their way to the Home Depot parking lot. Rocking out to some Nick Fuentes on the way to oppress some brown people in a parking lot. Thank you, though, to Dimitri for correcting me about the training. It's not enough. No amount of training would be enough. Because their intention is not immigration enforcement. It's harassment. It's terrorism. But AOC over here saying, hey, so marching into a predominantly Jewish neighborhood and leading the chant with "We support Hamas" is a disgusting and anti-Semitic thing to do. Pretty basic. I totally agree with her. I disagree with Norman Finkelstein. I don't care how many books he's read. I don't care if Aaron Bastani sucks his fucking toes live on air, from Navarra Media. Hamas are counterproductive tyrants, theocratic tyrants that are oppressing the Palestinian people, that are holding the Palestinian people in the Gaza Strip hostage. That was one of the reasons why Bibi Netanyahu helped Hamas get into power, because he knew that these guys were ride or die boogeymen that would always help the Israeli cause by being fucking bastards. Over here executing their own people publicly for dissent in the middle of a genocide. This doesn't help. All this does is help Bibi. You might as well be cashing checks from Bibi Netanyahu, wearing big scary black masks, chanting "We support Hamas." You're just helping Bibi commit the fucking genocide. Norman Finkelstein over here saying, I refuse to condemn Hamas because they're legitimate resistance. Let's go ahead and ignore all the legitimate resistance groups in Palestine that disagree with Hamas. Let's ignore the fact that Hamas are useful idiots that basically help Bibi Netanyahu and Ben-Gvir and the rest of them commit genocide by being the perfect cartoon villains. Let's ignore all that and just say, well, they're being oppressed, so someone's going to fight back. So it's not important how we fight back? That's not important? It's not important how we represent ourselves. It's not important how we treat the people that we're supposedly protecting. None of that stuff is important. No, the only thing that's important is that they, once in a while, shoot up IDF soldiers. Which, technically, you know, Israel is an invading force. They shouldn't be surprised if they receive resistance, deadly resistance, from Palestinians. But let's ignore all these other factors. Has Finkelstein even talked about how Hamas has, that there's connections between Hamas and Bibi Netanyahu, right? You know, Bibi Netanyahu, before October 7th was bragging about how he successfully divided and conquered Palestine by giving Hamas the ability to take over the Gaza Strip. He knew they were useful idiots, perfect boogeymen that he could point to. Oh, look, see, and say this is all Palestine. All these people are Palestine. All these Hamas members are Palestinians. Has Hamas changed tactics? Have they seen that reality and said, well, okay, we're going to soften our image. We're going to treat Palestinians better. We're going to prove that accusation wrong. No, they've doubled down. They've doubled down. Talk to your average Hamas member about, okay, are you willing to, change anything? Change anything, right? Nope. Kill all the Jews. That's what they say. That's what Hamas members say. Twirl your mustache and totally agree with all the fucking tropes against us. It's like the perfect group to help divide and conquer the Palestinians, and that's why Bibi Netanyahu put him in charge. And we still got these pampered idiots. We support Hamas. It's just disgusting. It's just disgusting. And AOC is totally correct here. It's disgusting and anti-Semitic, and doesn't help a single fucking Palestinian. I would like to know if Norman Finkelstein has addressed any of these connections with Bibi and Hamas, has addressed any of the criticisms against Hamas that are just beyond, that are beyond Hamas bad, but just literally their strategy doesn't work. That their stated goal is to oppress the Palestinian people in the Gaza Strip in a full-blown Sharia law theocracy. That no democracy exists in the Gaza Strip. They are not interested in holding elections or being held democratically accountable. Hamas is. No interest whatsoever. They're conquerors in a similar vein to Israel. Are we going to acknowledge that? Are we going to keep it real there, Norman? Probably not. I don't know. Someone should ask the robot. I'm moving on. But you know what I mean? I refuse to condemn Hamas, but I also refuse to acknowledge any of their faults. That's helping nobody. That's helping nobody. What really needs to happen if anybody was actually interested in helping the Gaza Strip is that there needs to be a similar situation than what happened with Japan and Germany after World War II. A temporary occupation that creates a security bubble that allows Palestinians to get fed, to get educated, allows the Palestinians to vote on a government, and that protects the Palestinians from the Hamas terrorists who would suicide bomb and fire rockets. They would do everything possible to prevent any kind of real democracy breaking out in the Gaza Strip, because they would see it as a challenge to their power. Because Palestinians don't like Hamas. How many clips have I shown of random Palestinians, chanting, screaming, how much they hate Hamas? Of course, you'll find people that support Hamas in there, right? It's pretty hard to be educated about the situation when you're entire life has been nothing but oppression and murder. Thank you, Sabercat. I'm afraid I won't have time to view a 13-minute video on that. I'll put it in the Discord. Maybe I'll view it, and we'll take a look at it later. Oh, 60 minutes, huh? Interesting. Keeping the stream going here. Let's see, where are we going here? Blah, 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 blah. Oh, yeah. Skip some stuff. Hold on. Right, okay. Thank you, Sabercat. It's fascism. Talking about Iran? Yeah, the Shah that we installed that immediately started oppressing, the Iranian people, deposing, violently deposing the leader of Iran's democracy and replacing it with a vicious dictator. Yeah, that one worked out. But no, it's fascism. Yeah, we did the same thing in Colombia. Was that Pinochet? Where is it? Hold on. I want to get this right. Argentina. Chile. It doesn't work. It doesn't work when we do this. And we just did it. I'm a millennial. Fucking, that was my childhood. Was us trying regime change in like 2 different countries. It doesn't fucking work. We're going to spread democracy. Get him, Brownie. Thank you, Dick Cheney. Thank you, Donald Rumsfeld. I got to look nice for my interview with Ellen. That's my George Bush impression, and it's, I know. But no, this is fascism. So we have Homeland Security saying as soon as we get rid of all the brown people, we get to be America again. It's not brown people, it's just illegals. No, it's brown people and anybody who would defend brown people, even a white lesbian. It's just fascism. We'll have our home again. Nice little military over here as well, keeping us nice and protected in our police state. Even when we're roaming the dusty trail, we got to worry about stealth bombers monitoring our every fucking move. It's fascism. It's not about immigration. It's about subverting and preventing democracy. And no amount of training for these fucking bigots is going to do it. No amount of money is going to do it. Underfunded. $170 billion. And these fucking bastards have the audacity to say underfunded. Thank you, Ponder Monkey. I'll put that in the Discord. Get that queued up for next time. Underfunded. Looks like a solid dude. You guys don't know what I'm talking about? This is him. We'll just, watch a minute. Here you go. Like his vibe already. Seems like a pretty solid dude. Yeah, Sabercat, we covered Donald Trump talking about that.
Something that I think is much more fundamental, and that is the rise of authoritarianism in America. Yep. And I'm not just talking about the Trump administration. A person like Trump, who very much is an authoritarian, does not just get into power accidentally.
Right.
He is put there by other people who support authoritarianism, or at least are very comfortable with it, or at least are willing to look past it.
Right. Exactly. So, no, this guy, clearly he's got his fucking mind on right. Thank you for the suggestion. Folks, make sure you are liking and subscribing to folks like this. Thank you very much for the suggestion. There's the link one more time. Give him a like. Shoot him a like, folks. We can do better than 114 views in this guy's video. Help him out. Good suggestion. Andrew Bates here saying the violent incel support group known as ICE is quoting a KKK theme song in between taking freedom and lives away. Wow. Really? By God, we'll have our home again. Well, that's not an accident. It's not an accident. The social media team is a bunch of Nick Fuentes Nazis, fascists. It's not an accident. It's barely a dog whistle. It's barely a dog whistle. By God, we'll have our home again. We'll have our home again. Join ICE. Let's give them more money, huh, Chuck Schumer? $170 billion, that's barely enough to oppress just a couple states. We have to oppress the entire country. We better double down. Bah, training. Bah. 2 months of training. 2 months of training, and they're weaponizing their own body, walking into vehicles with the excuse to murder somebody. I mean, like, it takes a special kind of hatred to put your pistol, like a foot away from that woman's face through the windshield and fucking blasting her, dude. Did you see the footage when he was walking away? He had brain matter and shit on his face. He had blood splatter and brain matter on his fucking face. You shoot somebody in the face, man, it's disgusting. You know, people's heads, they pop like balloons. You saw the aftermath. All the blood on the airbag. We'll have our home again. KKK theme song from a government organization. And we got people in my chat saying we need to give them more money. I appreciate the corrections on training time and the fact that police walk around with fucking guns with bullets in the chamber. None of that justifies this. ICE has to go. They have to be dissolved and disbanded. So that Department of Immigration can take over these duties once again. Yeah, my auto mod's going fucking super crazy here. Hold on. Yeah, it seems all right. Yeah, so this has been going viral. Now he's got the build. He's got the build of an ICE agent. He's got a little SS tattoo behind his neck, and he's like, I'm from Texas. Oh, leave me alone. I'm from Texas. We don't know if he's ICE. He certainly has the build for it. And he's got an SS tattoo behind his neck. He should have been like, this is where my ass beaters need to come in, right? This is the exact kind of guy that I made the ass beaters legislation for. If you don't know what that is, I think we should do basically the exact opposite of ICE. We should deputize American patriots who are allowed to slap these guys up a little bit. Not kill them. Not kill them. Oh, yeah, now you're ashamed of it, you fucking Nazi. Now you're ashamed of it. But the American people should be able to vote on the ability to slap these guys up. You don't want to get a call from the ass beaters? Remove your fucking SS tattoo. Remove your swastika. Puts it right behind his ear. And he's gotten so fat, you know, I bet you when he first got it, his fat head, his ear was covering that up. But his head has ballooned because of all the fat. It's now like apparent. Now he can't even hide it. Look at that. SS tattoo. He's like, oh, leave me alone, bro. Leave me alone. Oh, where? The American people should have the ability to call the ass beaters on these guys. And like I said, not kill them, just bloody them up. Bloody them up. But listen to this little whiny bitch. Listen to this.
See this fucking shit. Dude. Where's that fucking tattoo? Let me see this fucking shit. Yeah. Get the fuck in your truck and get the fuck out of this city, dog.
It's old.
I mean it, bro. Don't make me fucking get on the phone and start calling people, because I'll have half this fucking city come down here and take you the fuck apart.
Well, dude, I'm not even from nowhere around. We just come
Fuck
through.
off, Nazi. Get in your truck and leave. Your whole fucking crew Nazis?
No, man, we're not even from here.
Where the rest of them at?
Texas.
Yeah?
No, they're not.
Go back to fucking Texas.
Right.
Dude, we did.
Joe
I had this
Rogan.
done years ago.
I know, and it's still on your fucking face,
Because
bro.
I ain't had no
I
time
seen
to
that
change
before I seen your fucking eyes, dog. Get the fuck out of my city, or I will fucking end you. Look at this fucking Nazi piece of fucking shit walking down fucking Lindale, bro.
It's exactly
Yeah,
the right
get the
fucking
fuck
response.
on. I see you, doggy. You're not gonna fucking last long in this fucking city, cunt boy.
That is exactly the correct response. That is exactly the correct response to some fat bitch from fucking Texas with an SS. Oh, I'm gonna get it. Oh, I just haven't had time to get it removed, man. I ain't had time to get it removed. I'm going through a divorce. My family won't let me go to Thanksgiving anymore. I don't have any money. I can't get it removed anymore. That's the exact right response. And if I was in fucking charge, I'd be deputizing that man who's filming. I'd be giving him a white t-shirt and some blue jeans and a pager. And I would give him a fucking paycheck, a yearly paycheck that says you have to drop everything if you get a page, because there's some fat fuck with a fucking SS tattoo walking around your city. You need to drop everything and go kick his ass. Go put your white t-shirt on, right? Nice, clean white t-shirt that shows your big fucking muscles on. And you better be playing some Metallica while you do it. We're going to fly you in on a Vietnam-style helicopter, blasting fucking Ride the Lightning. And you're going to be fully deputized to kick this son's a bitch. I'm talking slapping him up. You don't leave until that nose is bleeding. Oh, leave me alone. You can't do that. You can't do that. Leave me alone. No. Yes, we can. Yes, actually, we can. I'm serious. The absurdity of fascism must be met with a kind of absurdity of its own. And that's why I've created the ass beaters to be cartoonish. Should be some beefy American patriot rolling in, blasting Metallica to slap this son of a bitch up. Yeah, I don't like the Nazis. Yes, it's true. I'll admit that. I don't have all my facts straight sometimes. It really is shocking to me that cops are allowed to walk around with a fucking bullet in the chamber. Are you serious? That's just unsafe. That's just like, you're gonna blow your fucking dick off with, doing that shit. But I stand corrected. The robot corrected me, and on the training. Need more money. Got to give them more money. Turns out Hilton not only supports ICE, but is also willing to... Yeah, so I covered this actually 2 days ago, Sabercat. But yeah, initially it was like, Hilton is standing up against ICE, but no, it was just a franchise owner. And the franchisee, the Hilton Corporation, immediately strips this owner of all the Hilton... They're like, no, we love ICE. We love fascism. We love oppression. No, ICE, you can stay here. We're the hotel of choice for the brown shirts. Don't think that we don't support ICE murdering people in cold blood. We absolutely support that. That's what Hilton is saying. And all their affiliates. Elon Musk over here showing us exactly who he is. Once again, Elon Mao. So here's Elon Musk saying the prevention of sharing sexualized images of children is censorship. It's against their free speech if you don't let them spread pedophilia, guys. So if you don't know what's happening, Elon Musk's Twitter AI named Grok is totally cool if you're an average, usually conservative, trolling the internet for pictures of children, and you tell Grok, undress this child. Yes, sir, right away. There you go. Here's what this naked child might look like. It's happening every single day, all over his website. It's such a bad issue that the UK is now having a debate about whether they should just, kill X altogether. And this is what his response is. The government is urging Ofcom to use all of its powers up to and including an effective ban. So, people from America, people with a voice from America, are coming out in defense of Elon Musk, and this is what he has to say about his platform spreading child pornography. They tell us who they are. They tell us who they are. They show us who they are. They murder people in cold blood. And they say that woman was a terrorist. That woman was trying to hit that man with his car. No, she wasn't. Joe Rogan laughing at the idea that we would call this a Sieg Heil. I mean, he puts the Sieg in Heil, man. Joe Rogan gaslighting us, laughing at us. Can you believe there's people that call that a Sieg Heil? It was clearly my heart goes out to you. And then here they are, blatantly, publicly supporting child pornography. It's like, hide your power level, man. How hard is it to say, oh, we're working on it? How hard is it to say, like, to not actually do it, but just at least tell people, like, but he doesn't know. He's like, no, this is the world I want. I want a world of amoral deviance. I'm a sadist and a fascist. I want a world where, people are openly spreading child pornography. I'm going to create this platform, and we still have liberals and independent news agencies still using this platform. I quit this platform a long time ago, but we still have folks still using this shit, right? It's like one of the 10 most used websites on the planet. I'm glad you agreed, Dimitri. Thank you. But yeah, this is his response to people saying, yeah, maybe we should just ban your platform. Moving on. It's just disgusting to me. These people are disgusting pedophiles, man. They're pedophiles. I'm not going to belabor this because I've already talked about it quite a bit. Come on, leave me alone, man. Really? Really? This hasn't been archived yet? Really? Come on. Really? Okay, 1 second. Okay. All right. Okay. Yep. All right. This would have been easier to just click these buttons. Hold on. And now this thing isn't loading up. Okay, there we go. Can I see this now? Thank you. So we've already talked about this. Look at this. This guy already has a little happy Trump on his hat. He's got the happy Trump that Trump was wearing already on his hat. But they just want an excuse to rage. MAGA melts down over planned nationwide ICE protests. So these are the protests that I've been talking about this weekend. These are the protests. And this is what the right wing is saying about it. The cause never matters. They just want an excuse to rage because they were told to. Sound like a movement to me. Sound like a certain movement to me. Certain right-wing movement. But it doesn't, even though it doesn't matter, looking at this fucking foot thing, even though it doesn't matter if we're peaceful or not peaceful, we still have to be peaceful. Why? Because we are better than them. And that if we actually want a victory, if we actually want to win, we have to hold on to the moral high ground. They want us to be just like them. Right? They want they're lying to themselves and lying to other people that we're monsters and that trans Tifa, right? We want to molest their kids when it's the exact opposite. They would love nothing more for us to lower ourselves to their level, to make all of their accusations true, right? To advocate for violence, to advocate for deviance. They would love nothing more than for us to be just like them, for us to be just like what they accuse us of. We cannot allow ourselves to do that. That's why we must double down on nonviolence and not give it up. Even when the entire corporate media, like with Occupy Wall Street and BLM, calls us a bunch of rioters, calls us anti-American, calls us terrorists, we have to know in our heart of hearts that we are doing the right thing. If we succumb to that temptation to lower ourselves to their level, we've lost. Because if fascism is the direction, they're not gonna want half fascist, right? They're not gonna want Vivek Ramaswamy's, right? They're gonna want the whole meal. We couldn't even pretend to be as fascist as they are. Yeah, but Dimitri, we also have to understand that retribution is going to come regardless. And that's that was the struggle that Gandhi was running into. That where the empire is just going to call you violent and treat you as if you are committing all this violence regardless. And that's where the sacrifice comes in. We have to accept that that there will be pain. That there will be pain on our side. They're going to hurt us. They're going to defame us. They're going to destroy our lives. And that's why the moral high ground is so important. We have to know that we are better than them, that we are we are fighting for real American values. Another quote from these guys. This is all liberals do when not in power. They just protest, and create chaos. Right? We know why we're protesting. Don't believe the hype. Don't believe the fucking gaslighting. We know ICE are tyrants. We know Trump is fascistic and authoritarian. We know handsome people smoke cigarettes. We know this. We know this. My heritage. That's my heritage right there. Look at this guy. Going to take your little kitty to a sock hop. Better watch out. So here's Vanessa. And also, we don't even know if these people are American anymore. If they're on Twitter, we don't even know if these people are American. This Vanessa woman could easily be some 50-year-old fat drunk Russian or a robot in China. One of the, a massive wall of cell phones. AI just repeating this shit over and over and over and over and over again. We have no idea. No kings, free Palestine, my body, my choice. Oh, yeah, okay. BLM, same thing with all the insufferable people. They have no clue what they want, lie, just going with the BS that they're fed like good little sheep. It's exhausting. What is the BS that we're being fed? Liberty, democracy, the right to not be oppressed by undertrained, overpaid boogaloo boys. Yep. The cause never matters. They just want an excuse to rage because they were told to. By who? What? George Soros? And of course, the projection. The projection couldn't be more clear. It's literally describing who these people are. And they know it. 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 Never believe that the anti-Semites are completely unaware of the absurdity of their replies. They fucking know it. They know that what they describe as them. They know it. The anti-Semites have the right to play. They even like to play with discourse by being ridiculous, by giving ridiculous reasons. They discredit the seriousness of their interlocutors. They know they're absurd. It doesn't matter to them. They delight in acting in bad faith. Since they seek, this is the most important part, since they seek not to persuade by sound argument, but to intimidate and disconcert. And that is exactly what these people are doing. What are they saying? Give up. Don't fight. Don't protest. We're just going to oppress you. We're just going to lie about you. We're just going to discredit you. Okay, let me see. This is funny. I don't know. Maybe it has something to do with the links. Let's see. Yeah, so we got Michael Rappaport over here. Guy who thinks he's a member of Mos Def. Or, a guy who thinks he's hanging out with Nas over here. White supremacist and proud Zionist, Michael Rappaport, over here calling Miss Rachel, saying Miss Rachel has an obsession with Zionists, often masked as political critique, but rooted in prejudice and dehumanization. Yeah, because that's Mrs. fucking Rachel. You know what her audacious statement was to get Michael Rappaport to say that? It's not political for me to say that kids shouldn't get killed. It's actually not political to advocate for children not getting their legs blown off or literally blown up by a bomb, paid and funded for by proudly by Michael Rappaport over here. Proud of his billions of our tax dollars going to Israel to kill Palestinians. Couldn't, tickled pink every time money gets taken out of his pocket and our pocket and sent over to these genocidal maniacs. Yeah, Ponder Monkey. That's funny. Yeah. Interesting comments. But no, it all goes back to Sartre. This man was a goddamn genius. I need to read all of his books. Because it's crazy to me, right? Because like back in his day, don't even have color photography of this guy. I think there's like a couple pictures. Goofy looking dude too. I mean, the guy's not winning any beauty contests. But even back in his day, he saw this pattern. He saw who these people were. And it all goes back to him. And this statement. Because they don't seek to persuade by sound argument, but to intimidate and disconcert. That's exactly what this is. It's an intimidation tactic. It's to gaslight us and intimidate us for fighting for our rights. That's what it is. And you know what's interesting? Even if Vanessa is a real person, which is highly doubtful, or Mr. J here is a real person, they don't even know that they're doing it. They've been programmed. They're just emulating what they've seen and just repeating it. Air raids. Now we're attacking Syria. Are we doing that? Sure, Sabercat. Yeah, I mean, through the lens of surrealism, you can start to understand fascism. Well, don't do it for too long. He doesn't deserve the view. It's, you know, I shouldn't be surprised. I shouldn't be surprised at this kind of stuff. But Republican congressional candidate in North Carolina, openly racist. Openly racist. I can't brief. This man was strangled to death by a racist with a history of racism. They're going to take our right to vote away. And this is why I'm not, you know, when you hear me talk, you're not hearing me say we got to vote, because of course we have to vote. But when you hear me talk, you hear me say we got to get out in the streets. They're going to strip this right from us. They're going to strip our right to vote out fascism. They're not. JD Vance is down for this. As soon as Trump dies, he's going to pick up the mantle and not change a thing. The gerrymandering, the electioneering, you know, installing corrupt officials, ending mail-in voting, you know, putting arbitrary limitations on mail-in voting, if it even still exists. So of course we have to vote, but it's not going to be enough. We have to make it so that they know if they steal it from us, they have to deal with an unbelievable amount of shit. That they don't get to just steal it and then, you know, a couple weeks of protesting and then it's right back to the fascism. That's the only thing that will stop them. And JD Vance is going to pick up the torch. He's going to pick it right up. He's not going to stop. And JD Vance is not worried about elections. Right? And yeah, we have to shut it down. We have to start talking about general strike. That means we have to be willing to donate to general strike funds so that people can pay their bills and feed their family if they get fired from their job, because they will get fired from their job. They will get fired if we participate in a general strike. Starbucks, Amazon, Walmart, all the big dogs will just be out and proud, firing people, as many people that participate in a general strike as possible. It has to be almost a never-ending protest until they are gone. Until they are gone. But it requires you know fundraising. We got to have money for our people. Well, I don't believe in money. I'm an anarchist. I'm a communist. I don't believe in money. I don't believe in money. We got to live in this system, man. We got to live in this right now. We don't have a chance. We don't have a chance if we're not willing to understand the reality. Because look at this, man. Republican congressional candidate from North Carolina openly spreading stone cold racism. No other way to put it. Looking at a video of a 37-year-old woman getting blasted in the face by the way, his dad, the guy who did it, his dad says he's ultra MAGA. Looking at a video of this woman getting blasted in the face and immediately agreeing that she's a terrorist, that she's anti-American, and making fun of her death. These are the people that say we should go to jail for making fun of Charlie Kirk. It all goes back to SART. They know they're absurd. They know they're hypocrites. It's weaponized hypocrisy. They know it. And you're going to, the Democrats in your life, the fucking neoliberals and Hillary Clintons in your life are going to be like, oh, no. We'll just vote for the midterms. I'm going to vote blue for the midterms. And then they shut everything else off. They don't want to hear anything about general strike. They don't want to hear anything about protesting. I don't believe in protesting. They'll say shit like that. I don't like blocking traffic. I don't want to disrupt. And it's gonna take the midterms being overtly and blatantly stolen from them for them to realize, but it's going to be too late at that point. If they successfully steal the midterms, they're absolutely going to steal the presidency. So all these normies in your life, these MSNBC wine moms, are going to be like, oh, I guess you were right. Oh, okay, I guess maybe I'll do something now. Too late. Fascism has taken, has gripped, and it's not letting go. And now the only thing that will defeat them is a full-blown, general strike. Let's be clear, neoliberals. There's a lot of liberals that maybe they don't agree with democratic socialism, but they agree with what I'm saying. Let's be clear, neoliberals. What do you expect from these people? They're morally reprehensible. This is exactly what I expect from them, right? They're giving me exactly what I expected of them. In fact, they're doing us all a favor, right? They're not even bothering to hide it anymore, Splendvania. So they're doing us and the movement a massive favor by telling us exactly who they are. Shut up, student debt. More insanity, right? So now here's Rep. Angie Craig, probably a neoliberal who probably takes money from AIPAC. Do I even need to look it up? But she was part of a gaggle of Democrats that were doing some kind of they were doing like a check-in, right? They're legally allowed to show up to these like ICE facilities and these places to inspect them. They don't care. Fascists don't care. So this is the latest excuse that they're giving us. Quote, we were told because this facility is being funded by the big, beautiful bill, not the Congressional Appropriations Act, that we would not be allowed to enter the facility. That's complete nonsense. I informed them they were violating the law. They said they didn't care. So we're supposed to be voting these people out, huh? They're totally flouting the law everywhere, but they're gonna respect a peaceful transfer of power. Come on here. We got one of their highest top donors advocating for child pornography publicly. We're gonna shame the guy who Sieg Heils publicly and advocates for child pornography publicly. We're going to shame him into acquiescing to a peaceful transfer of power. It is not happening. And I'm not trying to be doomer here. I'm not trying to be cynical. I'm simply laying out the reality of the situation of the kind of people that we are dealing with. J.D. Vance is going to have to be forcefully removed from office. And how do we do that? Through a general strike, through a mass protest movement. No movement. He's going to try to kill us. He's going to try to hurt us. But if enough of us resist and completely seize the economy, even his oligarch funders like Peter Thiel and the rest of them will go, we're not doing business. I can't make any money anymore. Everything is stopped. It's starting to affect me, right? We have to lock things down so hard that it starts to affect the quality of life of the oligarchy, who will finally tell J.D. Vance and the rest of these freaks, you have to acquiesce. We'll get them next time. We have to acquiesce to this. Then they will immediately start, working with the neoliberals. The neoliberal Democrats start compromising them, right? The only way to do that is with a mass protest movement and a general strike. Maximilian Robespierre, who destroyed his own movement because of his ego and power. Start preparing. Start. To answer your question, it's coming over there. I was just talking about how Keir Starmer just signed a contract with Palantir. You got Keir Starmer implementing digital ID. You got people in the Labor Party talking about how we should end the idea of a trial for each individual. That not every crime deserves a full trial. Okay. Zach Polanski of the Green Party, put your support behind him. Because if you think Keir Starmer is bad, wait until the fucking Reform Party takes over. Brexit 2.0. Trump aligned. Keir Starmer over here building the framework and foundation that reform is going to be taking over. So that's what I suggest you do across the pond. You start building these foundations now, because it takes time. It takes time to build these activist movements. Okay, Denmark, same thing, but different priorities. You're right now, your government might be more willing to listen to you. So, same thing. Right? You need to have the frameworks ready to go, but it's a different situation in Denmark. I don't know if you have the kind of government resistance that you have in the UK, that you have in the United States. Your government might still be willing to listen to you. So what I would do if I was in Denmark, I would be doing the most that I can to convince the government there that this is serious, that they need to be taking it seriously, and that might mean militarizing Greenland. Right? We need more weapons. We need more troops in Greenland. That might be the priority for you if you're in Denmark. It's like, we have to take this threat seriously. That means we should be training people in Greenland to defend their home. Men and women who are physically capable of violent resistance against an invasion. What does that look like? How do we organize that? How do we communicate when they kill our communications? How do we speak to each other when they kill the internet? Like maybe looking at the French resistance, right? Like what happens if we're under occupation? How do we resist while under occupation? Yes. Yeah. The right-wing argument for the seeding of weapons, for everyone having a gun, was to fight against tyranny. But as we've seen, it's a lie. It was never the right-wing perspective was never about tyranny. In America, we need to be looking at the Black Panthers when it comes to what the real purpose of gun ownership was about. Weapons don't work? Really? Ask the Tibetans how much weapons don't work. Tibet voluntarily disarmed themselves, and then China happily took them over. How did that work out? How did no weapons work out for the American revolutionaries who were fighting against the British Empire for their own independence? Did they do it with hugs and kisses? Yeah, they'd have their independence if they did. Tibet would be free if Tibet was armed and fighting against the Chinese invasion. What do you think is going to happen in Taiwan? What do you think is going to happen in Taiwan? Why do you think China hasn't taken Taiwan already? because they're arming themselves. They're preparing themselves for an invasion, not with hugs and kisses. The only reason China hasn't rolled into Tibet right now, hasn't rolled into Taiwan right now, is because Taiwan is arming themselves and training themselves to prevent that invasion. If Taiwan acted like Tibet, China would have already taken it. By the way, how is disarmament working out for Ukraine? Are they resisting the Russian invasion with hugs and kisses and sternly worded letters? Don't give me that peacenik bullshit. Okay? We are up against tyrants. We are up against authoritarians. We are up against fascists. And they would love nothing more than for us to disarm ourselves and let them roll all over us. Do we think for a fucking second that our oppressors will somehow grow a conscience and be inspired by our peaceful stance against weapons? Do we think that? Do we think that the evil elements, the tyrannical dictators of this world, would grow a conscience the moment they see us holding hands and singing Kumbaya and getting rid of our weapons? Oh, well, we were going to invade and oppress you, but we saw that you had such a principled stance against weapons and defending yourself, so now we won't. So I'm sorry to say it. If we want peace, if we want democracy, we have to fight for it. And yes, that includes fighting with weapons. So the question in the chat was, what do we do if we're in Denmark? What do we do if we're in Greenland? Prepare for invasion. Do what John Adams did when the redcoats were coming. Okay? Denmark needs to start getting Greenland ready for an invasion and potential occupation. And yes, that means defending your homeland with violence if necessary. Freedom is not given. Liberty is not handed out by those that are in power. It is taken from them. It's why it's so fucking serious. Freedom is earned through blood, sweat, and tears, through suffering and pain. Only then, if we are willing to sacrifice, do we get a little piece of freedom. It doesn't, they don't give it to us, man. They'll never give it to us. We have to take it from them. If we want freedom, if we want liberty, we have to take it from the tyrants. Dictators love it when you preemptively give up. They love it. What happened to Switzerland in World War II? Right? Their neutral stance. What happened to them? What happened? What did their neutral stance get them? An invasion. And what did they resort to keep their country? Defensive violence. When the tyrants and dictators are knocking at your door and demanding everything, the only thing that they respond to is power. Now, to answer Harry Haas's question, as a Brit, what should I do? You still have an opportunity to keep a society that isn't inundated with weapons. Okay, you still have an opportunity to use you still have political parties, even the most extreme political parties, that at the very least have to pretend to respect the democratic systems that are there. So what Harry should do, instead of arming himself, he should put all of his energy into activism for the Green Party. because the Labor Party, they're the party of surveillance. They're the party of acquiescence to Donald Trump. Reform, they want to embrace Donald Trump. The only party that's even talking about a different path away from tyranny and authoritarianism and a surveillance police state are the Green Party. What about Canada? Kind of the same thing as in the UK. In Canada, we still have political parties that are respecting the democratic system that's in place, and we have to put our energy behind an alternative. Now, the NDP is like, right? Like, we got a lot of work. We got a lot of work to convince Canadians that the neoliberal Democrat Party here in Canada, what do they call it? The Liberal Party, right? They might as well be Democrats. But we have a lot of work to do because of the failures of the NDP, who, you know, they had a lot of great momentum 15 years ago, 20 years ago. But it's like from the ground up, we got to do it. We don't have a Zach Polanski right now for the NDP. So we have a lot of work to do. But it's kind of the same suggestion that I was making to Harry there about the UK. But you know, well, Canadians, you know, it's not a lack of weapons here in Canada. You know, like if America wants to invade Canada, they will be met with deadly. Yeah, Jack Layton, R.I.P. The person who really, you know, created that momentum for the NDP party, R.I.P. I mean, yeah, check out No Justice MTG. She fucking rocks. She's talking about this shit. She's a big supporter of the Green Party. She's spot on. 100% correct, No Justice MTG. In fact, I think I have a No Justice MTG clip in here somewhere. But yeah, she's a great person to listen to if you want an independent source of information. Getting back to some of my clips here. Hopefully I've answered some of your questions here. How do we resist? It's different for every country. Contextually, it's different because different countries have different scenarios. Greenland is looking at a full-blown invasion. UK and Canada, they still have democratic systems that they can depend on, but they need to use them. The United States, the democratic system has been completely subverted and will not save us. So we have a different path. And you know, and the path out in China and Russia is even more difficult than us in the United States. They got to shut everything down. They got to shut Russia. The Russian people have to shut everything down if they want democracy and liberty. Same thing in China. So it depends. So it depends on the country, right? I can tell you one thing that you shouldn't be doing, and that's what Forsen is doing. Jack and shit. Twiddling around playing video games all day. I'm not saying you can't play video games sometimes, right? You deserve a break. We do not have the luxury to just dedicate our lives to pleasure. We do, because he's part of the problem. I'm not political. I don't want to be political. I don't want to be awkward and stand up for myself and my fellow countrymen. That's the attitude of losers. That's the attitude of the defeated. It's how we lose. It's how we lose if we just ignore the world around us, we ignore politics, and we just dedicate ourselves to our own pleasures. It's how we fucking lose. Moving on to the next clip here. So-called libertarian Dave Smith and so-called, all shucks good old boy Theo Vaughn. Oh, I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know. I just go to dinners with Jared Kushner and have softball interviews with J.D. Vance. Oh, shucks. I don't know what's happening. Type motherfucker Theo Vaughn doing an interview with pedophilic so-called libertarian Dave Smith, who wants to lower the age of consent and post lolicon memes on his social media. Golly gee, what are they doing? Normalizing Nick Fuentes. Normalizing the I love Hitler guy. Normalizing the guy with a Mexican name who would, like, could you imagine Nick Fuentes talking to Adolf Hitler? Oh, Hitler, I'm your biggest fan. Oh, Hitler, you're the best. I'm spreading your ideology everywhere. Oh, thank you so much. Okay, take this disgusting Mexican out to the alley and shoot him in the head, please. That's how that interaction would go down with Nick Fuentes and his fucking hero. So along with Joe Rogan, now we're seeing the rest of the so-called Rogan sphere eagerly trying to platform Nick Fuentes. Why? Because they think it's about their career. And is TYT going to call this out, by the way? TYT, who spent months and months giving credit to and giving airtime to Dave Smith. Are we going to see Cenk Uygur come out? Oh, I don't want a guilt by association. That's what Cenk says. I don't believe in canceling. You don't believe in canceling pedophilic fash supporters like Dave Smith? Oh, that's guilt by association. All he's doing is trying to say Nick Fuentes is making some good points. So here it is. This is how fascism is normalized. Mark Maron said if Hitler existed, Theo Von would do an interview with him. And that's 100% true. That's 100% true. Oh, shucks, I don't mean nothing by it. I just want to platform fascists. I just want to soften the image of hardcore fascists. That's all. Oh, shucks, I don't know what I'm doing. Calling up my boy Jared Kushner. Maybe I can get myself a good spot in the Gaza Strip. Get myself a house right next to the Mar-a-Lago resort that they're going to install in the Gaza Strip. All shucks. I don't know what's going on. Oh, yuck, 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 yuck. This is how fascism is normalized. This is how pedophilia is normalized. These just asking questions, casual conversations about how we should give credit to overt and proud fascists. Well, shucks.
Well, they got Tucker fired from Fox News, right? It doesn't matter. He's bigger. Yeah. He's big.
They? Who's they? Last time I checked, Tucker Carlson was fired from Fox News for spreading lies about the Dominion voting systems that cost Fox News like how much? $500 billion or something? $50 billion? They got sued to fucking oblivion and back because Tucker Carlson was spreading lies like he always does. And then he gets fired from Fox News, heads his ass over to fucking Russia to go spread propaganda for Vladimir Putin. So who the fuck is they, you pedophile?
Well, they got Tucker fired from Fox News, right? It doesn't matter. He's bigger. Yeah. He's bigger now. So what now?
Yeah, fascism's ruling. Hell yeah, fascism's winning. Yeah, we're winning.
What are you going to do? And then Nick Fuentes, what are you going to do? He's banned off everything, you know? I mean, he's on, I guess, Twitter and Rumble. But so what are you going to do?
And he's huge.
Yeah, he's bigger than ever.
He may be bigger than ever. You had him on your show.
Yeah.
How was that? What is he like? Is he big or is he small?
He's not big. He's not a big guy. He's small. I mean, he's not like...
Wow, what's he like? Wow. The guy who said having sex with women is gay. The closeted, self-hating fascist. Oh, what's he like? Wow.
Tiny, but he's not.
Somebody said he rides a bike. Is that true or not?
I did not see him.
It's exactly what Mark Maron was saying. That was exactly Mark Maron's bit. Oh, hey, you do drugs, Hitler. I do drugs too. Boy, you're just like me. Huh, huh, huh. Humanizing Nick Fuentes. Did these clowns even mention the Hitler comments?
Is that true or not?
I did not see him on a bicycle. I can neither confirm nor deny.
Oh, he rides a bike. Wow, he's just like me.
Huh. I believe he took an Uber to the studio.
Someone said he rode a bike to.
Oh, listen, I'll be honest. He told me he took an Uber to the studio. I did not see with my own eyes how he got there. He could have, but
not an Uber black.
It was certainly an Uber white. No, you know, honestly, my impressions. I like Nick, and
he seems like a fascinating cat. I mean, he's obviously fascinating. People are fascinated by him.
Well, he's brilliant, and he's hilarious.
No, he's not. No, he fucking is not. Brilliant. There's so many examples of him being a raging idiot, contradicting his own message. He comes out and says no more foreign wars, and then in the next day, or even sometime in the next fucking breath, in the next sentence, he's talking about how it's okay to invade Venezuela because that's all of our land anyway. He's brilliant. And TYT doesn't have the fucking guts to say, okay, you know what? We gave a lot of credit to Dave Smith in the past, but we're going to call this out. This is disgusting. They don't even have the fucking guts to do that. Anna Kasparian, two or 3 weeks ago, says she's a fan of Tucker Carlson. Well, we don't want to cancel people. We're not part of the woke brigade. They're supposed to be the home of progressives.
Which is already something that I just like that. I like funny people.
He's fucking brave, dude.
Oh, he's definitely
Brave. This is what it looks like. This is what it looks like when fascism takes over your country. Brave. Admiring Hitler is brave. Being a racist, sexist bigot is brave. Because they will come after you. Who's they? The sensible people who don't believe in bigotry and hatred? And this schmuck wants us to think that he doesn't even know what he's talking about. These two individuals are the enemies of freedom. These two individuals are the enemies of democracy. Nick Fuentes is brave enough to tell us exactly that I'm the enemy. I'm going to put you in chains. I'm going to enslave you. That's Nick Fuentes' message. And yeah, I guess it does take a certain kind of bravery to tell America that you want to destroy the country and turn it into a fascist hellhole. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. The only question I have is, will there ever be a time where these people get what they deserve in terms of their career being destroyed and flushed down the fucking toilet for these statements? Cenk Uygur and TYT doesn't do any, we should be trying to cancel these people. And TYT over here has this obsession about not canceling fascists and Nazis. Oh, we just got to talk to them. We just got to come to the table and talk to them. You'll see, Tucker Carlson's a nice guy. You just have to talk to him. My God, man. My God. Do we really have to have, President Elon Musk, sending us to the fucking gas chambers before Cenk Uygur will say, well, maybe we should have canceled him. Maybe we should have canceled him. And Anna Kasparian refuses to call the Trump administration fascist because they don't wear swastikas. So is that what we need? Donald Trump to bust out a Sieg Heil and throw a fucking, little swastika pin on, and then maybe she'll call it fascist? We have so much more work to do. We have so much more fucking work to do. Right here, live, right here. This is where TYT was during Occupy Wall Street. This is where TYT was. And then they got burned. They felt like they got burned for supporting actual progressivism. So now it's fascist humanizing.
Well, he's definitely brave. And, we have some pretty large areas of disagreement, I think. But I've always kind of believed okay, so then it's just, maybe this is kind of like a little naive or something.
Yeah, a little. And it's intentional. If you were a real libertarian, you would be arming yourself against what is obviously a tyranny, right? That's their whole identity, right? Independence and liberty above all. He should be railing against Donald Trump. And yeah, no, did he come out and say Donald Trump should be impeached? Yeah, sure. But you come out and say Donald Trump should be impeached, and then you follow it up a couple months later with hey, I really like Nick Fuentes. You're not really down for that shit. You don't believe in what you're saying. You're writing vibes. That's your politics, a bunch of vibes.
But my attitude was always like, all right, so we got some areas of disagreement. So like, hey, let's talk about them. And let's kind of like, let's have more conversations and more debates and more, you know what I mean? And
it benefits the fascist movement. It slows down progressive resistance. Just having conversations with fascists. Nick Fuentes and his Fascist America First movement want to destroy any opposition. Brown, white, anybody slightly to the left of full-blown fascism. They don't want to debate. They want our elimination. And this rich idiot who claims to be a libertarian sees tyranny right in front of his face, and he wants to invite him in. He wants to invite him in and have a conversation with it. His supposedly his whole ideology should be in resistance to who Nick Fuentes is and represents, and he wants to sit down and have a fucking conversation with it. Makes me fucking sick. And then on top of that, like a good libertarian, he wants to fuck kids, and he wants to make jokes about raping kids on his fucking social media. Look it up. Posting memes. He posted a meme years ago, but I haven't seen him apologize for it. He posted a meme of some underage girl in makeup, and the caption was, "What do you do if your 13-year-old niece gives you this look while you're watching Frozen and chilling on the couch?" Something like that. And he was like, he posted that, be like, this is going to make the liberals mad. You know, what do you do when you're frozen and chilling, watching a Disney movie with your 13-year-old niece, and she's all done up like a harlot, wearing adult makeup, and she gives you a sexy look? Well, what's the implication, Dave? Not a single time have I ever seen this guy interviewed by any so-called liberal have they asked him, what do you think about lowering the age of consent? Oh, I don't know. Boo boo. I don't want to talk about that. I want to tell you my true feelings about that. Because some schmuck like him, he would say 16. And then once they get 16, they want to go lower. 18 isn't young enough. No. Maybe I want to fucking date 16-year-olds. And then as soon as they get that, they start the conversation of going even lower. I hear he rides a bike. Oh, he rides a bike. How tall is he? Mark Maron was 100% correct about Theo Von. And I was 100% correct about Theo Von. Look, one of the few clips that I have on my Twitch channel is Theo Von's a fraud. This was like the beginning of last year, when TYT and Kyle Kulinski and a bunch of others were trying to give him credit along with Dave Smith. What do you mean you don't feel comfortable discussing the age of consent? You mind expounding on that? Do you or don't you think that 18 is young enough? Do you want to lower the age of consent or not, Mr. Owley? Yes or no? Answer the question or I will ban you immediately. You better scoot your owl ass out of here if it's anything but no. Okay, thank you. Little economic news here. There is no discussion to be had, which I think was what you're implying. I wasn't sure if you were trying to, gesture that you don't want to have a debate about it because you think we should lower it. But you said you're not. So there you go. Because there is no discussion to be had. 18 is young enough. Okay? Because we do have to pick an age. Okay? Right? And we've all just kind of agreed 100 years ago or whatever that 18 was not 100 years ago, not that long ago. But we've all collectively agreed that 18 is where you go. It's 16, even though I was active at 15 minutes early onset puberty. Sabercat, I believe it should be raised to 18 in your country. Don't you let like 13-year-olds drink beer in your country? Yeah, so I disagree with the UK stance that 16 is old enough. I don't think it's old enough. 16, I've met too many 16-year-olds that are like, children. And the older I get, like 20-year-olds now, because I'm a 40-year-old, 20-year-olds, they seem like fucking kids, dude, like toddlers. How do I change a tire, Daddy? I don't know. Why don't you ask ChatGPT, you fuck? $18 for beer publicly, but wine at $5? At $5? Fix your shit. Fix your shit, UK. Fix your shit. Back over here. I don't care. I don't care if it's for God. I don't care if you think it's the blood of Jesus. No 5-year-old should be imbibing alcohol. Some economic news from Matt Stoller here, who I don't remember if I have an opinion about him, but I've seen the name. Yeah. Harry, and do you think that was a good idea for you to be drinking booze at 9 years old? Geez, no wonder reform. You guys, you voted for Brexit, and now you're gonna vote for Brexit 2.0 party. Maybe the fetal alcohol thing is a real thing out there. Anyway, economic news. The second fastest growing sector in America in terms of GDP growth from 2019 to 2024 was gambling. Gambling. So this is a sign of the times. This is a sign of how bad things are. Second highest sector in terms of GDP growth is people, on their phone betting, sports betting, and doing casino apps. Trying to get rich. My name is Edward, and I'm an alcoholic. Right, okay. Are you 9 years old, Edward? Get me off this planet, please. Please. Can a drunken 9-year-old let me hop on their spaceship so I can leave? I'm not getting into a complicated debate about economics. I'm simply saying it's a sign. It's a sign that the American people are in desperate situation. Because it's not like manufacturing, right? It's not the tech sector. AI doesn't count. It's not innovation. It's not, we're making carpets, or we're making farm equipment, or we're making anything. It's a sign that more Americans than ever are gambling. Okay, and just ignore all the religious reasons why gambling is bad. Fuck no. Abso-fucking-lutely not. Don't you dare try to calm me down. I will flip the fuck out. You try to calm me down. On to the next clip here. Venezuela is now 100% colony of the USA. This is how it works, according to this person who, in Bitcoin we trust. But here is the United States basically. I mean, we have no boots on the ground. It's not an occupation. We got, pro-Maduro mercenaries roaming the streets. It's a complete clusterfuck. And, we got mini Hitler over here with a little pin of his, a cartoon pin of himself, talking about how he stole 30 to 50 million barrels of oil. A bunch of oil companies making a bunch of fucking money, and this is somehow supposed to help us? How is this helping anybody except for a very, very few oligarchs? Let's watch the clip.
Every penny, everything they buy with the money that they're making from the oil now, Mr. President, will be bought from America. And that includes.
So he just said everything that they're buying to, to improve the oil infrastructure, they're buying from American companies. This is supposed to help us how? They just the raw assumption is that trickle down is supposed to help us. Oh, don't worry, $1 billion Chevron, the $1 billion oil company, is going to go to other $1 billion oil companies to buy more oil equipment for Venezuela. And this is supposed to be a win for the American people?
Everything from equipment for the oil industry to food to medicine and everything in between.
Food and medicine. He just throws that in at the end. There's no indication whatsoever that that's what's going to happen. Greetings from south of Boston. It's your motherfucking boy, Lenny. Hashtag more Lenny in this bitch. Welcome back, Lenny. It's always good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good weekend. Hope your business is still doing well. It deserves to if it isn't. Keeping it moving. So we were talking about this woman earlier. I couldn't find the clip, but here is her right here live. Okay, it's a 13-minute clip. But here is her. This is an American woman pushing back against ICE while the cop on the phone is saying you need to acquiesce to ICE. So ICE, this DoorDash, this woman from DoorDash, right, has the audacity to look ethnic. Her husband is getting kidnapped by ICE, right? Hardworking American delivering food, okay? She's not going door to door to rape people, I'll tell you that. So she runs into this woman's house, and this brave woman on the phone with the cops calls 911. Is brave enough to keep the door closed. She knows her rights. They're not allowed to force the door down. The cop on the phone is giving her incorrect advice because they agree with ICE, right? They agree. No, you got to let him. It's Uncle Sam is knocking. You got to let tyranny in. Your home is not your castle. You have to let tyranny in, and you have to let them racially profile this woman for daring to deliver groceries to your house.
And I will open the door to let her out. Go up to the car, because I don't feel comfortable letting. I have a 2-year-old. I have a 1.5-year-old baby. I have 3 more in school. I have 3 more in school.
Yeah, the distraction of the Epstein case is no doubt a factor. I don't know if it's the primary reason why we're seeing, because like with or without Epstein, we would be seeing this. But there's no denying that Epstein is a factor here.
Hey, Cheyenne, this is Commander Hinkie with the Sheriff's Office calling you.
Yeah?
So this is the cops. This is the sheriff department. And what are they telling this woman? Bend the knee to tyranny. Bend the knee to fascism. Let these racist motherfuckers racially profile. Right? And then what does Tim Walz say? Oh, we're going to stand up against this, and we're going to do this, and I sent a letter to Donald Trump, and don't you worry, I'm on it. Meanwhile, his cops are telling Americans to acquiesce.
I understand that you're fighting right now.
I'm going to, but move.
Please. You have two options, right? So either let the relievers come in and
None of the options they give her is you have your rights. You're allowed to ask for a warrant. You're allowed to tell them to get the fuck off my property. No. It's acquiesce or you're harboring a fugitive. Those are the two options the cops give her. That's how much the cops respect your rights and liberties. That's how much the cops respect the Constitution. Oh yeah, no, you don't have any rights. Nope, you just have to acquiesce or you're breaking the law. Yeah, no, you're screwed. You're screwed. Let him kidnap that woman. You got no choice. Cops lie to you. Cops fucking lie to you. Every single day, cops are lying. And the police unions want to make it even worse. What's a constitution? Constitution be damned. What's a right? What's any of that? Cops are just the most amazing, unimpeachable, ethical heroes. And it's your obligation to get on your hands and knees and say, thank you, sir.
nobody from the sheriff's office is gonna show up there because that's all I can tell you.
That's all I can tell you. Oh, we're going to send the cops out, and that's all. I'm too afraid. I'm too afraid to be to tell you that you have constitutional rights, that you need to get a warrant. I don't really believe that you should have to get a warrant. I believe that we should be able to just knock down your door and do whatever we want to anybody at any time. So, we kind of basically agree with ICE. We're kind of jealous of ICE. We would really love the ability to just trample people's rights and racially profile people all day, but we're still hamstrung by the law. Oh, no, sorry. So yeah, it's better just to acquiesce and let these fat, overpaid, undertrained tyrants kidnap this woman.
Okay, but what do I do?
I think that choice is up to you. You have those. I mean, those are your two options.
Just saying those charges.
You need to come with me. Come
we
on.
Can't, I have family. I'm
Come
sorry.
on. You need to come with me, ma'am. Come
There's
on.
nothing we can do.
Come on.
There's nothing we can do.
So she didn't mention that part in her little video, that she was basically trying to convince this woman to give herself up. That they were acquiescing to the demands of the police.
Come on. Just come on. Ma'am, I am so sorry. Ma'am, the police said I have to let you go. Ma'am, ain't got nothing better to do because your wife still want to suck your fucking dick off my yard until you fucking care. Y'all didn't have no. How could you do this?
They want to hear you.
Ma'am, DoorDash.
They're saying we can't get charged with harboring or fucking release her.
The police should be on their way, but I took yesterday from you. Fucking.
So she mentioned that the woman was safe, but she didn't mention that she gave her up. She fucking gave her up. The cops threatened arrest. The cops didn't tell her that she has constitutional rights. The cops didn't say that ICE needs a warrant.
Bullshit.
So she stayed there because the woman refused to leave. They were telling her, you got to go, and trying to get her out of their house.
Nowadays, we can't order DoorDash without ICE showing up to our house, right? I have a baby! A baby! Get out! Until you guys have a warrant signed, get off my fucking property now!
Right, so they're talking about a warrant because they're intelligent enough to know that they need a warrant, while the cop is saying you don't have a choice. The cop doesn't even mention a warrant in the clip of the conversation that I just heard.
Now!
I want judge papers.
Then tick night. I get out! Get into my, because y'all pieces of shit. Ma'am, the police said I have to let you go. Ma'am, I don't know what to do. No,
They won't hear you. They won't hear you.
So only after does this woman refuse to leave do they start talking about a warrant. All right, look, it's a chaotic situation. You know, and the thing is that, you know, a citizen is not obligated to be a lawyer and understand the law better than the cops do. No, it's not on us. It's not on the citizen. I'm criticizing them a little bit, but they ultimately made the right decision because she refused to leave. And they started talking about a warrant. Who I'm putting the blame on is the cop that's on the phone. The cop on the phone should have said, they need a warrant. They can't come in. Let them know that you need a warrant. But the cop didn't want to be recorded or seen as pushing back against ICE because they want to be ICE. They defend ICE. So it's the cop's fault for not telling this woman what her fucking rights actually were, giving her a binary choice. You either acquiesce or you're committing a crime. So no, I blame the cop, and they eventually came to the right conclusion that you need a fucking warrant, et cetera, et cetera. But this is, you know, cops lie. The cop said, "Look, we're going to arrest you. You're harboring a fugitive."
How could you do this to your own fucking people? That's insane. I don't fucking care. Y'all didn't have no fucking warrant.
Just give her some time.
Just give her some fucking time. Y'all just shot someone in Minnesota. I ordered DoorDash. My fucking DoorDash. Are you fucking kidding me?
We don't care. She's brown. We don't care. Stephen Miller says this is okay. Kavanaugh said this is okay. We get to treat brown people like they're trash.
I'm Native American. Get the fuck off my yard until she comes that way. You don't even have a fucking warrant.
We don't care. We don't care. We don't care. Rights don't exist anymore. We don't care. We kidnap brown people. We racially profile all day, and we get really well paid to do it. We are Donald Trump's personal police force. And Donald Trump wants racism. We simply don't care.
I'm not going to go to fucking jail because y'all pieces of shit ain't got nothing better to do because your wife still want to suck your fucking dick. No, I don't know what to do. I have a baby. They were literally telling me that if I don't, the cops were even telling me that if I don't open the door, they'll literally charge me with harboring. I don't know what to do. Come here.
The cops lied to this woman and this man. The cops lied to them. Didn't mention the need for a warrant and just told them you have to acquiesce. Because they like being ordered around. They like being ordered around by federal authorities. By obese racists. Because the cops agree. The cops agree with ICE. They want to do what ICE is doing. In fact, if Donald Trump were to, however, executive order or something and basically say, every cop is ICE, every cop is now ICE, and you don't have to listen to your local government, you don't have to, all you need to listen to is me and the federal government, a grand majority of cops would proudly put that ICE badge. They'd rip off that police, they'd throw away their protect and serve badge, and they'd slap that ICE badge right on their thing, and they'd start doing the exact same thing that ICE is doing. In the name of Donald Trump. we're gonna, another $100 billion for all the cops. We're gonna deputize all the cops into ICE. And a good majority of cops, because you'd be like, oh no, they'll resist, right? They took an oath. Nope, they don't fucking care. They don't fucking care. Take that Constitution, ball it right up, throw it behind them. All right, here we go. Let's start racially profiling, locking up and arresting anybody that even dares to disagree with us. What's a warrant?
Ma'am. Come here.
You and your family, okay?
I ordered.
For the best interests of your family, acquiesce to fascism. That's what the cop is telling you. Never once does the cop say anything about a warrant. Motherfucker knows damn well what the law is.
DoorDash, this lady ran into my house. They don't have a warrant, but they told me I was going to be charged with harboring.
They were gonna break down my door.
They were going to break down my door.
Yeah,
I
but they
already
didn't.
did. The police told me to give them
They're
up to her,
the police are saying we can't keep her in here.
She's from Minnesota. She has a Minnesota license.
And how are you guys gonna
Plate
wear
is
the police
Minnesotan.
symbol if you guys aren't police?
You're literally talking to her in Spanish. I hope they turn on you and take your family, because that's what you're doing to people.
You're separating family.
They took her kid. I don't know what to do.
Yeah, and you're not going to see this on MSNBC. You're not going to see it on CNN, or if you do see it, it's going to be both sides. They're going to show a snippet of this and then cut to ex police agent, ex police chief, who's going to be like, "Yep, she said they're breaking the law. Yep, I've never even heard of a warrant. I don't even know what that is." Right? They should be cutting to a constitutional lawyer or somebody that actually knows the law, but no, they would cut to a bootlicker who's like, nope, you have to do everything a cop says, no matter what they say or no matter what the legality is. It's better to just acquiesce, and you have to do exactly what they say. I saw it yesterday on CNN International. I was watching on CNN International. They were looking at the murder of Rachel Good, and the guy goes, "Well, technically, it was a justified shooting. In my opinion, it was a justified shooting." And of course, he was an ex-cop who was himself involved in several incidences.
My baby's inside. I did call the police. The police told me that.
Aren't gonna help
They told us that we have to
I'm sorry,
open
Renee Good, not Rachel. Thank you, Renee Good. Thank you for that correction.
the door.
We have two
or
options: get charged with harboring or fucking release her.
Fucking land.
Right. So then they get their goat up when they realize that ICE isn't going to break down their door, and when they realize that ICE, because they don't have a warrant, and nowhere in this does the cop tell them that that's what they should have done in the first place. Cops, the whole way, cops lying to them. There's nothing you can do. You have no rights. You have to acquiesce. This is where we're at. This is the state of policing in the United States, right? And I've been talking about this. I mean, I've been talking about this since blue in the face. I've been talking about this since way before Trump. How fascistic the cops are. How they are protectors of power, and how they lie, and how they're allowed to lie. Hell, they're allowed to steal from you. Cops are allowed to steal your money, steal your property, and then force you through an arduous court process to get it back. And then they fee and fine you when you try to get it back. So if you got like $5,000 in the car, oh yeah, you could be a drug dealer. They just take it. They just take it. And then you have to go to court several times to try and get it back. Was it qualified immunity? Something like that? Yeah, but look, I'm gonna keep it real though, and because I showed the woman's comments. Civil asset forfeiture. That's what allows them to steal. Qualified immunity is what allows cops to lie to you and entrap you, to not inform you of your rights, because you're like, wait a minute, a cop has to tell me what my rights are. No, they don't. Cop in the United States is allowed to, leave out certain bits of information, say you can't do this, say you can't do that, even though you absolutely legally can. And then they just end up leaving. The cops are on the way, so they end up leaving. Because eventually it would have gotten to, okay, do you got a warrant? By the way, you know what ICE is doing? They're manufacturing fake warrants. Zoran Mamdani had to put it in his video. Oh, yeah. Cops are allowed to lie to you. ICE is allowed to lie to you. They're presenting people with fake warrants that don't have a judge's signature on them. And this has been a long time coming with the cops. This has been a long time coming with the cops. They are eager. The police all across the nation are eager to be assimilated into a fascist dictatorship. eager to be turned into weapons of tyranny for the state. The police union backs them up. It's a culture within the police, the warrior cop mentality that they're at war with us, the citizens, that we're beneath them, like the thin blue line propaganda. That's what that was about. That they're above us, they're better than us. They can lie and cheat and steal. Man. Oh, here we go. Here's some No Justice. I knew I had a No Justice clip ready to go. Here's No Justice MTG to talk about, I believe, the Palantir sale, but a bunch of other things that Keir Starmer is getting up to. She's great. Like and subscribe. 100% like and subscribe. For some reason, this video is slightly sped up. I guess this is how to get the Zoomers interested in your content. As you can see, it's a vertical video. But yeah, here's some No Justice MTG to talk about the current state of UK politics.
and Co. are very happy to set up this surveillance state for a future Tory or Reform government to use that to their own ends. Starmer and Co. are very happy to set up this surveillance state for a future Tory or Reform government to use that to their own ends. Spy tech giant Palantir, named after Saruman's all-seeing orb from Lord of the Rings, has recently been awarded the biggest defence contract in British history as part of the UK-US strategic partnership that has offloaded even more of our democratic decision-making to the White House and their cronies. What I want to draw people's attention to is this tweet from Palantir's co-founder Joe Lonsdale, which includes quite the confession.
I mean, listen to this shit. I can't go full screen with it because I hate it.
Responding to a tweet that says, commies aren't allowed in this hemisphere, and every one of them should be blown up along with their gravesites.
So commies aren't allowed. This is the owner of Palantir. This is the owner, the co-owner of the company that Keir Starmer just signed a contract with, saying commies don't deserve to exist and they should be blown up. And of course, who's a commie? Anybody to the left of Adolf Hitler. Is this the actual clip?
Starmer and Co.
Okay, you're my fucking hero. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Sanity. But no, this is what the owner of Palantir had to say. Let me just get this queued up right here. Commies aren't allowed in this hemisphere, and every one of them should be blown up along with their grave sites. I mean, that's exactly what the Israelis are doing to Palestinians. Replace shorts with question V equal? Yeah, okay. I'm not going to remember that. Sorry. Exactly. What did you think founding Palantir was supposed to be about? Exactly. So this is Joe Lonsdale. This is the guy. And I've seen clips of this guy. I mean, frat bro, bastard. Who they literally want to chip us. They literally want to put us in chains, man. He has the audacity to believe poor people deserve to be poor and that the only use that poor people have is to serve him and his pleasures. And this is him saying, to this person who made this comment about communists who need to be killed and their grave sites blown up. And he says, exactly. What did you think founding Palantir was supposed to be about? And Keir Starmer and the Labour government signs a contract with this company to oppress people in the UK like they're oppressing us here in the United States. He wants ICE style policing in the UK. This is supposed to be a Labour government. Labor. Class war. And what are we seeing? Complete and total acquiescence to full-blown right-wing fascism.
A tweet that says, commies aren't allowed in this hemisphere, and every one of them should be blown up along with their gravesites. And Mr. Lonsdale responds with, exactly. What did you think founding Palantir was supposed to be about? Now the US is using its power to murder leftists is nothing new. Operation Gladio saw the CIA enlist stay-behind squads across Europe.
Yeah, Harry Haas. Yes. So not only is Keir Starmer arresting anybody with the audacity to wave a paper sign that says Palestine Action, he hires a company that wants to treat human beings like Palestinians, not only murdering them and their children, you know, in some kind of, in a tent on the beach. Murdering them isn't enough. No. Take it to the next step. Completely erase their legacy, their identity, and blow up their grave sites. And Keir Starmer hires that company. Where's the criticism? Where's the outrage? BBC, nothing. LBC, nothing. You got to go to Novara Media to get the truth about what's actually happening in your country. And it's all intentional. It's all fucking intentional.
With the express goal of killing communists and socialists. But these kinds of people are now deeply intertwined with the UK surveillance state, and given that the US seems perfectly happy to apply its domestic laws and power abroad to its adversaries, how long until the same is true for their allies? I have no doubt in my mind that this will be music to the ears of the headbangers of the UK right, and they will be happy to cooperate in neutralising left-wing opposition to the domestic brand of Trumpism. Do any of us seriously believe that if this were to happen to us, that the supine invertebrate that is our human rights liar-in-chief Keir Starmer would stand up to Trump? He's already been happy to sell off our security to Trump's Palantir pals and collaborate with Trump in what amounts to international piracy. Given the Starmer project from day one was the removal of the left from public life, you can't imagine he'd put up that much of a fight. The only way—
And that has always been the goal of neoliberals, to act as a firewall against real progressive change, to convince people that, you know, to disarm people, well-meaning people who would normally be leftists, that they are left enough. That's always been their goal. And here we see the final stages of this experiment right here. Keir Starmer and the rest of the Labour Party, they use the language of progressivism to weaponize, and weaponize it against the progressive movement.
to protect ourselves against encroaching American influence is to actually value the sovereignty that the right wing only pretends to care about. We need total de-Yankification. No more American corporations getting government contracts. No more American asset management firms owning our real estate.
Right.
No more.
And you'd never hear the Labor Party saying any of that. And instead, implementing police state, American-style police state and tracking and monitoring in your country. And Keir Starmer doesn't care that he's going to be one term because of this stuff. He doesn't care. All he cares about is achieving the goals of neoliberalism. That's all he fucking cares about. He doesn't care that he's flushing his entire career down the toilet. He does not care. You know? As long as you can use his corpse to fight against progressive change, that's all he fucking cares about.
American private equity firms owning our water companies, banning foreign money from our politics, and no more important American culture war nonsense from the think tank industrial complex either. It's bad enough being an economic and geopolitical vassal state for the US. Can we at least be spared having to do with cringy stuff like Doge or Zia Yusuf banging on about fentanyl and DEI, please? Or indeed, the proliferation of Trump-style red hats from Steve Reed & Co.
So that's amazing. She's amazing. No Justice MTG is fucking amazing. And if you're not liking and subscribing to No Justice MTG, I honestly don't know what the fuck you're doing. Her live streams are amazing. Her Novara Media coverage is amazing. And yes, I was criticizing Aaron Bastani from Novara Media earlier for giving a softball interview to Norman Finkelstein. But No Justice MTG is the real motherfucking deal. Okay? And if you want real news, yeah, there he is. And if you want real news out of the UK, real coverage, there's no better place to go, quite frankly. She is amazing. Neoliberalism hater. I mean, she's just so good. She's so fucking good. Leftist streamer, neoliberalism hater. God, she's good. Please like and subscribe to No Justice MTG. Please. LBC isn't good enough. I know LBC's, some of their hosts are leftists. Some of them are full-blown fascistic rightists. But LBC isn't left enough. Trust me. Trust me. God, she's good. More news out of Iran. More clips coming from Iran here. And the regime is, of course, cutting off the internet. This is, expect to see this here in America soon. It's really going to shock a lot of Americans when Donald Trump does it. Yeah, Harry Haas. I don't know about love, right? But they carry water for Starmer. Only recently did James O'Brien come out and finally start criticizing Keir Starmer after spending a good chunk of time carrying water for him. Several of the women are to the left of James O'Brien, but you can't keep it as real as No Justice MTG does on LBC. You're not going to keep your job and keep it real like she does, and they don't have the balls to interview her. Right? They don't have the balls to bring No Justice MTG on to give them a leftist perspective on things. LBC is not liberal enough. They continue to carry water for the neoliberal establishment that weaponizes the language of progressivism while implementing an American-style police state. Hiring a company that says we should bomb communists and destroy their grave sites. Now imagine if they said that about Jewish people. Imagine if they said that about Northern Irelanders, Irelanders, however you say that, people from Northern Ireland. Right? Anybody except for socialists and leftists. Right? Imagine if that company said that thing about Jewish people. Oh, Keir Starmer, he wouldn't shut up. I can't believe the Tories would hire Palantir to. I can't believe that's so anti-Semitic. I can't believe it. But no, you say that shit about leftists and communists and Palestinians. And it's, oh, here's a government contract. Bring the all-seeing eye of Palantir into my country. Oh, please. That's your Labor Party. Oh, and we're also going to raise taxes on lower and middle income people. Oh, yeah. The world is fucking burning. Quite literally in Iran. Thank you for that transition, WW86, but here's more clips from Iran. They killed the internet, and here's just another clip of what's happened. It's a revolution. Now, we saw a revolution in Nepal that is a little shaky. Apparently, some of the Gen Z revolutionaries over there are not so happy with the interim government. We saw something similar in South Korea. That one kind of worked out a little bit better. We saw it in Syria with Bashir al-Assad getting deposed. And, immediately the government is like, Sharia law, theocracy, Sharia law. Okay. We saw one in Afghanistan a couple of years ago. That one didn't work out. Now we have a whole country run by the goddamn Taliban. Oh my God, have I been banned, Seneca? Have I been banned? Hello? I'm still here somehow. 34 viewers, thank you so much. Wow. Thank you. I'm still here for now. We'll see how long that lasts. So, we've had these revolutions happening in various countries, and always the worry is, okay, who's going to replace them? And it's pretty hard to go worse than Iran's government. The Ayatollah and a bunch of bootlickers, right? Some dictator who literally considers himself the voice of God. It's hard to get worse than that. But the problem is with a power vacuum is that the most brutal, oftentimes, not always, as we've seen in South Korea, right? But oftentimes It's the most brutal. I mean, who was that barbecue? Is that in Haiti or Niger? You know, Mr. Barbecue over there. Oftentimes, it's the most brutal elements that fill that power vacuum. And, you know, the Iranian people are totally justified in deposing their theocracy. Absolutely. But this is where the 3-step program comes in. This is where organization, having some fucking structure to that shit. Because if you depose a government and you create a power vacuum, but you have nothing to put into place and you have no power to put that thing into place, it's just trading one dictator for another. Which might be the situation in Syria, maybe. Certainly was the situation in Afghanistan. So if the activist movement were successful in the United States, if the activist movement in the United States were successful enough to organize a general strike movement that was actually affecting the bottom line of corporations, we would see the internet getting cut off at strategic moments. We absolutely would see that. If Occupy Wall Street was more successful than it was, and was actually starting to hurt the bottom line and actually starting to force corporations to change, we would have seen Barack Obama cut off the internet at strategic times. Make no mistake, if a leftist activist movement starts finding success against the right-wing oligarchy that is running our lives, they would start to do things just like the theocracy in Iran. Just like it. Welcome back here, tubing. Absolutely. I work from home. Bound. Yeah. In a general strike, hopefully you would not be working if you were capable and able to do that. Well, I'll get fired. Well, hopefully a general strike movement would be able to give you some money to compensate for that. I worked for the feds. Okay. Serenity now. Serenity now. Please, please. Okay? Can I please be abducted? Please. Please. I would rather get anal probed every single day of my life than being here. This is no joke. Of course not. Of course not. These crusty bastards will hold on to power. That, you know, you got Bashar al-Assad gassing his own people. Whatever it takes, they will hold on to this. You think this guy wants to live in a world where he's not considered the voice of God? He would do anything. And imagine the shit that he gets up to sexually. Okay? When you have this kind of power, you do anything you want to anybody. Men like that do not give that up. You have to, once again, going back to stuff I was saying a couple hours ago, when it comes to tyrants, you have to take power away from them. He will never grow a conscience. There's not enough human suffering on planet Earth that would convince this man to stop. It simply has to be an ultimatum. I either stay here and go to jail or get Mussolini'd, okay, or I run off to Russia with my ill-gotten gains, and maybe I can hold on to a little bit of my fortune. That's the only thing dictators respond to. You can't out-shame these people. You can't out-shame the shameless. The only thing they respond to is power. And the sycophants are always there. Don't forget, after the complete and total wide scope. Yeah, interesting icon you got there. Looks kind of fashy. I don't think it's a fascist one, but it looks a little fashy. Thank you, wide scope. Appreciate it. But I'd just like to point out, even after the complete and total collapse of the German government and the total defeat of the Nazis, there were still hundreds of thousands of Germans who were down for Hitler. Okay? Now, does that mean democracy is bad and that, no, but it means we have to be vigilant. DSA member. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Wide Scope. Appreciate it. We have to, if we want to keep our democracy from people like this, who will always exist and always try to take advantage of our democracy. They will always try to weaponize free speech. The moment we give them free speech, the moment we allow free speech to happen, these fascistic and authoritarian elements will immediately start weaponizing it against us. We have to be incorrect. Caricature of fascism, democracy. Democracy is the best, worst system we have to obtain freedom and liberty. It is not a caricature of fascism, you fuck. Democracy is one of the finest things we've ever created for ourselves. Humanity. Do not let the authoritarian elements in our life, in my fucking chat. Okay, what you're talking about is not democracy. What you're talking about is a twisted, toxic transformation of what once was a democracy into what we have now. What we have in the United States is not democracy. But anyway, the point that I'm trying to get at is that you can have democracy if you can keep it. And it is, as a citizen of a democracy, it is your obligation to know what it is, to know how it functions, and to know how to defend it. If the citizenry fails to do those things, they lose their democracies to the tyrants, to the theocrats, to the Theovons. But that's what Benjamin Franklin was talking about. You can have your democracy if you can keep it, because he knew it's a system that requires the participation of its citizens for its maintenance, for its upkeep. And he just left the British Empire. He just left millions of people who were like, I want a king, I want a strong man, I want a daddy, I want a monarchy. It's the only way, it's the natural way that people can be governed. So he Benjamin Franklin just ran from an entire system of tens of millions of people. I don't know however many people were living in the British Empire before the existence of America. But he had just seen how easily it was for groups of tens of thousands, millions of people to put that chain around. But the only way humanity can exist is if it's all a hierarchy without checks and balances that goes up to one man. And in America, they were this radical experiment called democracy, where it was like, no, we're gonna have checks and balances of power. Power is not going to be centralized to one person, and it's going to depend on the participation of its citizens. Bye. Goodbye. Democracy is the best, worst system. We don't need less, we need more. The solution to civilians and humanity losing their freedom is democracy. It's the best, worst system we have. It's not perfect by any means, but it is the solution that we require if you care about independence, if you care about liberty. I will not waste my time having arguments with people that disagree with the basic foundational idea of democracy. Because what is that then? If you don't have democracy, what do you have? A monarchy, a tyranny. Power centralized into a small group. You got these fucking communists talking about Marxism, talking about the Communist Manifesto on the other end of the spectrum, which is just a tyranny, a different kind of tyranny. You know what democracy is, though? Democracy is hard work. Democracy is hard work. It's sloppy. It's not efficient. It's slow. But it's the best, worst system if you care about freedom, if you care about independence. It's the best we got. And yeah, you can do democracy in a million different ways. Constitutional republic, right? You can have a different system. I'm not smart enough to have a bunch of other democratic experiments ready to list off. But without democracy, we have slavery in just one form or another. We have either Animal Farm, right, on the left with communism, or we have authoritarian dictatorship, fascism, theocracy. I'm not going to waste my time having an argument with somebody that disagrees with the idea of democracy, because the alternative is tyranny. Constitutional republic, direct democracy, whatever it is. If the system isn't democratic, the alternative is a form of tyranny. And I'm going to die on my feet. I'm going to die on my feet a free man. Even if I live in a fucking, full-blown fascist dictatorship, they're going to have to take me out. And when they take me out, when my corpse hits the ground, it's going to be a free corpse. It's going to be the corpse of a free man. Democracy doesn't work. Democracy doesn't work. Then what's the alternative? Small group of people with all the power. That's the solution. Small group of people with all the power. That's what we need. Look through history. How many empires have built and then fallen, built and then fallen? Monarchies, tyrannies, dictatorships, built and then crumble, built and then crumble. Oh, democracy is the same. Democracy is the only experiment that could potentially break that cycle. Stalinism, Maoism, built, crumble. Centralized power at the very top. Crumbles. Democracy is the only system that has given us any kind of hope that we can break that cycle, right? People are saying, America, empires last about 250 years. Great empires last about 250 years. And look, it's America's time, 250 years. Yes, if we continue to reject democracy, not because we're a democracy, but because we threw our democracy away. If we do crumble, it's that reason. Democracy is the only system with the potential for us to break through that built and crumble cycle. I was followed by someone called an unvaccinated subhuman. Wow. Wow. It's like we have so much work to do. It's so, you know, I know I banned that person. I don't feel bad about it, but it's like we have so much work to do. Because we can't even have a discussion about the fundamentals of our emancipation without getting bogged down. Now leftists, they don't want to talk about democracy now. Now we got to have a debate about the effectiveness of democracy. I mean, we're so divided and conquered. We can't even agree on our own emancipation, on the direction of our own emancipation. No, we need centralized government. No, we got to consolidate all power into a couple committees and one man sitting at the top, because you know it's going to be a man. It's like, as leftists, we can't, we're never going to find our emancipation being so divided and conquered. We have to agree at least on the foundational efficacy of democracy to proceed. If we don't even agree on the effectiveness of democracy, what are we even chanting for in the streets? You got one third of the protest movement demanding a different style of enslavement. Another third doesn't even know what they're chanting for. The other third trying desperately to get the other 2/3 to cooperate. You do have to change the material, and that's where Zoran Mamdani. That's why he's the template. That's why he's effective, hopefully, because at the very least he's promising to change the material reality. I would argue that ancient Greece collapsed because they veered away from democracy, not because they doubled down on democracy. But I don't know enough about Greek history to confirm that. But if I were to just pull something out of my ass, which I just did, I would argue that if that great empire failed because they veered away from democracy. Wasn't Caesar? Wasn't that ancient Greece? Didn't he crown himself an emperor after disbanding the Congress or the Senate? That's not a democracy. Maybe I'm getting my history mixed up. Where the hell was Caesar from? Rome? Caesar was Rome. Yeah, Caesar was Rome. Yeah. Was before the Roman period. Right. But no, it's Romans took over the Greeks. Interesting. Okay. I'm sure I knew that at one point in my life. I haven't gotten into ancient Roman history. You would, as a white man, you would, in his 40s, you would think I would know everything about the Roman Empire. I do find it funny. Zoran said he'd have free subways and buses and the fares raised this week. He doesn't have the power to control the fares. That's state run. Give him time. Let's give him a chance. I've watched Caligula a couple times. That's my breadth of knowledge. I downloaded that, that recent version of Caligula that came out with all the uncensored sex bits in it. I haven't watched it yet. And I loved I, Claudius. You'd think I would know more about this stuff. I, Claudius was amazing. You'd look like you'd bang into the Romans. Once you hit 40, you either really get into smoking meat or you learn about ancient history. Right. True. I guess I went the meat route. But no, back to Bound TRS talking about, the fares getting raised out of control of Zoran's control. Give him some time. Now, I do agree that Zoran needs to deliver. Or, if Zoran doesn't deliver, even if he's not corrupt, right, and he's like well-meaning and he doesn't deliver, that's going to be a massive blow to the democratic socialist movement. No doubt about it. Back to WW86's detailed comment here. Direct democracy is what they had in ancient Greece, but they had city-states, so it was physically plausible for people to get together. Modern democracy is based on the U.S. Constitution, which is also borrowing from the Native American tribes' system of government, and is also based on the French Revolution. Sounds about right. But I'm going to come back to what my original point was, though. That I believe if a great nation, not an empire, but if a great nation is to break this cycle of empires rising and falling, it's democracy that will be able to break that cycle. And we need more of it, right? Because we need, instead of isolating ourselves from the rest of the world, we need to be working with the world, and working with the world on an enhanced UN, right? Which is just a global democracy, ideally. You know, we need more democracy, not less. We need more free speech, not less, to get us out of this. Our government should be paying journalistic outlets to investigate and report. You know, the government should be paying for those efforts, and should be, you know, the government should have the ability to say, this is propaganda, this isn't propaganda. But we can't, as leftists, we can't even agree that democracy is the right direction to go in. First of all, you have to separate capital interests from the democratic process. Can that be reversed once it's been corrupted? Yes. Yes, it can. I agree with that statement as well. Obviously, money in politics has done nothing but destroy our democracy, dissolve our democracy. That's where the brilliant system of checks and balances once existed. You know, the Citizens United, which, you know, mega, incredibly ironic Orwellian name, was a massive blow to democracy. A lot of what we see now as corporate oligarchs directly controlling our government leads back to Citizens United. And of course, before that, but it was catalyzed by Citizens United. Citizens United, right? Who are the citizens that are uniting? The oligarchy. Not us. All right, how much time do I got left? I got at least another half hour in me. Here's ICE arresting a woman with a child, right? Who knows what happens with the child? Did you know ICE recently, it was like DHS as well, gave themselves the right to strip search minors? Thank you, Ponder Monkey. I don't feel like I'm crushing it, because I feel like, you know, if I can't even convince people, and I know I'm not going to convince everybody, but I just, when I hear that comment about democracy, it's like, I don't believe in democracy. It really gets me down. It really fucking demotivates me, because it's like, we can't even, how can we rally together if we can't even agree on the direction we need to go in? Isn't democratic socialism enough socialist, you know, ideas? Isn't that enough? Do we really have to go full Marxism to make some people happy? We have to go back to the ideas of Mao and Stalin? Is that really how we energize the leftist base? Yeah, I agree, German. I do. I fully agree with that statement. Welcome back, Liddy Bruz. Thank you, Wide Scope. I'm glad you enjoy my potty humor. People want Mad Max with nice places to eat. They kind of do. Yeah, that's the anarchists, right? That's kind of what they want. They want no hierarchy, no structure. But you know, because everyone's nice to each other, because everyone wants to work with each other, we're gonna have the best of both worlds, right? Where we're not ruled over by any kind of government or hierarchy, but everyone's gonna work together, and we're still gonna have all the nice things. It's like I don't want to roll up into a restaurant and like, you know, have to trade jewels and you know, precious metals to get a fucking meal. It's like I'm okay with a monetary system, you know? I'm okay with that. Oh no, can't have that. Barter. We got to go back to the barter system. Oh, well, you're not farming your own wheat, so how are you going to have enough to barter with somebody? What about bottle caps? Barter on the BART, right? I'm trying to get on the BART. It's like, well, I have a quarter pound of wheat. I got 1 ounce of gold. I got you know, a couple bushels of lithium. Can I get a bus ticket? In my state, political donations are illegal and elections are publicly funded, and those who run all receive the same amount of money for their election. Yeah, not trying to brag, but it's just watching from across the big pond. See, I agree with that. Anyway, so here's ICE suppressing more people. And like I said before, ICE and DHS have recently made it legal for them to strip search minors without the parent being present. So we have pedophilic, boogaloo boy libertarians who want to lower the age of consent and who proudly support our pedophile president, now given the legal right to kidnap brown children, squirrel them away into some room after they separated that child from their parent, and then legally strip them naked. Gee, I wonder what's going to happen. Thank you, Ponder Monkey. I'm just going to take your word for it. There you go. More clips from ICE. Like I said, and look that up. I'm not even lying about that. I read that like yesterday. That DHS has given itself the right. DHS and ICE have given themselves the right to separate children from their parents and strip search them. What, they got drugs in their ass? It's not, you know, because it's not about drugs. It's not about drugs. It's about victimizing, right? It's about, you know, dehumanizing. So here's another one from Donald Trump, who happily wears a cartoon pin of himself, breaking new ground in the dictator world. You know, Vladimir Putin over here, like, man, that's a pretty good idea. I like that one. Question: why is it so important for you to own Greenland when you have a military presence there? Yeah, because NATO, we got bases. Because when we own it, we defend it. We have to defend Greenland. NATO has got to understand that. That's the whole point of NATO, dude. The whole point of NATO is so that countries can keep their sovereignty but can still depend on larger nations to defend them. He doesn't even know how things work. And, you know, God help us all if he successfully destroys NATO. God help us all. Kyle Kulinski makes this point quite a bit, but he said, you know, if Donald Trump's intention was to destroy the nation, you know, he doesn't think, you know, he could do a better job. You know, so he doesn't believe Donald Trump's intention is to destroy things. But he's like, even if Donald Trump's intention was to break things, he couldn't do a better job. Because, like, you know, this is Vladimir Putin's wet dream. This is China's wet dream. Dismantling the country of the United States, destroying our dollar and the power of the dollar, dissolving soft power, and now the most effective and powerful military alliance that's holding these two dictatorships, these two empires back, now is up for question. Now is up for grabs. There's no amount of assassination. There's no amount of money and corruption and subterfuge that Russia and China could have paid for or install. No amount of spies and you know, and internal, any of that they could have done to this country that would be more damaging than Donald Trump. Yeah, and he's like, it's going to be so easy. We could just roll in. It's going to be no problem. We could just roll in. I don't think so. Danish people, if I remember correctly, were fighting very hard against fascism in World War II. Please correct me. But I feel like I recall Danish people, there wasn't, they weren't the biggest factor. They weren't the biggest army, but they fought tooth and nail against authoritarianism when it came down to it. Welcome back, Gust. Hey, good to see you. Thank you, Gust. Appreciate Gust coming in, supporting the stream. Goose Tex, sorry. I hope you had a good stream, Gust. Thank you for coming back in. I appreciate it. But yeah, Trump thinks invading Greenland is going to just be the easiest thing in the world. And technically that's true. Maybe. He's certainly going to get more resistance than in Venezuela, though. There will be dead Americans. There will be helicopters shot down if Donald Trump does it. It won't be this, they won't be able to just kidnap the president or the person running Greenland, and then it's all good. The Greenland has told their army, shoot on sight. Right? If you don't wait for the order, if you see American military coming into our country, shoot on sight. That's a standing order that I think the Danish government has given the Greenland army, the people, however many, the 6 of them that are there. Shoot on sight. Do not wait for our confirmation. If you see Americans, kill them. So he thinks it's going to be another Venezuela. He thinks he's going to drop some bombs and steal the president, and then it's all ours. Just like before, right? That's probably how it's even being sold to them by Pete Hegseth. We'll do it, no problem. We'll do it, no problem. I don't know. He's Taco Trump. It's Taco Trump. He'll speak with total and utter confidence and then bitch out. He's done it a million times. Right? We're absolutely going to do this. You better back down now. We're not backing off. We're absolutely going to do this. Well, we bitched out. We bitched out. So I can't tell you, Harry. I don't know, man. I hope somebody is telling him, sir, this is not going to be like Venezuela. And not only that, but of course, I just showed you a representative from Austria, who works at NATO, saying the NATO response to that kind of military action in Greenland will be closing dozens of bases across Europe. Dozens of American bases. So in an instant, we lose military control over dozens of locations across Europe. In an instant. Hopefully that's the case, German. I mean, I'm kind of leaning towards that. I'm like 60% he bitches out, 40% he thinks it's going to be another Venezuela. Yeah, exactly, Ice King. Welcome back. Of course, the United States could occupy Greenland in terms of military power, but the whole idea is insane and just leads to a massive foreign policy catastrophe. Exactly. Hopefully someone is telling him that, sir, this is not Latin America. You can't just experiment militarily and get away with it, and no one's really going to give a shit. Yeah, Keir Starmer didn't even bother to condemn Donald Trump and what happened to Maduro. Neither did Mark Carney. Greenland is not Venezuela, though. So he might put Greenland on the shelf. Fuck with Cuba or fuck with Mexico. Because the UK is not going to, they're going to condemn him, but it's not going to trigger a NATO response. So that's what I'm hoping happens, is that he's like, oh, that's a big headache. I won't, because like he's going to lose control over NATO. And he's like, well, I'm going to stop giving them money. And they're going to be like, we don't care. Because the alliance is more important than money. May look flashy and awesome for MAGA supporters after NATO and Silicon Valley die in 10 years. U.S. is ready for full-blown war economy like Russia. Yeah, oh yeah. No, and that's what it's going to take, If we lose NATO and China takes Taiwan, Russia starts going even harder. We're going to have to enter full-blown war economy situation. Because this fucking diaper-filling idiot wants to feel like a big man. Greenland will make us a pariah, but not the level of Russia invading Ukraine, but it'll be bad. I mean, it'll be a different scenario than Russia invading Ukraine. But the damage that the permanent damage that it would do to the NATO alliance, it's unbelievable. And we would of course the UK, the members of the NATO alliance would dump. Ideally, they'd be dumping treasuries, which might trigger a bond crisis, which might then we might lose the reserve currency. And then gold is the new reserve currency. Then America loses its most important leverage internationally. If the NATO alliance has a meeting and they collectively agree to drop treasuries, and even though it's going to hurt their own economies, and start using gold to trade, and they do it anyway, even though it's going to really hurt them. They do it anyway because they have no fucking choice, because he's a madman, and it could potentially hurt them even more to stay on the dollar. I mean, that is fucking crazy for Americans, for the American empire. We're not done yet. I wanted to show not only a status coup out there kicking a lot of butt, but so is this operation called freedomnews.tv. They seem to be big dick motherfuckers out there covering tyranny. And I wanted to show some of their coverage. I'm sure I've already shown their coverage before on this channel, but I wanted to actually call them out because I'm seeing a lot more of them. They're on the ground, doing the work that real journalists should be doing. So I just thought I'd show a little bit of their footage here. So Freedom News is covering, there's these two fascists, proud fascists, literally saying the storm is coming, and that's why you hear Vanilla Ice, Ice Ice Baby, they're, America loves ice, America loves ice. That's literally what they're trying to, they're like two dudes, and of course, these ICE agents have their back. ICE totally has these like the guy, he almost has a Hitler mustache, talking about, we executed you, the storm is coming. So that's this guy right here saying, send the National Guard. And then there's another overt fascist, overt proud fascist, like Sieg Heiling fascist, waving the American flag, supporting ICE, and ICE has his back. You can see how they totally have his back. It's fucking sick.
Hey, President Trump, send the National Guard!
These animals don't know how to behave. Send the National Guard. That's who these people are. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. These little foot soldiers. So this is the Mr. Hitler and his his fat boyfriend over here. And look at that. Look, they got his fucking back.
fucking Illuminati have taken
And they crypto fascism, send all the illegals back, because that's what this is about, breaking the law, right? Yeah, Jake Lang, January 6th fucker. There's another clip I have somewhere in the Discord of him wide-eyed psychopath style, bragging about how bragging about how Renee Good was executed and saying the storm is coming, which is a white nationalist dog whistle. Stormfront is one of those white nationalist websites. That's one of the things that they've said for decades. The storm is coming, i.e. the race war. Why are there even people wearing military outfits in the streets of the U.S.? Even that's insane. Indeed. This was a cool conversation. I've never heard of these guys. Richard Carlbaum, to ask him about what's going on in Minnesota, the full length, blah 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 blah. So yeah, never heard of these guys. I think it's local dudes, but he had something very eloquent to say, so I thought I'd show it here.
At what point do we start calling these people enemies of the people? These are the people who are un-Americans. These are the ones who are racially profiling, doing the things that are against
anti-American. Yeah, they're enemies of the people, right? And neoliberals and MS Now and CNN and ABC, and they don't have the nuts, they don't have the balls to even interview anybody that's even willing to entertain that idea that these people are fundamentally anti-American in their beliefs.
the tablets on the Statue of Liberty. They do not share our values as Americans.
It's what Jesse Ventura said.
Yeah.
Does the Constitution not matter anymore?
Right.
When Donald Trump tells the American people the only limit on his power is his own morality, that's bullshit.
Yeah.
So he just said that, I think at that meeting when he was wearing his little pin, but he was asked, about limits, and he's like, the only limit is my morality. The only, it's I and I'm a good guy. And he said, like, the only limits are my morality, and I'm a nice guy. I'm a good guy. So you can trust me. Give me total power, but don't worry, I'll use it only for good. And I rape children.
The reality is the limit on his power is the Constitution. That is the baseline limit on presidential power. We have a Congress right now who's absolutely abdicated everything to him. They're not putting any check on his power whatsoever. And so when I talk about the November 2026 elections, I'm talking about the fact that the only way to invoke the presidential limits on power through the Constitution is by having a Congress willing to do so. And that then becomes real.
Yeah. They know it. Project 2025 knows it. They know the Constitution, our existing system of laws, is anathema. Damn it. Is in opposition to their goals, right? They know it. That's why, as soon as Russell Vought got in, as soon as Trump got in for his second term, laser beam targeted on those final few elements, anathema, on those final few elements that would be checks on their power, right? They went to the military. They purged the military of anybody that respects their oath. They made sure that the Justice Department and the Supreme Court, I mean, that was already done for them, the Supreme Court, right? But they went after any of those things that might be a proper check on their power. Yeah, Seneca. Yeah, that's basically the language that they use. So we got time for a couple more videos here. I wanted to show this incredibly sexy Asian man just chilling with his open shirt, just being super sexy. And he's the whole package because he's incredibly smart as well. He's like a programmer. Apparently he helped design some of the software that's now being used to oppress us. So he just wanted to make a public statement here. Let me see, what is it? Okay, yeah, this is just a recap of what he said. I'm not sure who this person is, but he makes a mention that this is like technology that he developed. So not only is he an incredibly sexy man, but he's also incredibly smart. So You know, I'm not jealous at all, in the slightest. I would never be jealous of an incredibly handsome, young, smart man. Never. Don't you dare say I am, or I will ban you. But anyway, he was saying this very eloquent thing, so I thought I'd show it. Thank you, Blase. Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm gassy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
So you're telling me that the most out-of-shape cops that have never heard the words linear algebra before all of a sudden get to use my shit to arrest kids before they've committed a crime?
A recent investigation by the Tampa Bay Times revealed the Pasco County Sheriff's Office is listing more than 400 at-risk students as potential future criminals.
The Tampa Bay Times investigation found that the Pasco County Sheriff's Office has maintained a secret database of people they think are likely to break the law, calling it intelligence-led policing. The agency also uses information shared by the school district and Florida Department of Children and Families, like attendance records, grades, and details about students' home life. The data then is...
So I think he developed an algorithm that's on GitHub that is now being used for this oppressive technology.
Used to track, quote, juveniles who are at risk of becoming prolific offenders.
In simple terms, a high schooler picked up a statistics book and was like, oh, I can go on GitHub and copy and paste this program and sell it to the police so they can arrest bad kids before they do something. And the cops in Pinellas County are like, oh shit, we get to pad our arrest records and make our budgets bigger with poor kids and minorities? Dope, where do I sign? Wait, I'll make it even easier. Imagine each one of those dots is a kid, and if you fall in the line, you're probably committed a crime. Doesn't matter if all those other kids are just close to the line, let's just arrest them anyway. That's essentially what they're doing.
Pinellas County Sheriff's Department wanted to come by and introduce the STAR team to my family. We heard about your son in the other county. We want you guys to know that we'll be keeping an eye on you.
A few days later, deputies arrested Bobby, claiming they found sandwich bags with trace amounts of weed during their first visit. He was 15 at the time. Bobby was acquitted of the charges, but then the sheriff's office...
So he was acquitted. They just planted evidence.
...seemed to turn their focus to Robert.
They started coming every day, 3, 4, 5.
So they couldn't get the kid, and then they tried to go after the dad.
They didn't even wait for me to come home. They come home early when my kids were home and bang on the windows and doors and, where's your dad?
So what happened was Robert's son was on that database, so they drubbed up some marijuana charges to go search his house, hoping to be able to arrest him for something. And when the charges were dropped, they started focusing on the dad.
Robert says the STAR team started ticketing him for things like his grass being too high or his address being hard to see from the street.
So this is what Robert was being arrested for now. Yes, I said arrested.
Arrested because he didn't cut his grass because his grass was too high, or his address was obfuscated by a light, or by his porch light. It doesn't stop here. Listen to what the cops in Florida are up to. Listen to this. This is shocking what the cops in Florida are up to, and this goes back to what I was talking about. How they are warmed and ready to convert themselves into loyal instruments of a fascist dictatorship. They are ready for it.
I can go with that because the lights are away.
But then he alleges they'd hold on to the tickets and arrest him for failing to appear at his court date.
Yeah.
Over 6 months, he was arrested 5 times.
So this is the slick, grimy shit they do in Florida. So
Yeah.
a cop will write you a ticket, but they won't give it to you. Or
They write a ticket and then they don't give it to you. And then your ass is busted because you didn't pay it and you're avoiding fees and whatnot. And then they get to really bust your ass. That's what the cops do. They told that woman who was, you're harboring a fugitive. You do what ICE tells you. Never once did they mention you have a right. You need to demand a warrant. This is policing in the United States, and it's been like this for decades. It's been like this. I mean, ask a black person. Has it ever gotten better? The civil rights movement didn't fix this. Martin Luther King didn't have time. That's why they took his ass out. He could have been president, Martin Luther King. Then we would have seen a lot of this stuff addressed. Racially profiling, biased policing. They are primed and ready. They are primed and ready to be fully converted into the tool of fascist dictatorship. Holding on to tickets and then arresting him, and they don't get busted. They don't get to go to court. There's no checks and balances on that. Cops can make mistakes. Cops are legally allowed to lie to you.
They'll give it to you, but you don't know you have to show up in court for a summons. And now if you miss the court date, you have a warrant out for your arrest. You get 3 of those, and you're looking at a habitual offender felony charge for something small, like your grass being too tall or driving with a suspended license.
Life just got harder and harder and harder. Even though I was trying to do better as a person, they pulled up my to harass me. They pulled it just was nonstop. It was like every day, like multiple times a day.
Bobby, did the deputies ever say that they were ever going to try to help you?
Well, yeah, I would say the first day that I met them, that's what they said their intentions were. Like when they introduced themselves and said they'd be seeing me more, I didn't really understand what they meant.
It's hard to hear, but just intentionally lying to this guy's kid.
Robert is part of a lawsuit against Pasco County Sheriff Chris Naka. All 4 plaintiffs are alleging harassment and claim the program violated their constitutional rights during search and seizures.
All this stuff was happening before Trump. And look, to this man, I just want to say, look, I know you sent me a search and desist. I know you said, stop sending me emails, stop calling me, okay? I can't help myself. You are utterly and totally delicious. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do with this much sex appeal? Okay? That's all. That's all I had to say about that. Man is sexy. I mean, look at this guy. Look at this absolute fucking Chad. This fucking Chad-a-roni. This fucking beefcake. What am I supposed to do about this? This guy or Mom Donnie? Why not both, baby? I'm talking about, come on, baby. Chatteroni with cheese. That's what I'm saying. No, look. Who's technically sexier? Mom Donnie, but only by like this much. Like that much is Mom Donnie sexier. We got some straight up Chad-a-ronies with cheese on the left. Look at this man. Look at this absolute fucking slab of beef. I mean, I need to control myself over here. How you doing, B. Reed? It's good to see you. Now compared to Stephen Miller. No. Boner destroyed. Good job. I am not an object. Then stop being so sexy. Cadillac. Is that how that works? That might be a little racist. Clutch Cargo. Oh, Lenny over here. Yo, from south of Boston. Hey. Okay, I could go on and on with this joke. I'm not going to. Okay, you get my point. He's a very sexy man. The boner goes down when the arm goes up. Whoop, boo, whoop, boo. You guys are funny. You guys are actually funny. So this sports guy, he's like sports team leader. He's a coach or something for a sports team, the Golden State Warriors. Maybe you've heard of him. Pretty big deal, I think. At least my brothers-in-law, who are big sports guys, they think these guys are good. I've seen statements from him previously. He's not afraid to talk about politics. He's not afraid to show his disgust in Donald Trump, disgust with ICE, which is, he's putting his job at risk, right? The owners don't want him to say that. Need a sumo update. I think this month, it's January, right? So this month, I think the tournament is happening next month. And then I'll let you know what's going on with Onishki. See how that's going. No, because there was like an exhibition tournament maybe this month in the UK. They don't really count. They give them an award or something, right? But they don't count. The Grand Sumo tournament is, I think we're going to get some, the Grand Sumo tournament I think is going to happen February, I think. And control yourself. Shut up, stickers. I am a married man. He's the coach for the Golden State Warriors, one of the greatest teams in basketball history, really. Right, so he's like a sportsman. He does the sports thing. Good for him. Steve Kerr himself, I think, has 6 to 7 championship rings. He's legit as fuck, so when he talks, people listen. That's great. The league can't just blackball him. He's too legit. Okay, that's huge. Thank you to the sports people for telling me about that. But I've seen it before, and I think I've even played his comments in the past. You know who makes the 6 into a 7? Okay, never mind. That's terrible. Stop. No. Look, I'm not a sports guy. I'm a video game guy. You know, I'm a nerd. But like I said, I've seen this big dick motherfucker come out in front, and sports teams don't want to hear this. Look what they did to what's his nuts doing the kneeling. You know, they pretend to care about. You know, they'll change their uniforms. They'll put Black Lives Matter on the field, but the fella who was kneeling. What's his name? Fella who was kneeling. Kaepernick. Was it Colin Kaepernick? Was it Kaepernick? Yeah, okay. Yeah. So he gets fired, doesn't get his job back, but then the NFL still continues to virtue signal and pretend like they give a shit about black people because, they employ a lot of black people. But anyway, I've heard this guy make statements before, and it takes a lot of guts because he's putting his career on the line, but I guess he's just too damn legit to ignore. And this is what he had to say about Renee Good.
Well, I'm glad that the Timberwolves, recognized, her life and the tragic nature of her death, and it's shameful, really, that in our country we can have law enforcement officers who commit murder and seemingly get away with it.
Steve Kerr's father was murdered by jihadists in Lebanon in the 70s. Wow, this guy has a story. I can't wait to skip past his sports documentary one day on TV. That's crazy.
It's shameful that the government can come out and lie about what happened when there's video and witnesses who have all come out and disputed what the government is saying. So
this guy rules.
Very demoralizing, devastating to lose anyone's life, especially in that matter. So it's terribly sad for her family and for her and for that city. And I'm glad the Timberwolves came out and expressed that sadness.
Wow. I'd go harder, obviously, but like I said, like a person in his position, they just shut up. They just don't say anything. We don't want to talk about politics, right? Because they're cowards and they're company men. And this guy, he puts the whole thing, he puts his whole career, puts his whole, legacy on, because like they'll fuck you over, like Colin Kaepernick, right? You don't get a legacy. You don't get a history. You don't get the plaque. Your jersey doesn't go on the wall. You get erased. And he says, I don't give a shit. I'm going to tell the truth. I'm going to tell the truth. You want to erase me? You want to throw me away? It helps that he's successful in being a sports guy, being a coach. I assume he's quite successful. The Golden State Warriors are a pretty good basketball team. Right? It's basketball, right? Who's that fella that's making them threes? Who's that fella that's always shooting them threes and making them? He's a good sports guy. Who's that guy? He's on this team. Curry, yeah, Stephen Curry. So, it helps that he's a winner. that also helps, But his heart's in the right place, and he's saying the right thing. So big props to this guy. I like him. I like how you guys know exactly what I was talking about. This guy is making 3-pointers. His wife is pretty cool. Stephen Curry's wife is kind of cool, I think. She did like a cooking show, I think. I don't know. Would you like me to give you every single detail about the history of Sonic the Hedgehog? Because I'm your man. Would you like to know about, the early history of From Software, Elden, from, Eternal Ring to Armored Core? Would you like to know the politics of Front Mission from Squaresoft? Yeah, we're talking Sega Genesis days. Of course we are. Would you like me to give you recommendations on obscure Nintendo games that you could play? Some fresh translations that have been made recently? Talk dirty to us. I'm your guy. I'm your guy if you want to know more about the decompilations of N64 games. I'm your guy. Sonic Chaotix? That game sucked. Trying to talk you all out your drawers, exactly. I wish more public figures in sports cinema would speak out of what's happening. It always makes me think of Muhammad Ali. Like, yeah, he's the GOAT boxer, but for me, many others, he won't be remembered for boxing alone. It was for his politics, and his greatest fights happen outside the ring. No doubt. And let me be clear, I don't fully agree with all of Muhammad Ali's politics, but I agree with a good chunk of it, and I certainly agree that he was outspoken and he was not afraid to express himself, to use the First Amendment to express himself, right? Can you check my auto mod filtered message? Sure, let me take a look. Let's see, what do we got here? Just discovered you, and I feel very despondent, depressed, hopeless, and nihilistic towards the current world. What can you do for me? Well, I appreciate that. Or was that you? Yeah, okay. I'll give you one big suggestion in terms of how to fight nihilism, how to find purpose. You need to embrace, one second here. You need to embrace and attempt nonviolent direct political action using what I call the 3-step program. So it's really as simple as 1, 2, 3. If you want to find purpose, if you want to defend your liberty and defend democracy, and if you give a shit about the Constitution, it's as simple as 1, 2, 3. Step 1, we inform ourselves, which is what we do here at the News Underground. That's what I do. That's what I try to help people do. Give them real news. Step 2, we sign up and show up to protest movements, to organizers who are doing the work. We use tools like the big list of protests right here. We sign up and we show up. We give them money. We give them time. We shoot emails over and we say, how can I help? How can I volunteer? Because step 3, we got to put in the work. We got to make this a lifestyle. It's not a hobby. Nonviolent direct political action is a lifestyle. The fascists, it's a lifestyle for them. Their hatred is never ending. They work overtime. They work on weekends to destroy our country, to destroy our freedoms, to put us in chains. If we don't match that energy with our own, we are defeated. We are guaranteed. Step 4 is the hidden step. There's a hidden step. It's step 4, and that is becoming a politician or lawmaker or political activist in and of itself, right? That's the hidden step, step 4. You don't have to go to step 4. That's like going Super Saiyan. You don't have to go step 4. But you do have to follow the 3 steps if you care about your liberty, if you care about your kids' liberty, if you care about your freedom, if you care about your country invading other countries, disrespecting sovereignty. But that's how you can destroy nihilism. That's how you can find purpose, is by fighting back against the tyranny that wants to destroy us all. It ain't easy. I'm not going to tell you it's easy. I'm not even going to tell you it's fun. Half the time it's a pain in the ass. You know what I could have done for the last 6 hours instead of this stream? Literally anything else. I didn't make a fucking dime sitting here for 6 hours talking shit. I didn't make a fucking dime. Could have read a book. Could have worked on some of my business ideas. Could have worked on some of my own writing. Could have just played video games. Just revel in my own pleasure like Forzen. But I chose to sacrifice instead. And yes, this is a sacrifice. It's a lot of fun, but it's a sacrifice. We all have to find our lane. And this is a lifestyle. It's not a hobby. Don't thank me. Just get your ass out there. You want to thank me? Get your ass out there. And follow the 3-step program. I will die on my fucking feet. I will die a free man. Even if they take it all away from me. They can't take away what's in here. They can't enslave what's in here. No matter how hard they try, and God damn it, they are trying. Nick Fuentes would love nothing more than for me to spend my free time playing video games and acquiescing to him and his movement's tyranny. I'm doing it for my son, but I'm also doing it for me. I believe in the Constitution. I believe in democracy. I believe in liberty, and I believe in the message that's enshrined at the base of the Statue of Liberty. Multiculturalism and immigrants and the country being a melting pot has made us stronger. Diversity has not made us weaker. It has made us stronger. I believe in the message of MLK, of Gandhi. And so many more that I'm too stupid to reference. Howard Zinn is a good example. People's History of the United States. Howard Zinn. I believe in Howard Zinn. I like Malcolm X, but I don't agree with Malcolm X as much as I agree with Martin Luther King. I don't agree with any means necessary. Necessarily. Because we need to keep the moral high ground. And any means necessary says morality doesn't matter. I agree with Woody Guthrie. Nelson Mandela. Yeah. Definitely some controversy there, but yeah, his life's work to end apartheid. I agree with that. I believe I agree with Eugene Debs. Absolutely. You know? You can't agree, even with Martin Luther King, right? Like, I have some disagreements, right? Because he was a womanizer. Cheated on his wife. That doesn't make his message of civil rights, less powerful, but, like all men, like all human beings, he was a hypocrite in some things, right? He made a vow to his wife, and then he broke it because he was a celebrity. So, everything with a grain of salt. But I know in my heart, deep in my heart, that democracy and liberty and independence and rule of law are worth dying for. Dying for. And that's how we win. That's how we defeat these, because that's what the fascists believe. They're willing to die for this shit. They would prefer to just kill us instead of them, But anyway, folks, meow come X. What the hell's wrong with y'all? Real quick, I want to end on this. The whole theme of the stream was what Jean-Paul Sartre said about anti-Semites. And I just want to read this one more time. Never believe that anti-Semites are completely unaware of the absurdity of their replies. They know that their remarks are frivolous, open to challenge. But they are amusing themselves, for it is their adversary who is obliged to use words responsibly. That's us. Since he believes in words, we believe in words. The anti-Semites have the right to play. They even like to play with discourse by giving ridiculous reasons, they discredit the seriousness of their interlocutors. They delight in acting in bad faith, since they seek not to persuade by sound argument, but to intimidate and disconcert. And that's the most important part here. There's no debating these people. Their goal is our destruction. If you press them too closely, they abruptly fall silent, loftily indicating by some phrase that the time for argument is past. And that's when they implement, we call it whataboutism, moving the goalposts. This is everything. This is how we beat them. When we understand this, what this man said, that's when we start to defeat them. God, he was right. God damn it, he was right. Once again, real quick, I just want to remind you what the 3-step program is. Step 1, we inform ourselves. Step 2, we sign up and show up using resources like the internet and the big list of protests. And step 3, we put in the fucking work. This is a lifestyle. I want to give big props to German Cow. I want to give big props to B-Re, stickers for stickers. Ice King of Space, Ponder Monkey, Gust X, not Goost, Gust X. Thank you once again for your support. I hope you had a good stream. Female Eunuchs, big props to Female Eunuchs. Your boy Lenny from the south of Boston, keeping it so goddamn real. Camel Tony, funniest name on the internet. Hybrid Heathen. Is that a reference to Hybrid Heaven, the N64 game? Please tell me that's a reference to Hybrid Heaven for N64. God, that game is fun. It's not exactly the best playing game. It's pretty clunky, but it's pretty good.
Shut the fuck up.
Sorry. Trying to end the stream. Now we're talking about Hybrid Heaven. Big props to Your Tubing. Thank you, Your Tubing. Rift Infinity. I'll try to keep my sanity in this world full of hatred to stay purposeful against fascism. I appreciate that. It's not easy. God damn it, is it not easy. Big props to all you lurkers. By the way, thank you for the lurkers. Thank you for the lurks out there. You don't feel like chatting, but you like the stream. Thank you very much for your support. Seneca Athena, big props to you, Seneca Athena. Liddy Bruz. You guys are the regulators. You guys are the best chat on Twitch. I don't care what any sexy Asian man tells me. Best chat on Twitch, easily. You guys could go toe-to-toe with any of these fucking chumps on Twitch, pretending like they're talking politics. Best chat on Twitch. God damn, it's the best chat on Twitch. Blase, also known as Joe Boobot. Thank you, Blase. Extra special props to Female Eunuchs, because she's the best. B-Re gets extra special props as well, because she's also the best. Clutch Cargo, thank you, Clutch Cargo. Big props to you. Once again, just like to give extra special props to those lurkers. Cadillac out there. Chatteroni with cheese. Thank you, Cadillac, for your support. Keep coming back. You know I appreciate it. I'd like to give props to Davey. Not that he deserves it, but that motherfucker keeps coming back. I don't know why, but he keeps coming back. WW86, big props to you. Thank you, WW86. Infected Ghost, 666. Your Tubing, I already gave you props, but you're getting second props just because you're that awesome. Harry Haas over there in the UK. Thank you, Harry Haas. Another extra special props to Gust X Broadcast. Please make sure you're following Lenny and also Gust X Broadcast. Give him a follow. It's free. Give him that follow. Big props to Ice King of Space. Krail of Xanath. Thank you, Krail of Xanath. Wide Scope, thank you for the follow. And thank you for coming in. New viewer, Wide Scope. Bound TRS, thank you. Tridegeist. Am I saying that correctly? Thank you, Tridegeist. Big props to you. I just go through the chat here, try to give as many people props as possible. Lots of supplicants in this world, too. Quick to kiss boots, anything for money, exactly. And we need to be quick to call them out. They're not your friends. Anybody that would take your liberty away and support that, not your buddy. I don't care if they're nice to you. I don't care if you got a history. You let them know. You're amoral. You're working against humanity. You're working against my democracy, my liberty. And I'm fucking sickened. Bootlickers are the absolute fucking worst. They deserve nothing but our animosity. Yeah, friends don't strip friends of liberty. They deserve nothing but our animosity. Bootlickers. Capitulators. Defeatists. Peace in that motherfucking Middle East. Glory to the beautiful country of Ukraine. Free Palestine. And take care of yourself, folks. I'm Abandoned Nihilism. And this has been the News Underground. Keeping it so goddamn real it hurts. Every fucking day. Thank you. Take care of yourself. Back to your video games. Back to your video games. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you, HP Shouty. Thank you, HP Shorty. Get them horns in the air. Horns in the air. Thank you, everybody. Yes, sir! Yes, sir! News Underground, folks. News Underground. Extra special props to No Justice MTG. Love you. You're so good at what you do. You're so smart. Big props to No Justice MTG. She's amazing. Make sure you check her out. Yes, sir. Thanks again, folks.
China